This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Use Me, Kids Story, by M.J. Fields and Chelsea Cameron. Narrated by Aidan Snow and Alexandra Shawnee. 1. Legacy Gym. Present Day. I look around the gym. The walls are black and mirrored. The floor is black cement covered in red mats. The back wall, where all our daily equipment is stored, is covered floor to ceiling in black lockers. Hand wraps, gloves, medicine balls, headgear, nut cups, first aid equipment, and clothing that have our logo on them. Our logo. I am a part of something. There was a time in the not-too-distant past when I wasn't sure I would ever be anything. There are still days I couldn't give a shit less if I do. To the left are sparring mats and a few pieces of cardio equipment. To the right are free weights, a few high-end weight training machines, 5 heavy bags, 7 speed bags, and 5 timing bags. In the middle is where I prefer to spend my time and energy. The cage. I look at the large clock hanging above the doorway to our office. 9:30 at night. That means I've been here for 13.5 hours. 8 hours would send a normal man my age running home to his family, to a hot meal, or to a bar where he could have a drink and relax with his friends. I am not a normal man. Normal men don't have blood on their hands. And if they do, they have it with remorse in their hearts, or the blood came from fighting a greater cause. The blood on my hands came from an anger that took control. From the rage within me, a rage that still controls me. Put one foot in front of the other. Stand tall and proud. Make the decision that you are both of those things and never let them think any differently. You are a good man, a good kid. Your past doesn't define you. Your present and future do. Shaw, my father's oldest and closest friend's words ring inside my head as I look at the picture of him, Jagger, and I hanging on the wall, illuminated by bright white uplighting. If only putting one foot in front of the other wasn't so hard. The weight of the world is heavy on my neck, making holding my head high almost impossible. Shaw believed in me when I didn't believe in myself. Now Shaw is gone. After killing the lights and locking the doors, I let out a breath and walked toward the door in the back left-hand corner of the gym that leads to my apartment upstairs. I stand in the apartment above Legacy, a gym that Jagger, Caldwell, and I inherited. A gym that trains people like me. It was willed to us when Shaw's fight with cancer ended. I suppose he did it to make sure his promise to his best friend, my father, was kept. He made sure I had something, an income, a place to live, a piece of something tangible while I served out my parole sentence for a crime I committed 8 years ago. Honestly, it feels more like a curse, a cage, a confined space than a new beginning. My body aches. It's bruised and sore, all feelings I not only accept but embrace. The harder I push myself, the more men I get in the cage with to train, the more hits I take. The closer I get to controlling the fury that simmers just beneath a boiling point inside my soul. I walk to the bathroom and stand in front of the distressed mirror above the small sink that is rust-stained from the constant drip of a faucet that I keep telling myself I will fix, but I have no intention or desire to do so. I strip off my sweat-drenched clothes and turn toward the shower to start the water. It takes a good 5 minutes for it to heat enough for my liking, and while I wait, I brush my teeth and open the cabinet. I stare at the last bottle of pain meds prescribed to Shaw. I pocketed them after he died when the rage became worse. It is a battle of wills to tame the beast inside me. Waking up and looking in the mirror, knowing what I did and why I did it. I twist off the childproof cap and count as I dump the pills out into my hand. 12. I have 12 nights left to sleep, and then the nightmares will ensue. I make a mental note to space the pills out to every 3rd day. I can do without sleep for that long. No more. I let them fall one by one back into the bottle, except one, as I feel my exhausted body become tense again. Anxiety is starting to creep in, so I take the last pill in my hand, toss it in my mouth, and swallow it down. Before the pill's effects kick in, I get in the small shower and bend so the water falls over my head instead of hitting the middle of my shoulders. When the water starts to run cold and I feel a bit drowsy, I step out, towel my hair lightly, and then drop it to the floor, allowing my body to air dry. Then I look up at my reflection and see a man who looks much older than his 25 years. My eyes, once bright green and alive, are now dead and unreflective of feeling. My hair, once cut close to my scalp by my father's own hand, is now well past my shoulders in a mess of brown waves. It's only down after a shower or bedtime, otherwise it's always tied up in a knot on the back of my head. I don't have any damn desire to go to the barber. That would mean I would have to talk to someone. I'm functioning just fine here without making those types of connections, and there is no appeal in changing that up. I run my hand over my beard. It's been 3 days since I last groomed. I shave every 4th or 5th day, but never down to the skin. I am 6'5" of intimidation. I weigh in at 248 pounds of muscle, and my skin is covered in black prison ink. I have no desire for anyone to look at me and become confused as to who I am. No desire to have someone look at me and want to know more about me or who I was. I have no desire for anything but the occasional release I can get anywhere. All I have to do is force a smile and say a word or two in order to get that need met. My appearance is intimidating. It keeps people away. I'm not trying to give off the illusion that I'm unapproachable. Illusion would imply it wasn't real. It is real. I am Michelangelo Mazzini. I was once called a saint by my peers, my teachers, and anyone who knew me. Not anymore. Now I'm known as Kid. I lay on the king-size mattress that sits in the middle of the floor and stare at the ceiling, waiting for sleep to take me. The numbness that is my life isn't holding me back. Rather, it's my mind that won't turn off, waiting for the next move. I try not to close my eyes on my own. I wait for exhaustion and the drugs to do the work for me. Otherwise, I'll be fighting a losing battle.
2. Tatum. Tatum, this is not what's selling anymore. We need something... Melanie pauses as she sighs. Melanie and I have been friends since I sat next to her in a Shakespearean literature class we both enrolled in as an elective while attending Columbia for our master's programs. Hers was in the classics. Mine was in religion and journalism. She loved fiction, a story you could get lost in, and I loved nonfiction, a story that didn't allow you to run from your boring life, but showed you a life that you could get lost in and know it was real. Fairy tales were never meant to be believed in. They are stories written to scare children into behaving or else, so why waste time on them? Show them how to cope, what to avoid, and maybe a story that inspires them to do the right thing of their own accord. She is the yin to my yang, the spring to my fall, the day to my night. The point is, she's the lost-in-her-head kind of daydreaming chick, whereas I am the one who wants to get lost in reality to avoid getting lost in my head. And worse yet, believing that shit is even possible. I am sure she has no other writers like me on staff. I am sure of this because one night over drinks at Hotel Empire, she told me so. She told me in the sweetest way she could that I was my own worst enemy, that I had talent in abundance and was just too stubborn for my own good, and that if I were anyone other than the Tatum that played her Romeo a couple years ago, gaining us both an A in that godforsaken class, she would have walked away a long time ago. We are opposites in our views on life, but who we are on the inside isn't much different from the other. Both of us left our hometowns, knowing we were destined for greater things. And unlike most, we are willing to work our asses off to become. It landed us both in New York City, a city where we knew no one and no one knew us. A city that I swear wants to eat up young girls' dreams and spit them back in your face. Nothing about here is easy. What it is, though, is real. It's gritty, it's hard, and it's all-consuming. If you can live here, you can live anywhere. Mark my words. I know she could walk away at any moment, but Melanie would never. Even if she should run and not look back, that's not who she is. It's not who we are together. We are forever friends, through thick and thin. The type of friends who you could talk to once every 6 months and pick up right where you left off. Though in reality, we may go weeks without speaking due to work, but we have never gone more than a month at the most. She is my soul sister, and I am hers. A few years ago, Melanie took an internship at a mid-sized literary agency, and I took off to write a story that would rock the world. I gave her A View from Home, a novel about the foster care system in our country, and she went over the head of the man she worked for who said it wasn't good enough, and emailed it to a company contact at Random House Publishing, where they not only bought the book, but hired her that day. She became a junior editor at Random House, and I became a novelist. She became a senior editor when my first book put me on the New York Times bestseller list. The subsequent 3 novels hit the list as well. Acclaimed awards, Wall Street Journal, and we were both riding a high of dreams coming true. I can hear as she taps her long fingernails on her glass-top desk, and then I hear the bell go off inside her head. Raw. I'm giving you raw. I'm giving you real. I am giving you what people go through every day, I tell her, trying to keep my annoyance at bay. After all, she is trying to help me. The market has shifted, Tatum. What's selling is not this. I hear a thud, and I'm certain it's the manuscript I sent her. She prefers email. I don't. Then I'll self-publish, I threaten, and she audibly hisses into the phone, saying nothing. This is new territory for us both. I love Melanie. I love working with her. Unlike the horror stories I hear about publishers washing out an author's voice in edits, she doesn't do that to my work. You still there? I ask. I am, she says firmly, then pauses. I hear a door shut, then her heels click across the floor before she sighs out. Please, Tatum, please give me something that will blow the roof off this place. I know you have it in you. I know you do. Just let it happen. Do you need this, Melanie? I ask, wondering why she suddenly wants to mold my work into a completely different realm than I have ever written. Yes, I do. We both do. I sigh, feeling the weight of her world and my own landing firmly on my shoulders. Okay, give me 2 months. 1, she says, her edge returning. You have to push, don't you? I half laugh. You taught me how, she returns with a smile in her voice. Talk later. I start to end the call. Wait! It has to be hot, Tatum. I need your voice, but bring that damn heat. Melanie, you're gonna need to put yourself out there. Meaning? I have no idea why I ask when I know damn well what she is getting at. When's the last time you actually got your peach plucked? That's none of your business, I say, with no intention of answering her, especially when she uses words like peach plucked. That's up there with moist, in words I would rather not use or hear reference to in sexual situations. You need to go find yourself a sexy, suit-wearing mogul, she suggests. I'm in Detroit, Mel, I sigh. Remember, I was going to show the Times in Motor City, a whole look back and look forward. I hear her nails tapping her keyboard. I know damn well she's Googling where to find the perfect place for inspiration. Get your ass to Texas. I'm here for a month. I stand with my phone in my hand, looking out the hotel window at what I know from pictures was once a beautiful city. The river is mucky, the boats decrepit, and the cracked sidewalks once were beautiful. Detroit was something a long time ago. Right, she sighs. You can't change your plans for the eye candy and your best friend? I laugh. Melanie, this is all set up. Money spent, timeline sorted. I'm willing to think outside the box and shift my focus, but I can't uproot my plans and still feel like I'm not insane. Okay, she concedes. Good night, Melanie. Good night, Tatum, she says, with a softness in her tone that is without a doubt caused by the stress I just alleviated. Hers is gone and mine has returned. Yin and yang, night and day, we are never on the same page, but the balance is and always has been there. I sit down on the chair next to the small table by the window, grab the glass of sweet red wine I had just poured, and take a drink. It's sweet, crisp, and, God willing, it will help me sleep tonight. I drink the entire glass and then pour another before reaching across the table to grab the manila folder and drag it closer to me. I look through the pictures from the 1950s. The new buildings, the finely dressed people on the streets, the cars. The streets were full of them, all shiny and new. Detroit used to be spectacular. I know it was. The proof is in the pictures. But it is not anymore. All that glitters does not always remain gold. All that once was beautiful doesn't remain so. All that was lost will not necessarily be found. Time does not stand still. I stand up and stretch my neck as I walk over and grab my laptop, carrying it back to the table and opening it up. Then I click on the new document and title it Mommy Porn. To new beginnings. I toast the air, then take a sip. There is a saying in the writing industry, write drunk and edit sober. I guess I will give it a try tonight. Sweet Jesus, am I really going to do this? For Melanie, I will.
3. Angelo. I stand in line at the Bean, a little coffee shop I discovered one morning as I was running off the effects of the sleeping pills. Only I didn't go in. Today, though, I need something. I keep my head down. I don't need to make eye contact with anyone. They might think I want to talk. I don't want to talk. I want to be left the hell alone. I am not approachable. I am not friendly, kind, or willing to engage in mindless chatter. I need caffeine. I need a jolt. In life, and in getting through this morning. I asked the nerdy kid behind the counter to hit me with the strongest thing in his arsenal, and after the normal jaw drop, slight tremor, and a throat clearing, he forces a smile, to which I then nod and say, "Double it." "The lighter the roast, the higher the caffeine count." His voice trembles, and I sigh. Then he clears his throat. "Longer roasting takes the caffeine out." His words are now rushed, and I can see his hand tremble. I don't give a damn about the process. I just need something to keep me awake so I can get through my day. I grumble under my breath, wanting nothing but a cup of something to wake me up. From behind me, I hear a slight giggle. Then, before I can turn around, I hear a voice say, "Hit the big guy with a double shot of espresso, followed by your strongest iced coffee. Make 2 of each. I'll take the same." I don't want to look back. But fuck if I don't like the sound of her voice. It's raspy, like the woman either smokes a pack a day or she's having the same kind of morning as me. When I look back at her, I instantly regret it. She's tall for a woman. I would guess 5'8", and thin, wearing a black, shapeless dress that would normally not flatter a woman. Yet her legs seem endless. She has thick, shoulder-length black hair, brown eyes, and her lips are pink. I like pink lips. She smirks, fucking smirks at me, and I can't help staring at her. Only when she seems to get a tad bit uncomfortable do I look away. I look at the kid and nod. "Sounds good." I hear her let out a breath, but I don't look back again. I look straight ahead and see her reflection in the mirror. Her head is cocked to the side as she stares at me, seeming to be in deep thought, and her eyes call to me. They're like a wide-open space that a caged man could wander through aimlessly, freely, easily. A man like me craves that. When the beverages are in front of me, the guy rings me up for everything, and I pay without question and turn toward her. "Thanks." Her eyes aren't the same as they were in the mirror. She is not carefree. She is no longer an island to wander around on. She looks at me like I could do something for her. There's a hunger there, not the kind I'm used to. This isn't about lust. This is raw in a way that makes me uncomfortable. I don't like it, so I quickly walk past her and make my way toward the exit, tossing back the double espresso, then shooting the cup in the garbage before walking out the door. All day I'm jittery. Hell, I even let some of the young punks I train land jabs that they sure as hell shouldn't be able to. I'm not used to something this strong. Now I can only hope to hell it will wear off soon. Otherwise, I'll need another pill tonight, and I don't have the rations for that. My routine is much the same as any other night. I close up, head to my apartment, wash off, and pray I can crash. I lay in bed, and for some reason sleep is so close, but still a tad out of reach. I close my eyes, trying to focus on the pain my body felt today, and see something unwelcoming. Her eyes. Fuck. Within seconds, I start to think of her pink lips, and my cock starts to thicken. I haven't been out to get a release in a couple of weeks. Haven't felt the need. Right now, I feel need. I reach down, push the sheet aside, and take a firm grip. Keeping my eyes closed, I concentrate on the memory of her eyes and her lips. Fuck, her legs, too. Her long legs that went on for days. When the pain pools in my balls, I grip harder and stroke faster. With my free hand, I reach for the towel next to the mattress, and within minutes, finish myself off. The next morning, I sit up, feeling rested for the first time in a long time. It seems that yesterday's newfound formula for sleep worked. I hold on to the hope it will continue. I stand up off the mattress and grab my dark gray sweatpants, a t-shirt, and throw them on. Then I head into the bathroom and run my hand through my still damp hair before tying it up in a knot on top of my head. Brushing my teeth, I look at them in the mirror. Fuckers are perfect, compliments of Michigan State. I no longer have a damn cavity in my head, and the 2 teeth knocked out the night that my entire life changed have been replaced. When I'm done with my morning routine, I head toward the stairs as I pull on a pair of socks and stuff my feet in my tennis shoes before heading out for my run. My pace is slow until I get to the river. Then I pick up speed, stopping at the Bean again today. Today I'm about 5th in line. I hold my finger to my wrist and check my pulse as I rest. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Legs sitting in the corner with a journal, writing something. Her hair is all pulled up in a knot, and she's wearing glasses. She has on a t-shirt that clings to her more than the short, loose-fitting dress did yesterday, and a pair of what looks like army green cargo pants. On her feet are a pair of Chucks. No, I'm not up on fashion, but I remember my sister Maria got a pair for Christmas. Same damn color, too. Red. She looks up, and I quickly look away. For some reason, the hair on the back of my neck stands up. I decide it's better than my cock and go about trying to ignore the fact that I feel the weight of her eyes on me. When I get up to the counter, the kid seems a little less affected by my presence. "Same thing as yesterday?" he asks. I nod. Yes. When he hands me my order, I try to give him cash, but he nods toward the corner and says, "She took care of it." No. I got it. I know damn well who he's talking about, but I'm not having a woman pay for my drink. He looks at me like he wants to say something, but then he snaps his jaw shut and takes my money. I don't look at Legs as I walk out the door. Rejection. She needs to know I'm not a predictable man. I'm not a man to expect. I'm not a man who will allow her to pay for my drink, because I will be damned if I owe a single soul a fucking dime. The rest of the day is the same as before. I would be lying if I said the night was any different. I come hard and fast to her eyes, her pink lips, and those legs. Again. The next morning I find myself going to the Bean again. I shouldn't. I told myself I wouldn't seek her out. This isn't who I am. Yet when I walk in, she's not there. Confusion fills me in a way I haven't felt in a long time. I know I don't like the feeling I get in my chest, and I sure as fuck don't understand it. Am I pissed? Am I grateful? I decide it doesn't matter one bit. I pay for my drink and leave. A block down the street, my hair once again stands up on the nape of my neck. I look around, trying to figure out what the hell is affecting me, and I see a black hoodie dart into an alley. Prison. Years locked away with a routine that was never deviated from, unless there was a shakedown resulting in a lockdown. Not a damn thing changed otherwise. It teaches a man to have eyes in the back of his head. There isn't a single person who will have your back in prison. Not a one. If someone does something for you, they are seeking something in return. The moment you owe a debt to anyone, you are their bitch. I am never a bitch. I stand there and wait for the person to pop back out. If it's someone who wants a piece of me, I sure as fuck won't scurry away like a little bitch. When no one comes out, I finish off my drink, toss it in the nearby trash can, and begin my jog back to Legacy. Maybe I should cut back on the caffeine if this is how I'm going to feel. When I walk in, Jagger and his wife Tatiana are sparring. Well, that's what they call it. I call it foreplay. It's the same scene every Wednesday. He peacocks, tapping her on the top of the head and jumping away from her strikes, and she laughs at him. It's cute. When her little female self-defense class comes in at 10, they chat as they warm up, while Jagger and I watch. Well, he watches her. I watch the women who all have a story as to why they're here, none of which I want to know. A little after 10, I tape up a young buck, which isn't his real name, just like Kid isn't mine. Sometimes, though, we get stuck with a nickname. And sometimes, like the proverbial shoe, it fits. I get that feeling again, like someone's watching me. Fucking coffee is affecting me in some way. I definitely need to cut back on that shit. The more I keep thinking it, the more determined I am that the Java is my issue. After all, no one has a reason to follow a man like me. With no time to waste, I pay it no mind. "Ready?" I ask Buck. He nods, shoving a mouthguard into his mouth. "Always," he says as he then climbs in. Once in the cage, I peel off my shirt and stretch a bit as he bounces around in the corner. Buck is a tough kid. He has little to no restraint and an edge that can be dangerous. He has the potential to go far, yet he is inconsistent. We are working on that. Before the night, I took a man's life. Fighting was nothing I had ever experienced. The minute I stepped into the prison, because of my size, every motherfucker in the joint thought I was someone to knock down to prove they were badass. They weren't as bad as they thought, and when word got out that I was a stone-cold killer with a rage burning inside, the little bitches scurried back to their cells and left me the fuck alone. Until the next inmate entered the facility. Then I had to prove myself all over again. 7 fucking years of hell. I've had only a year of freedom, yet I don't feel the least bit free. I take a deep breath, stretch my neck, nod to Buck, and then step in. He storms me, ready to attack. "Footing!" He growls and swings, and I easily take his legs out from under him. Then he hops up and swings with a left. "Right!" I tell him before blocking his strike and tapping him in the face. He grunts and swings with his right. "Block!" I tell him as I tap his exposed face again. "Fuck you!" he screams, then lunges at me. I push him off. "Bags, now!" "Fuck that!" he snaps. "Control!" I tell him as I pull off my gloves. Buck is pissed. Livid, but he needs control just as much as I do. Fucked up thing is, I can control my rage in the cage. Hell, I can help him control his. Outside of the cage, however, there is no way. I know this about myself.
4. Tatum. I watch the man in the cage who looks like a Greek statue, with hair. He's not a muse nor a model used as the subject. He is the entire finished statue, one that should sit in the middle of a park because he's too big for a museum. I watch as he toys with the kid, who is not a kid, but definitely a younger man, in the ring. His opponent is not small by any stretch of the imagination. He's over 6 feet. The statue is now peeling off his shirt. For the lust of all things unholy, he's glorious. I shift my eyes away from the ocean of ripples. It makes me feel like the heroine Annie in the book I'm writing. Then I force my eyes back to his face. His hair is thick and pulled up in a man bun. It's thick and damp with sweat from his run. His cheekbones and jaw, hell, his whole face is strong, chiseled, and perfect. His lips are red and swollen, like he just spent 10 minutes kissing the hell out of someone at a middle school party who chose dare over truth. He smirks at the kid, and I see a dimple underneath a scruff. I feel my breath catch in my chest. He's the cliché book boyfriend. I allow my eyes to cast down his body and am mesmerized by how ridiculously perfect it is. His broad shoulders, his square deltoids, his hard, expansive chest, his... I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-pack abs. The V of his obliques accurately points like an arrow down into the waistband of his sweats. And through the sweats, I can actually see the rippling of his muscular legs. I allow my mind to memorize every millimeter so I can detail this out later. I feel my palms begin to sweat, causing the cup of iced coffee to begin to slip in my grasp. His tattoos, so many of them, all dark, all seem to be a warning to anyone who wants to get too close. The Italian flag around his forearm seems nearly life-sized, wrapped around his arm the way a flag would wrap around a pole in the wind. I watch his face as he and the other man spar. When the man swings at him, his eyebrow cocks like he's amused. For some reason, it makes me smile. When they are done, I realize I have been staring from the doorway. My face flushes, and I look around to see if anyone noticed. Thankfully, it seems that no one has. When I look back up at him, I see that he sees me. The way he looks at me makes me wonder if he knows I have been watching him. God, maybe this can really happen. Maybe I can use him as my muse. As he stalks toward me, I rethink that thought, my sex clenching like it's thinking the same thing. I cast my eyes down to see his dick swaying as he walks. My sex and I are both terrified. How the hell would he fit? When I look back up, he stops 2 feet in front of me, both eyebrows raised. "Can I help you?" he practically growls. He's annoyed, and it annoys me. My brain tells my hand to hold out the coffee I brought for him, but instead of stopping in time, it crashes against his abs and spills down his front. "Damn! Oh, damn!" I say, as I begin wiping the cold coffee off his heated skin. He releases a noise, a growl, and then a hiss. It's a sound so incredibly sexual and animalistic that my universe feels skewed. I stop moving my hand and look up at him, seeing he now looks pissed, which is scary and sexy at the same time. "Get your shit together," I tell myself. I force out the words. "It was rude that you didn't let me pay for your coffee yesterday." He doesn't say anything, not one word. He just stares at my mouth, making me very uncomfortable. "So I brought you coffee." He tilts his head slightly to the side and looks at me like I'm a puzzle he's trying to piece together. I'm not crazy, I'm paying it forward, returning an act of kindness. I pause when I realize I'm rambling.
Not necessary.
It is, I counter.
So what? Because I declined, you decide to follow me to work and throw some coffee at me?
He reaches down and pushes my hand off his body. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was still... I stop when I hear a man laugh. Before I have a chance to see who it is or say anything, he grips my elbow and leads me out the door. Once outside, he releases me.
You need to walk away and not come back here.
Excuse me? I'm confused, embarrassed, shocked.
I'm running a business, and I don't need some woman following me around.
I'm a writer, I say in a rush. His eyes narrow.
There is no story here.
I don't need a story, I need a muse. As soon as the words leave my lips, I realize how much of a loon I sound. I'm not crazy. Damn Melanie, and damn the book world that I have to move my talents into uncharted territory. I did the research on romance novels and what the romance reader desires. I can do this. Like writing nonfiction, I can do this. This man is a work of art. He has molded his body into perfection. How can I make him understand that I'm not a lunatic? I'm a woman on a mission to get my job done and do it right.
Is that an affirmation? You keep saying it, but you're displaying the opposite behavior.
My head is spinning. I need to rectify this situation. I am simply asking for a man like you to share a few nights with me.
Look, lady.
Oh, for God's sake, I'm not a lady. I'm a writer. I almost try to explain that I am a woman, too, but I need to shut up before I make things worse. He looks utterly confused, and I am minutes from dying of embarrassment and a phone call away from changing my name and moving to the other side of the world. I write. I don't speak. I say, expecting him to understand that, as an author, it is more likely I make sense in text form than verbal communication.
Do you have someone I can call to come and get you?
What? I yell at him, knowing damn well he thinks I am totally nuts.
A husband, a mother?
You have got to be kidding me, comes out of my mouth.
A facility?
Screw you! I told you I'm not crazy. I poke him in the chest, and he straightens up, looking shocked. All I want is to write this book that I'm being forced to write. Romance. I thought you looked like the perfect muse. All hot and badass. The type of man who'd like a bang buddy. I poke him again. I just wanted to screw you for a month and walk away, but no, you have to be all angry man or whatever. I stop, not needing to continue. Then I turn around, throw my hands in the air, and walk away as fast as I can. I'm crazy. Totally freaking crazy. Why did I ever take on this project? How did I let myself think I could just have casual sex during the time it takes to write this freaking novel with a stranger? What the hell is going on with me? Lust, fiction overtaking my mind and wishing it to be reality. I don't know. All I know is that this whole project has tilted my world on its axis, and I simply want it to go back to the way it was before. As soon as I turn the first corner and know I'm out of sight, I grab my phone from my pocket and dial Melanie. The second she answers, I say, "I hate you." I hear what I assume is her hand covering the phone and a muffled, "That will be all, Anne." Screw that. Put me on speaker so I can tell that dear woman Anne what a bitch you are and how to never do what you suggest. Like, ever. She laughs. What did I do now? This pushing me to write fiction. I say it like the disease it is. 3 days in and I'm a sexual predator on the prowl. She laughs. It's not funny, Melanie. I hope you're happy. Okay, she says, still chuckling. Tell me all about it. So, I do. I tell her every painstaking, embarrassing moment with the arrogant ox. Then I tell her, there was some ladies' group taking a self-defense class at his gym, and before it began they were talking about him like he was, I don't know, a god. You need to sneak a picture. And for the love of the actual god, make sure the flash is off. She busts out laughing again. Have I mentioned I hate you? I snap. Yes, and yes. But you are fired up. She's excited while I simply want to reach through the phone and pull her hair. I hear passion. He must be... Don't you even dare, I warn, knowing what's coming. Someone you're interested in? Sighing, I admit. He is sexy and mysterious and... Get him. He thinks I'm nuts. Hell, I think I'm nuts, and it's your fault. Get him. The tension begins to ease from me in a way only the casualness I share with Melanie does. You gonna bail me out when he puts me in jail? She laughs again. I didn't say kidnap him and tie him up. How the hell do you kidnap a man 3 times your size? Well, heck, if you need help, I am just a plane ride away. And just like that, I have my calm again. I am back on board with writing this crazy book that has turned my life upside down. Melanie is that friend, the one you call and she offers to help hide the body without even asking a solitary question. Standing in front of my hotel, I shake my head. I got this. I'll have your book soon.
5. Angelo. What the hell was that about? Jagger asks when I walk back into the gym. Don't know, don't care, I answer, walking past him toward my apartment door to go change. Once upstairs, I pull off my coffee-drenched sweats, still feeling her hand on my abs. I hardened under her touch almost immediately. She may be crazy, but she turns me on. Go figure. I hop into the freezing cold shower to rinse off. I don't have time to wait for it to heat up, and right now my lower extremity isn't getting the memo that my brain is sending. A cold shower will do me good. Down, beast. I will my cock to tame. The next day, I wake in a fog. I needed sleep last night. She was in my head again, and I sure as hell didn't need that. Instead of the deep slumber I have become accustomed to when I let visions of her get me off, I found myself tossing and turning. Tonight is fight night at Legacy. We've changed shit up a little since Shaw died. We are as close to legit as an ex-con and an underground fighter can be. It's a good thing, too. If I broke parole, I would end up behind bars again, and I never want to go back to that fucking place. Being on parole is in no way a normal life, but it is a hell of a lot better than that hellhole. I have an assigned best friend. That's what my parole officer calls himself. Luckily, he has given me a wide berth since Shaw died, and I went into business with Jagger. If he shows up for a random piss test, I would pop for those pills. And that Well, that can't happen. When I walk into the gym after my run, I am still groggy, still tired, but such is the life of the damned. Jagger winks and nods to the right where Tatiana is with her woman's class, and I see legs. You've got to be fucking kidding me, I grumble, which makes him laugh. She's a damn good-looking woman, he mentions with a smirk. Well, I'm not looking, I snap, grabbing a protein drink from the fridge. She paid for a month of classes with Tatiana and paid for a month of training. Says she wants to learn to box. Hope you have free time. I'm booked. Said she wants you. He hands me a clipboard with the completed enrollment form. She said the same damn thing to me, I think. She also made it a point to tell me that she is leaving in a month and has no plans to return. Good, I comment as I sit down. You look tired, kid, he says, gripping my shoulder. I tense and have to stop myself from reacting on instinct. Hands, I remind him. One day he will learn that I don't like to be touched. I fucking hope. Or I'm going to end up punching him. He holds them up. My bad, man, my bad. I make sure my back is to her when I'm in the ring with Tito, one of the men fighting tonight. I don't want to see her, and I am not looking forward to the kiss-off I'm going to hand her either. Why the hell can't she just leave it alone is beyond me. Who the hell comes to a gym and spouts off some crazy proposition? She wants me for a month as a muse when she doesn't know a damn thing about me? I'm the kind of man your mom warns you about. I'm a felon, a convict. I can't vote. I can't own a firearm. My American natural-born rights are stripped away from a judge and jury who deemed my actions to be criminal. After an hour in the cage, I nod to Tito. Speed bags. Everything else looks great. Your form, your blocking, your stance, all looks good. Just need to be faster. When I climb out, she is standing there, waiting. I grab the clipboard off the bench and read over her information. Tatum Longley, I read out loud. Her body stiffens when I look up. I have no interest in training a woman, especially not one who is going to be fighting. I have men who need my help. Kid, she begins, pointing to Jagger, who smirks. Fucker told her my nickname. He said your name is Kid. I think you and I got off on the wrong foot. When I don't say anything, she sits down on the bench next to me. I'm embarrassed by what I said. Well, how I said it. As well you should be, I tell her, not sure what the woman expects from me, but knowing she damn sure won't get it. Then her scent hits me, and I'm embarrassed by how it affects me. It's not one I'm used to. It's not simply floral or citrus, but this blend that bursts inside my nostrils. I'm not used to being around women outside the gym. The thing I learned the quickest in prison was to shut down all emotions. Everything about legs makes me see, feel, and want. I don't know a time in my life I wanted someone the way I want her. She stands up, her face flushed. I can't help wondering if the rest of her body is the same pink. You didn't look like the judgmental type when I saw you. Now I know better. With that, she turns and storms out of the gym. I should feel bad that I upset her. She's a fucking girl. Only I don't. I feel relief. Before turning out the lights and heading to my apartment, I notice a bag in the corner. Someone must have left it after the fights. When I look inside for an ID, I see books, keys, and a journal, but no wallet. I'm tired as hell and want to go shower, come, and sleep. But I know I can't. I need to hang out for a few minutes. Whoever left this bag will more than likely be back. I open the journal to see if it has a name, a number, something. It doesn't. Instead, I find a handwritten script of what seems to be a story. The first time I saw him, I knew he would rock my world. He stood a foot taller than me, and when I dared to look up, I could see need in his eyes. It mirrored the need I felt in my soul. It had been years since a man had affected me the way he did. Years since I wanted anyone the way I suddenly wanted him. My heart told me no. My head told me no. But the most private parts of my body screamed the opposite. I lay in bed that night, thinking about him and how his rough, calloused hands would feel as they glided down my body, how my breath would be lost as his long, thick fingers rubbed my inner thighs, causing my body to come to life after its long and painful winter. Thinking of him, I slid my hand under my silk panties and used my finger to rub my sensitive, swollen clit, imagining it was his tongue. When I pushed my finger inside, I imagined it was his thick, hard cock. Never able to bring myself to orgasm before, I wasn't expecting it to happen at all. I was astonished when just the picture of him in my mind caused my walls to contract and my orgasm to ripple through my body like an earthquake. When I couldn't come anymore, I rolled to my side, hugged my pillow, and pretended it was him. Something else I had missed. Being held at night and made to feel so safe in the arms of a man, even one who was a complete stranger. I fell asleep feeling safe, sated, and wanted for the first time in years. Because of him. A loud knock on the glass causes me to jump, and when I look up, she is staring at me. When I stand, her eyes cast down to my erection caused by her words, her desires. Then I walk to the door and stare at her. She stares back. Rain is pouring down on her and she shivers. I don't dare open the door. "Can I get my bag?" she yells through the glass. "Come back tomorrow." "But come back tomorrow," I repeat. I see hurt in her eyes. I don't want to see that, so I turn away and walk to the desk. Fuck. I slam my fist on the desk. Changing my mind, I turn around. I don't want her to come back tomorrow. I don't fucking need her to. What I need, what she needs, is to stay the hell away. However, when I walk to the door, she is gone. I look at the clock and realize it's almost 11 at night. She is walking the fucking streets of Detroit alone at this time of night. Guilt and anger collide as I head out to find her. 3 blocks away, I see her make her way into a bar. I stand outside of it, watching her do shots through the window. I see the type of men that are drawn to her. None look like the type in her book. She's ignoring them all. No connection, no sudden reaction like she described. They look like they want to fuck her, just like I want to, though I won't. The thought of it makes me jealous. I don't like jealous. I also don't like the fact that I'm standing outside in the rain looking at the fucking woman I want. At the same time, I am judging her because she wants it too. Every second with her is a tornado of confliction. It makes my head and cock throb in pain. Who the fuck am I to judge? I walk inside the bar. The seats beside her are occupied with men who have been there way too fucking long. She isn't even looking at them, seeming unaffected at the lines they shoot at her that are all lame. She doesn't notice me, and I make no move to let her know I am here. I simply order a double Manhattan and down it. Then I order another. Not one to drink, the effects are nearly immediate. I probably shouldn't have ordered a double. Hell, I shouldn't even be here now. When she stands, I wait for her to walk out the door. Then I watch as one of the men follow. I get up and follow him. Outside the bar, I stay back to see if she decides it is him she is going to use as her muse. When he grabs her elbow, she pulls away, and he tries again. That's when I feel my hands tremble. The red filter of rage clouds my eyes as I fight it down. I can't let it consume me, yet I can't stand here and watch it happen. I put 2 fingers in my mouth and give a loud whistle. The fucking bar rat looks back and then scurries away, while she sighs and looks down as I walk toward her. "Your bag," I say, holding it out to her. Immediately, she begins to shake as if she's afraid. Seconds later, I see tears. "Don't do that to me," I warn. I hate seeing women cry. She turns and begins walking away as I hold the black leather tote in my hand. "Damn it, woman!" I walk after her. "I have your bag." She stops and wipes her eyes, then she turns around, sighs, and holds out her hand. "I won't bother you anymore." When she looks in her bag, relief crosses her face. "It's all there." I shake my head, not sure what she expected. I'm a criminal, not a thief. "Thanks. You're a true gentleman." Then she turns and begins walking away again. "You have no idea who I am," I call behind her. Gentleman is the last thing anyone should call me. Regardless, I have no clue why those words came out of my mouth, but they damn sure did. She stops again and looks over her shoulder. "And you have no idea who I am, or what courage it took for me to even—" She shakes her head before continuing. "Thanks for the bag." I let her walk away, but I don't turn around. Instead, I follow her. 3 blocks away, she looks back, and I stop. "What do you want?" she asks. "To know that you aren't walking the damn streets alone. To know that man or whomever else you've turned on isn't waiting to take you in the fucking alley. Do you have any idea what could happen to you? Do you have a fucking clue?" My anger is getting the best of me. Watching her ass sway seductively as she walks ahead of me. And the words, those fucking words she wrote, have me in a much different type of rage. I'm ready to combust. This is a rage I have never experienced. I close my eyes, not wanting to see her sadness or anger or lust or her. I don't want to see her. I don't want to give a damn if she is walking the streets. Giving a damn made me lose control back then. I won't lose my power over my emotions again. "I'm here," she points at the hotel she's standing in front of. "Would you like me to get you a cab?" "I'd like you to get your ass inside and go to sleep. I'd like that a whole hell of a lot." She doesn't move, so I do, grabbing her elbow and walking her through the door and toward the elevator, where I hit the button to take her up. "What floor?" I ask as I shove her inside. 18, she answers, and I hit the corresponding button. The door closes quickly and I'm forced to stay on the damn thing. I stand with my back toward her, facing the door and focusing on it, and not her shaky breath, her sweet scent, her fucking teeth chattering, and the fact that I'm in a fucking elevator. I feel anxiety rise inside of me. Albeit dull from the drinks I had, I know it's there. I decide the stairs are a far better idea than getting into this fucking thing again. The metal box stops every fucking second or third floor, and it's midnight. Why the hell aren't these people in bed? And why the hell are they going up? As it fills up, I am forced back until I'm finally standing in front of her in the corner. Our proximity is too damn much. So is the closed-in area and the 10 people shoved into a tin box smaller than a cell. When we finally stop at the 18th floor, I have to push to get through the crowded elevator to get her out and onto her floor. To safety. When I turn to look at her, she looks away. "Thank you." "What room is yours?" I ask. 1824. I'm capable." She shoves her hand into her pocket and then sighs before looking in the black bag. When she doesn't find what she's looking for, her body trembles slightly in a silent sob. "I lost my key card." "You sure?" I start to reach for the bag to look for myself, but she steps back. "You should go." Her face heats with embarrassment as she begins walking toward the elevator. I see a card sticking out of her pocket. "Check your back pocket, Tatum."
6. Tatum. I spent the entire day drinking away my sorrows, my insecurities, and my reserve. Now I am face to face with them, with him. I shouldn't be so contorted over him. This isn't what coming to Detroit was about. I had it all once before, then it was gone. Every moment he comes around, my muse, something changes in me. Suddenly, writing this romance isn't about my job, a story, or even the city of Detroit. It's all twisted between Jonathan and Annie and me and the man in front of me. The way his raw, gruff voice says my name is purely sexual. The confidence in the way he carries himself, the way he focuses in the cage while he runs and on me is sexy. The fact that a woman like me, self-sufficient, educated, lets nothing stop her, is tipped upside down and turned inside out by a man they call Kid is unexplainable, illogical, and unmistakably sexual. It takes me a moment to reach into my back pocket and grab the keycard. When I turn around, he is looking at me like he wants to say something, yet he doesn't. Again, he watches me, studies me like a puzzle he can't seem to put together. I have never been an insecure woman. Not until now. Not until I stand at his feet and at his grandeur. He makes me feel like I should bow down to him. Hell, I want to be on my knees for him, something I have never wanted before. I'm not crazy, I whisper to myself, to him. He takes the key from my hand and starts stalking toward my room. Confused, I catch up to him as he stands at the door. He looks at the key, then the door, and then sticks it in and tries to open it. "You have to take it out before opening," I tell him, reaching for the key, but I get his hand instead. That noise, the growl, the rumble, the sound that calls to every butterfly in my belly, brings them to life. As he finally pushes the door open, I look up. "Fuck it," he sneers, before he crashes his mouth down on mine. I part my lips and his rumble intensifies. Before he has a chance to shove his tongue in my mouth, I do it to him. He tenses as I rub mine along his. Then his overtakes mine as he grabs my face and pulls me closer, his rough hands anything but soft against my face. Needy, strong licks up and down my tongue. The noises coming from him are intoxicating. I crave more, so I fist his shirt, but that makes him pull back to look down into my eyes, and then at my hands. When I pull them back, he grips both of them in his mammoth one and asks, "Is this what you're looking for?" I open my mouth to answer him, but no words come out. "Is this what you want?" I nod slowly as I look back and forth at both his eyes. The look in them is wild with want, desire, confusion. "And what you wrote? Is that what you want?" I swallow down the thick desire in my throat, hoping I can speak when I try. "Answer me, Tatum Longley." He grips tighter. My name has never sounded better, causing my insides to liquefy. "Are you here to write a story about me?" His question confuses me, and by his reaction, I can tell he knows I'm baffled. I shake my head no. "If I leave now, are you gonna find someone else to fuck you?" I'm speechless. He says fuck like he says my name. It's almost too much. Without waiting for my answer, he turns and walks toward the bed, dragging me beside him, his ass flexing in his workout pants as he walks. Then he stops and turns to face me. Both my hands are again in his as he walks me backward until my knees hit the back of the bed. My heart is beating against my chest so hard, I'm sure it will explode at any second. "Take your clothes off," he orders as he releases my hands. I know now is the time to find my voice of reason, but desire trumps reason. My body wants him so badly that I ignore my head, my voice, my morals. Instead, I pull my wet shirt off, watching his eyes widen. Then I push down my pants and step out of them. A hum vibrates from him, and I see his pants tighten as he grows thicker and longer with his own need. "Lay down and show me what you wrote, what I want." I feel my face instantly heat up. I can't. "Show me now, Tatum." I grab his shirt and pull him down to me. "Kiss me like that again. Please, kid." "Angelo," he corrects. I'm intrigued by his name. "Please, Angelo." He kisses me hard as he leans down and pushes me back. His lips are open as he pushes his tongue into my mouth and licks mine slowly but firmly. I open wider for him as I push my hands up his shirt. He groans and reaches between us, never breaking the connection of our kiss as he lifts my hands from his body to above my head and tastes me deeper. With his knee between my legs, I want to rub against it, needing friction. I am on fire, burning, desperate for a connection. I thrust upward, rubbing against his erection, then cry out when he immediately pulls back. Concern shows in his eyes, and I beg, "Please." "Please what?" he asks, moving away. "Please don't stop." I hate that I sound the way I do, needy, desperate, but he makes me this way. He lays on his side and takes my hand. My confusion, concern, and hunger mirror in his eyes. Show me what you wrote." He smoothly moves my hand down my abdomen and under my panties. "Show me," he demands, and I do. I cry out as soon as my finger glides across my clit and his chest heaves, the confusion in his eyes melting. "Good?" "I want you," I whimper. "Show me." I push a finger inside, and he kisses me hard when I cry out again. His kiss, his smell, his groans, and my touch are overwhelming. I am lost in an orgasm that is so intense, I can't even breathe. He pulls his lips from mine and watches me intently, my lips, my fingers, my hips thrusting, and then his gaze is back to my lips. When I can no longer move, I pull my hand away. He looks at it with intense concentration and bares his teeth, causing my insides to clench with need once again and a quick, sharp breath to escape my lips. His nostrils flare, and then he licks his lips. Hungry. I lift my finger to his mouth and he opens, licking my finger, then sucking it hard. His chest vibrates with a groan and he closes his eyes. When he pulls away from my finger, our eyes connect. His become wide and wild, his chest heaving on a groan. Then he stands, undoubtedly as fully aroused as I am. I want him so badly. I begin to sit up. "Don't move," he demands. I can't move. I feel a mix of emotions, exhaustion, the prominent one. Therefore, I close my eyes, lie back, and roll to my side, pulling the pillows beside me. I think I hear water running, but it may be the rush of my blood moving through my body. When was the last time I allowed myself to drown in desire? When have I been this captive by need, yet felt free? It has been years. Guilt threatens to rear its ugly head as I allow the memories of when the last time was start to creep back in. It's been 7 years since he left. He would want me to be happy. I always thought it would feel like a betrayal to myself, to him, to our love. Of all places for me to feel half alive again, it's here in the city he so badly wanted me to see. I look up when I hear Angelo coming out of the bathroom. He walks over to me, freshly showered and in the same sweats covering his lower half, his shirt in his hand. His hair is long, thick and wavy. He is the total opposite of my Gregory. Maybe that's why I don't feel like I'm betraying him. Maybe it's time to let go. Isn't that what I came here to do? To find a way to make peace with my past? Romance wasn't in the plan, but plans change, right? Angelo looks at the pillows and then at me before he sits on the side of the bed, takes the pillows and throws them on the ground. Then he unexpectedly lies down beside me. I suppose he expects that I get him off now. Part of me is excited to explore the masterpiece he has made of his body, but as I place my hand on his abs, he tenses. I then slowly move my hand down his hard yet soft skin, and he stops me by pulling my hand up and placing it on his chest. "You don't want me to—" "Took care of it myself. Go to sleep, Tatum." "You're staying?" "That's what you wrote." He read my words. Part of me feels vulnerable. I have written plenty of books. The lines between nonfiction and fiction once seemed so distinct. Having Angelo beside me after making my fantasy a reality, I can't help feeling like all the lines are blurred. With every passing day, this project Melanie assigned to me is getting deeper into my mind than anything I have done before. I lay my head on his chest and feel him hold his breath. "Am I hurting you?" "No," he grumbles, placing his hand on the side of my head and holding it in place. "Go to sleep." His tone isn't one of frustration or annoyance, but rather pained. I can tell this is as much out of his comfort zone as it is mine. However, it soothes me. His command, my surrender. He said sleep, and I do. I fall asleep smelling him, all man, all him, mixed with hotel soap. When I awake, he is gone, and I am left hugging my pillows tightly. It's not as pathetic today as it has been in the past. They smell like him. I sit up and see that my phone is on the charging dock, and next to it is my journal and a pen. I didn't put either there, so he must have. It makes me smile. What am I thinking? I don't understand him. I don't know what to think of a man who acts like him. I guess I don't have to. I asked him to be my muse. I asked to use him for my inspiration. This isn't supposed to be a soul-seeking journey. This is about a romance, not reality. It was one night, wasn't it? I stretched to grab the book and find the pages dog-eared between my last entry and a blank page.
7. Angelo. I overslept. I overslept, and I overstepped. I should have never been so weak. I have never been so fucking weak. What the hell is it about her? Her pink lips, her tears, her determination. Fuck, I wish I knew. Christ, she's beautiful. More beautiful than any woman I've ever seen. I tell myself it's because I've never seen a woman orgasm before. Never. I've never tasted a woman. And it wasn't what I expected. Tasteless, actually. But her scent nearly made me lose my mind, yet it's indescribable. I sure as hell will never forget the way she tastes, smells, or the way she wanted me to taste her. I couldn't stop kissing her. It has been years, fucking nearly a decade since I kissed a woman. Hell, I never kissed a woman. I only kissed girls. The last girl I kissed was Elizabeth. I never slept in anyone's arms either. I never slept smelling something as sweet and sexy as her. I don't even remember holding anyone like I held her. Certainly not all night, and definitely not through an entire night with someone tangled around me. I never even wake up with sheets or blankets on me. I throw them off during the night. Sleep is the enemy, and has been for far too long. My body, my mind, hell, my fucking soul fights the darkness even as I crave it, seek it, and damn sure need it. When I get to the gym, I am grateful to see Jagger through the window. I stop, bending over with my hands on my knees to catch my breath as I try to figure out what the hell I'm going to say when he asks where I've been. Then I stand up and decide to head inside. Jagger looks up and smirks. When Tatiana elbows him, he chuckles. "Leave him alone," she whispers. I don't say anything. What's there to say? Jagger and I have a business relationship. Tatiana, his woman, is his, and I like it that way. They keep to themselves, and I keep to myself. We work, we talk when necessary, and we move on. They don't push me, and I don't push them. I walk around the reception desk and go to the fridge to grab a pre-made protein shake, then walk the hell away. An hour later, I'm in the cage with Buck when I feel the hair on the back of my neck stand up again. I don't have to look behind me to know it's her. Tatum. I position myself so my back is to her, otherwise I won't be able to concentrate. Buck is wound up, and so am I. I let him get a few jabs in because I'm feeling generous. Truth be told, after experiencing her, I'm on top of the world. I look back to see her bended over, tying her red chucks. Then I see her look up. Her cheeks turn the same shade of pink as her lips. I look down so she doesn't see me smirk. Of course, Buck takes that opportunity to nail me. "Okay, you two, you've been up there fucking around long enough," Jagger says. "Pussy will make you stupid," Buck says to me as he steps between the ropes Jagger is holding apart for him. "Elliptical," Jagger tells him. "Are you fucking kidding me?" he snaps back. "Do I look like I'm fucking kidding?" Jagger points toward the machine. then rolls his eyes when Buck's back is turned. When he storms off, Jagger shakes his head. He could be the best. A true champion on a much greater level than I ever imagined I could be. He's his own worst enemy. I nod in agreement as I watch Tatum with the chick group. Aren't we all, man? Aren't we all? Jagger grips my shoulder and laughs. I look at him, but unlike every other time he puts his damn hands on me, I don't say shit. I'll be damned. He then chuckles as he walks away. He noticed, too. I have an hour between clients, so I decide to go upstairs to avoid embarrassing myself in front of the woman by sporting a raging hard-on in front of the entire Legacy crew and clientele. I sit in the old recliner in the corner and drink out of the gallon jug of water I've been carrying around to stay hydrated. I look out the dingy window at the old, run-down buildings surrounding this one and take some pride in what we have done to Shaw's place. I know he would be proud, too. Hell, even my old man would be. I'm not finished yet. I just haven't allowed myself to go into the other rooms. I'll get there when the time is right. The apartment may have a ways to go, but Jagger and I have made the gym top-notch. I have something to be proud of, thanks to Shaw. Wish you could see it, Dad, I think to myself. It strikes me that I have yet to grieve his loss. I haven't visited his grave either. I probably should. When I go back down, the woman is gone. I'm relieved until I see that same black leather bag sitting under the bench and know damn well it's hers. I grab it and toss it in my stairway so it doesn't get taken until she comes back to retrieve it. I don't like that I want her to come back and get it. The day is long, and I am exhausted by the time I open the door leading upstairs. Of course, the bag I forgot falls and spills that journal. I grab everything and bring it upstairs. I should shower, but that journal calls to me. So I pick it up and sit in a recliner next to the window. I open it, and a card falls out. It's one of those hotel key cards. I wonder if she knows it's in here. I suppose I could bring it to her. Cut the shit, I tell myself, knowing damn well it's because I want to watch her finger herself again. Then I want to lick her fucking finger clean. She will come back for it tomorrow if she needs it. Curiosity and desire to know if she wrote more drives me to open the journal. The corner of the page is folded in, and I laugh to myself, thinking about how Sister Margaret, my high school English teacher, would have been unhappy at this defecation of the written word. I also laugh at the fact that this kind of literature would have never been allowed at the Holy Trinity School my sister and I attended on academic scholarships. Then I stop laughing because it sounds fucking stupid. I sound like a damn fool. Feel like one, too. What the fuck is wrong with me? I ask out loud to the empty space as I lean back in the old brown chair. In her same beautiful script, the words seem to jump off the page. After a long day at work, I headed to the fitness center to work off the frustration from the high demands of my boss. That was when I saw him, the man I had dreamt of, the man whose mere image incited desire to burn inside of me, an undeniable desire. A desire so strong I had lain in bed the night before and touched myself, imagining it was him. Unable to stop myself from staring at him, I looked up from his chiseled body to see him looking at me. I quickly looked away, hoping maybe he would do the same. But when I looked back, he was walking toward me, more like stalking toward me, like a man determined. "Jonathan," he said, reaching his hand out for me to shake. When I touched his, I felt some sort of current course through my body, making me jump back as I pulled my hand away quickly. He looked confused, shocked, and I wondered if he felt it too. The spark, the connection, the way how, by our hands simply touching, a spark ignited. A spark I knew I could never forget. How could I? When he made no mention of it, my initial instinct was to leave, to get away as fast as I could, but running was not an option. Not with how his eyes held mine captive and captivated. "Your name?" he asked in a low, deep rumble. "Annie? My name is Annie." Annie. His tongue rolled around my name, caressing it in the most intimate way I had ever experienced. "Annie," he repeated, and I felt my knees tremble. Then he walked away from me, but looked over his shoulder while I remained under the spell of his beautiful brown eyes. Jonathan. I memorized the name of the man who had me mesmerized. Jonathan. I rode the elevator to my apartment on the 9th floor, wanting to shower and eat something unhealthy. Maybe I would just have ice cream for dinner. I did just work out. I ought to be allowed the calories just because I had spent an hour at the gym. Plus, I deserved a reward for not running when I saw him look at me with lust and sinful intent. When I got off the elevator, I saw him again, sweat-drenched and walking down the hall. "Annie?" My name came out as a question. "Jonathan," I returned, feeling my face burning with embarrassment. "You live here?" he asked. "New to the building," I answered, trying to sound less shy and more convincing. "I see," he commented, eyeing me up and down. "I was just on my way out to get some coffee. I seem to have forgotten it when I was at the store earlier." "I have plenty. Why head out again? I can spare some coffee beans." "You mind if I shower first?" "By all means, go ahead. I'm in 924. "Interesting. I'm right across the hall." Once inside my apartment, I leaned against the door, seeking the contrast of the cool metal against my heated flesh. "Jonathan," I said out loud, finding myself getting turned on by just the sound of his name as it slipped past my lips. I covered said lips as I imagined how he would kiss me. His lips would be soft against mine, like a satin pillowcase. They would be moist, no, that's gross, wet and coveting. He would control the kiss completely, taking away the burden and pressure I would feel, wanting to deliver the most amazing kiss possible, because I would want him to need more. I looked around my little apartment. It was tidy, since I didn't have much, just a few pictures of me and him. I wondered for a moment if it would leave Jonathan with an impression that I was married or in a relationship. I wasn't. And I hadn't been in many years. I hadn't even wanted to be in a man's arms. Not until I saw Jonathan. I questioned if it was a relationship I desired or a man to make me feel like a woman again. Relationships were complicated. People got hurt. Men and women wanted two different things. We wanted hearts and flowers. They wanted sex and the physicality involved, or that was what we thought anyway. By we, I meant women who believed that all endings should be happy, and that if they weren't, we would live each day wishing for a different ending. I'd learned that it was not true about me. I knew there was a beginning, a middle, and an end to each person's interpersonal story. I knew that life was full of those relationships, all making up chapters in my book that was life. I decided on the latter. Would Jonathan be another chapter? I certainly hoped so. I finally pushed myself off the cold metal door and quickly walked around, tidying up the place. I found myself placing flowers and figurines in front of the pictures, preferring not to have those awkward conversations if it could be avoided. Yet I wouldn't hide my past. It was that who had made me who I was today. Coffee. I giggled to myself, and then thought it was much more convenient than asking for sugar, or, in my case, offering it. I stopped in front of the mirror and looked at myself, remembering I had also been at the gym and a shower might be a good idea for me as well. I didn't have time to do my hair, so I simply scrubbed my body and swiped the razor over my legs, armpits, and between my legs. Every skin follicle seems to come alive with every sensation, every bead of water, and every touch. My need for this man only grew as I readied myself for his arrival. While toweling off, I felt silly. He probably wasn't interested in anything but my coffee beans. Then I cringed at the thought of having just shaved my pubic area. If things got steamy, would he wonder if I had prepared for him? Or would he think I was a woman who was overtly sexual and had been with man after man after man? I pondered the idea that it might be what a man like him wanted, a woman who was that sexual, who thought more like a man than a woman when it came to her sexuality. He wouldn't be completely wrong in that thinking. Sex was sex. It was physical. It was an exchange, a connection, a release. I was a smart woman. I knew that a man didn't fall in love with a woman for her body's ability to please him. He fell in love with a woman whom he respected, and one who could stimulate him mentally as well as physically. He fell in love with a woman because he needed her in his life, not because he liked her in his bed. He fell in love with a woman because she would take a bullet for him. When I heard a knock on the door, I quickly pulled the clip out of my hair and threw on a pair of leggings and a t-shirt. I opened the door to find him standing there, freshly showered and smelling of man and soap. I opened the door wider and invited him in. "Let me grab you that coffee," I said, tucking my hair behind my ears as I turned around. In the kitchen, I reached up to the top shelf of the cupboard and pulled down the bag of coffee beans, and then turned to grab a baggie to put some in for him to take. But I couldn't turn. His hands were gripping the countertop, caging me in. I felt my entire body buzz at just the knowledge that he was so close and seemed so alpha. "I'm not here for coffee, Annie." His bravado voice was so sexy, confident, aware. I felt my knees begin to shake slightly. "No, I think we both know why I'm here." "Is that so?" "Turn around, Annie. I want those lips." I turned slowly and looked up at him. "These ones?" I asked, licking them slowly. He nodded as he stared at my tongue, and then he wrapped his massive, muscular arms around me, lifted me off my feet, and then carried me into my bedroom, staring into my eyes the entire time, saying nothing verbally. In his eyes, though, I knew what his intentions, desires, and needs were. And I knew my eyes were telling him the same story. He laid me on the bed, then leaned down, his wet hair fresh from a shower, hanging inches above my face as he held his body over mine. The weight was deliciously comfortable as I felt the tingles building deeply in my belly. Inside, I was pulsing everywhere, anticipating his first move. His lips, I hungered for them. I craved the way they tasted in my dreams. I felt starved after just a day without them. He leaned lower, his hands holding mine hostage above my head. Avoiding my lips entirely, he kissed down my body until he was all the way down to my navel. There he pulled my shirt up, and that was when I remembered I had not put on a bra after my shower. At that moment, as he pushed my shirt up with his nose, as he nibbled his way to my breasts, I was forever grateful I had forgotten. When his mouth took my left nipple and he sucked on it, I felt euphoric. Oh, God. Yes, Jonathan. I close the book and sit back. My dick is hard, and my heartbeat is fast. I look at the clock. I have 20 minutes before I can head back down. Son of a bitch, I think as I look down at my cock.
8. Tatum. I sit at my laptop, looking out the window of my hotel room. It's dark. I lost track of time. Then I look at the bottle of wine and realize I am on my third glass. My mind can't seem to get in the zone. The blank screen taunts me. The blinking cursor begs for letters to form words, words to form sentences, and sentences to tell a story. I have written and deleted 3,000 words from my manuscript today. I hate this story. I hate it, and I want to tell Melanie to stick it in her ass like I am making the hero do to the poor virgin woman in this damn book. Anal? Seriously, who begs to have a dick shoved in their ass? Ugh. I stand up and look at the river. It calls to me. It looks much prettier at night when you can't see the mucky, polluted waters caused by years and years of factories dumping their wastes into it. What a waste, literally. I close my eyes and think maybe the characters in this damn romance novel should take a sexy dip in the river. But then I think of skin-eating chemicals or brain-eating superbacteria that have mutated because of the chemicals. And then my characters will be forced into comas and die a slow death while their families have to sit and watch them waste away. Get a grip. For Christ's sake, you faked orgasms before. The least you can do is fake a damn happily ever after for a fucking paycheck, I tell myself. Melanie never asks me for something this big. She wouldn't have if it wasn't important. This is me trying to rationalize my way into the writing groove. I grab my glass of wine, pour the contents into the cup my iced coffee was in from the coffee shop this morning, throw on my black coat, and decide to get some sinspiration from the beautiful river lit up by the twinkling moonlight. I walk out of the hotel room and consider leaving a note, just in case he uses the keycard I gave him. Shutting the door behind me, though, I think how ridiculous it was to leave it for him in the first place. How would I know if he even got the damn thing? This book, living fictitiously, is screwing with my sense of reality and reason. Yet even knowing this, it's hard to stop myself from popping a post-it on my door in case we miss each other in the elevator. To passing ships in the night, I think, realizing that being closed up 10 hours in a hotel room alone with myself while concocting fairy tales for people's entertainment is causing me to think foolishly, as if I am some love-struck, naive woman. Like Melanie, I say out loud as I hit the button and wait for the elevator. Outside, I sit across the street from my hotel on an iron and wooden bench in front of the river. I suppose it could be romantic if someone was here to share the moment with me. Someone with dark hair, green eyes, and who stood like a statue and had a man bun. Someone I expected to be bringing back my book tonight, but has yet to show up. Clearly, it was a one-time thing. Clearly, he didn't want a woman like me. Hell, I put myself out there in a way I never had. Never wanted to. But with him, God, with him it seems so wrong. but in a way that is oh so right. I should be embarrassed. I laugh to myself because who lays spread out on a bed fingering themselves for a man to just kiss them? Then he went and jerked off instead of fucking me? What the hell is up with that? I'm not that bad. I was never pretty in the prom queen cheerleader way, yet I'm not ugly either. I am smart too, damn it. Doesn't that count for something? Not in today's world, I answer myself out loud. Get a hold of yourself, Tatum, and no more 10-hour binge writing, especially not fiction of this nature. More importantly, not in the way that leads to blank screens in the end. I lean forward, rest my elbows on my knees, and hold my head in my hands. I was also never a girl or a woman who needed a man to validate whether or not I am desirable. Why am I second-guessing myself now? Well, smart one, I scold myself. You've never been so on fire before. Fire. I never played with the stuff. It is naturally destructive, uncontrollable, and can do irrevocable damage. I am also never one to shy away from a conflict, a task, or a mere mortal, because as my grandmother taught me, no one can make you feel anything you're not, unless you let them. As if the universe thought I was giving it the proverbial finger, someone comes out of nowhere and grabs my bag, returning the fuck you. They don't grab my drink. No, they grab my bag. Even worse, my purse is a crossbody and I am quite literally attached to it. In a haze, things seem to happen in slow motion. I know panic should hit me, but it doesn't. My mind simply blanks. "Let go!" I shout as he pulls at it. I said let go. I drop my coffee cup filled with the sweet wine to the ground and start to fight my attacker. I am pulling, he is pulling, and I am losing the battle since he is bigger, stronger, and probably on some drugs, so he's fearless. God, why did I come out tonight? Why did I drink so much wine? Why did I let myself come here? It's too dark to see his face, and he has on a hoodie. I know it as soon as I am out from under the streetlight. I am going to get hurt. Or worse. He pulls, and I realize his strength is greater than I first anticipated. Instinct takes over and fight or flight kicks in. I try to free myself from the damn bag and get the strap up and over my arm when he pulls harder. "Help!" I scream, seriously needing it. He yanks so hard I fall to the ground, the strap nearly cutting into my neck. He won't stop pulling. Gagging, I try to remember to yell something, anything to draw attention. I try to kick out, but I fail to make contact with my assailant. I'm going to be strangled by this damn Coach bag Melanie gave me last year for Christmas and die on the streets of a city I promised to visit and never did. I think of Gregory and how I promised him I would come here. After 7 years, I finally did. And for what? This? Help, you mother... 2 hits, then a splash. That's all I hear. That and the sound of me gasping for air. A hand clamps onto my elbow and hoists me up. I look up to see Legacy across a black sweatshirt. I look up another foot, and there he is. Wet hair, not pulled back, and his eyes are fiery. "Do you have a damn death wish?" he snarls at me. I shake my head, then grab my neck. It hurts. His eyes widen, and I close mine, not wanting to be scolded or scrutinized anymore. "Let's get you back to your room. It's safe in there. You have an aversion to safety, Tatum?" The way he says my name is so sensual, It's like he's licking, rubbing, and sucking it right here on the street, making it even more sensual than in the confines of a hotel room. All thoughts of my aches go away as a new ache builds between my legs. I was just accosted on the street, yet Angelo stands in front of me and all rational thoughts and reactions fly out the window. "No," I whisper. "No to me taking you up, or no to you doing stupid shit that could have gotten you robbed, or even worse." "Where is he? Did we catch him?" I ask, holding the left side of my neck and trying to look around him for the hooded culprit. "We?" He pauses for an exaggerated effect. "Tossed him into the river." "We what?" I yell, shocked at what he said. He says nothing more. He just looks at me with his jaw popping and his eyes narrowing. I start to take off my shoes when a pain shoots through my neck. Son of a bitch! I grab my neck as I kick at my damn shoes. My eyes flutter with flashes of light, and I feel like I could vomit. "What do you think you're doing?" he asks in a very calm yet deep rumble. "We can't just let him drown. We have to save him." "Look." He pauses like he's unsure of what to call me. "Annie?" "Tatum," I say in a squeak, feeling like, yes, this fiction crossing into reality might be going too far, even as I want him to touch me, kiss me, lick me, and so much more. "Right." He shakes his head and runs his fingers through his long hair and starts again. "Tatum, look." He points. He's on the bank. Now he's running like the scared little chicken shit he is. He's far from drowning. "Well, we should call the police. He needs to be accountable for his actions." "You want me to chase after him, drag him up the bank, and do what? Sit and have a soul-to-soul moment with him about his actions?" Shoving my foot back into my shoe while holding my neck, I huff. "Right, we should talk to him. Tell him he shouldn't have done that, and maybe we can find out why he did it and help him figure out a way to make better choices." As if by instinct, I grab his hand and take 2 steps before I realize moving him is nearly impossible. Okay, it is impossible. "Let's go." "You really think—" I drop his hand and start to move quickly toward the hooded man running down the riverbank. He grabs my hand, stopping me. "He'll get away," I protest. "Tatum, you aren't going to change a man like that. You either put him behind bars or let him go." "That's BS, I say as I walk quicker. "Woman, again, do you have a death wish?" he asks, grabbing my bicep. On a huff, I respond. "You already asked me that. I don't have a death wish." My neck is on fire and my head is beginning to pound. "I'm not afraid of anything or anyone," I say with a quick nod that reminds me yet again of my pulled muscle. Damn it. "You should be afraid." His words. I can't help wondering if it's him he is talking about. Regardless, I go with the first. "He didn't have a weapon," I argue. "Hands can be lethal and deadly weapons, Tatum," he says, dragging me toward the hotel. "At night, a woman like you certainly shouldn't be sitting outside by the river alone." "I was looking for inspiration," I reply, taking longer steps to keep up with him. He looks over his shoulder at me, rolls his eyes, then turns around and keeps walking. He walks into the hotel to the elevators and hits the button before releasing my arm. When the door opens, he tells me, "Go back to your room, Tatum, and stay there." I step in, expecting him to follow. When several people enter the elevator, I stand there, watching him as the door closes, him still on the other side. Son of a bitch, I think, as the elevator ascends to the second floor, stopping for a couple with a baby. For the entire ride, I wonder why he's there at every corner, which is an ignorant notion. I mean, I did leave the journal purposely for him to read. And in the beginning, I followed him wearing a silly hoodie like I wouldn't stand out. Again, I did pour my every fantasy of him into a journal and left it for him in the hopes of him showing up. Yet he clearly has no intention of touching me. But he did. He did touch me. He also called me Annie. He touched my arm and led me inside, making sure I was in the elevator and heading back to my room. Does he want to play this ruse with me? Will he be my Jonathan and I his Annie? He threw a man into the damn river. I almost swoon over that. I want to smack myself in the forehead. All this researching romance tropes and the online articles on writing a hero that's swoon-worthy are seriously getting to me. If I were that kind of woman, the one who believes in the alpha man and all his me man, you woman stuff, I would feel heat resonating throughout my body. My face would be flushed, my pussy clenching, and... oh, hell, I'm swooning. Ugh. Again, I want to smack myself. When the door opens on my floor, I step out and see him standing there, eyes blazing, chest quickly rising up and down. Ow! Where? Took the stairs, he answers. Why? Don't like the elevator. He starts walking toward my door, pulling my book out of the pocket of his hoodie, then pulls out the key. Without a word, he opens the door and walks in. Nervous, I stand frozen at the door. You want me to ask for coffee, or you just want to get right down to it? Oh my God.
9. Angelo. This woman is confusing the hell out of me. I'm here because I can't shake her, as hard as I try. She's in my every thought. She wants to use me? So be it. 1 month I can endure. 1 month I can have someone take me in the only way I can give them, which is through my body. Then she will be gone and I will have a slight reprieve from the demons. I will also know she's not out on the streets of Detroit at night trying to find her inspiration. I like the book, Tatum. I like knowing what you want. You want to use me, then do it without all this. I point at her head. Right, she squeaks, then clears her throat. Well, let's get to it. I step up to her and pick her up, which causes her to grip my shoulders, her eyes widening in surprise. Again, fucking confusing. It's what she wrote, so why would she be shocked? I lay her on the bed, then stand up, taking off my jacket and shirt. Her mouth is gaping slightly as she looks at me. I have been looked at like this many times. Lust, desire, need. She wants me, and I appreciate that. Hell, it feels damn good. I'm hard already. Thing about her, though, is that I would have been hard as soon as I saw her, had it not been for the little river incident. I also see something different in her than any other woman who went to their knees for me. I see appreciation. The way she looks at my body, at my ink, at my face. Unmistakably. Appreciation. Tatum or Annie? I ask as I hold my hand out for hers. Then I see it again. The confusion. She recovers quicker from it this time and asks, "Which do you prefer?" I shrug. Doesn't matter much to me. Now I see pain. Don't look at me like that. Like what? She asks, sitting up and pulling the covers over her fully clothed body. Unwilling to dive deeper into this conversation, I grab the journal off the table I set it on and hold it up. I like the name Tatum better than Annie, but this says Annie. You're leading here. This is your game. You decide. Tatum, she answers, her cheeks flushing. I nod, then look at the book to avoid reading her expressions. Tatum, take off your coat. She does as she's asked while I drop the journal and do what she wants. I lean over her, holding myself above her, slowly lowering my face to hers. Easy, I tell myself. But her lips. Fuck, I want them. Are you pulsing? I focus on her lips and what her words told me. Anticipation. She whispers, yes, as I lean in closer. Hands above your head, Tatum. I remind her this is what she asked for in her writing. I hold both of them in one of mine. Then, unable to stop myself, I kiss her lips, scolding myself because that's not what she wanted. But I can't help it. Then I move to her chin, her jawline, her neck. Her skin is so soft and smells so good. I kiss her lower down her neck, across her shoulders, as her tits rise and fall against my chest. I kiss between them, then down her belly, where I pull her shirt up, kissing her pale belly. She's soft. So fucking soft. My lips on her skin excites me almost as much as them against her lips. I kiss up now, pushing her shirt with my nose, just like she described, and when I get to her tits, I find them covered in black lace. I glance up. Tatum? Please, she whispers, pushing her covered tits against me. Again, not exactly what she said in writing, but fuck it. I release her hands to pull her shirt up. Gonna have to take this off. She nods and lifts her arms as I pull the shirt up and over her head. Her neck has a mark on it. I lean in and kiss it. Hurt? She shrugs. Without thought, I tell her, no more of that. None. No more putting yourself at risk. Why do you care? Her question shocks me, and I answer the only way I know how. Honestly. I like your lips. Pretty sure I'm gonna like your tits, Tatum. So no more of that. I reach behind her and pull her up. Then I fuck with her bra, which is a pain in the ass. I don't remember this being so fucking hard. Fuck it, I say, pushing her shoulder straps down, and she pulls her arms out. Then I lay her back and look down at her, chest heaving, skin flushed. Need and appreciation looking right at me. There is a question in her eyes. I can't determine what exactly it is, so I refocus, kissing her neck, making her squirm beneath me, and making that sound that gets me harder. Then I slowly move lower and lower. So fucking soft, I say, because she is. She whimpers as I brush my lips across the globes of her breasts and pull the cuffs down. Her nipples are tight, little pebbles, the color of rosebuds. I lick across the left one, and she cries out, Angelo. I lick again, and she shivers and whimpers. Please. I lick the right, and she moans. Her hips rise against me. I move back to the left and suck in her tight little nipple and she cries out.
"Oh God, yes, Angelo."
I cup her right breast, squeezing the soft, round globes of flesh, and her hands grip my hair.
"Oh God. Oh dear God."
She pulls my head closer to her breast, and I squeeze her tit harder, suck harder, while meeting her thrusts, rubbing my covered cock against her covered pussy. I look up at her as I suck her tit hard, knowing damn well it will leave a mark, but giving a shit less. And watching her cry out, watching her so tense, and then watching her fall apart under me nearly makes me cum in my pants. Don't give a fuck. I do the same to the right.
"Yes. Oh yes,"
she whimpers, pulling at my hair again. I fucking like it. More than her falling apart, I like the fact that she keeps pulling me closer. 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 Closer.
"Feels,"
she pants.
"so good."
She's tired. I can see it in her eyes, hear it in her voice, feel it by the way her grip loosens. I look up and allow her tit to fall out of my mouth. She licks her lips and looks at mine, so I kiss her. There are times in my life that I want so fucking badly to get lost in something. Something that doesn't remind me of who I am or what I did. I've never been able to escape it. Not without knocking myself out with a fucking pill. Not until now. Nothing about her reminds me of my past, my crime, my choices, or the loss caused by it all. Women on their knees sucking me off because why? I have no fucking clue, but they asked for it, so they got it. Nevertheless, those moments were lucid. I did not get lost in them. I found no escape in them. All I found was a release. There is no release here. This is a moment that consumes me, a moment that I am neither sinner nor saint. I am Jonathan, a man in a story with a woman who wants nothing more than to be consumed for that moment with me. She travels her hands down my back to my ass as her legs wrap around me. I give in to the pleasure of being touched while tasting her lips, her mouth. I grind against her as she grinds against me. It feels so good, so fucking good, so I grind harder, causing her to moan, to whimper. I grind against her and her head falls back, our lips no longer touching as she bites hers, and then it falls open in a silent moan. I rub and grind because it feels so fucking good, and she feels good, and we feel fucking good. She moves her hand again to my hips, then under my pants where she wraps her hand around my cock, and I thrust into her grasp. Feels so fucking good. I let out a growl before taking her lips harder as she strokes me. When I am almost ready to come, I pull away from the kiss and look at her.
"I want you,"
she pleads. "I'm gonna come."
"Please, Angelo,"
she begs as her hand works faster. My balls tighten at my name. Mine, not Jonathan. It fucks with me. I start to pull away.
"Come for me. Come for me,"
she begs, gripping me again, pumping me quicker, tighter. I need to stop this, but I want the release. I want to come for her and on her. So I do. My cum spurts out all over her waist as she watches with that same look in her eyes. Desire and appreciation, but no fucking confusion. I've never shared a moment like this. I want it, and it pisses me off at the same time, but my release swallows it all. As soon as I'm empty, I pull back, now pissed at myself. Fuck, that wasn't supposed to happen. I storm into the bathroom, grab a washcloth, and then storm back out to clean up my mess.
It's okay. I can do it.
My mess, I'll clean it up. I'm so fucking pissed at myself. But then she squirms beneath the cloth and giggles, and I'm not so pissed anymore.
Tickles,
she tells me. I look away as I hurry to finish cleaning her up. Then I go shower. When I come out, she is in a white hotel robe, sitting on the bed and leaning against the dark wooden headboard. The robe is short, exposing her long legs. So fucking beautiful.
I ordered room service. Nothing big, just a few snacks.
I'm not here for a meal, Tatum.
Okay.
She looks down and scuffs her bare foot, toes painted pink, back and forth across the carpet.
Will you tell me about you?
She sits there, looking up at me and waiting, expecting, and I can't say a fucking thing. Telling the truth has never been a problem for me, but it always seems to cause problems.
Okay then.
She looks back down. I want her to look at me again, so I make sure she does. What do you want to know?
Well, you own a gem, she begins.
Co-own, I correct, wanting to make sure she understands I'm on the up and up about who I am and what I have.
You aren't married and have no children, she says, her cheeks turning pink. I asked the woman who instructs the self-defense classes. Just in case you were wondering, I'm not married, nor do I have children either.
Never even considered asking. Probably should have. And you're here for a month to write a book and need a muse, I state. She nods and looks down.
Yes.
Well, I suppose I'll see you around, I say, ready to leave, liking it better when I didn't know shit, because now I'm wondering, and I didn't want to open that box. Wondering leads to learning, and learning may lead to caring. The last woman I cared about, well, it got us both a death sentence, different sorts.
Wait,
she says, standing up and grabbing a few pieces of paper, folding them and putting them inside her leather-bound journal.
Here, I wrote more.
I take the book and start to open it.
No, read it tomorrow,
she says, wide-eyed. Why not now? I ask, starting to pull out the papers. She jumps off the bed and tries to grab the book, but I hold it above her head and she jumps for it.
Not fair, you're like a foot taller than me.
Then I suggest you do some growing. The playfulness I hear in my own voice shocks me. Thankfully, she doesn't seem to notice. She jumps again and smiles when she does it.
At 31 years old, I'm pretty sure I'm done growing.
31? The revelation shocks me. She's gorgeous, toned, and not a sign of aging, which led me to believe she was my age. She stops jumping and looks at me, placing a hand on her hips and asks,
Yeah. Why, too young for you?
I shrug. I suppose not. She tilts her head.
How old are you?
25. Her jaw drops in disbelief.
No.
How old did you think I was? I ask.
Older than that,
she replies, still eyeing me. I would have guessed you to be not a day older than 30, I tease, yet not letting on that I am.
Gee, thanks,
she grumbles.
Where did you go to school?
Why?
Just curious.
Not wanting to lie, I shrug and twist the truth. I spent 7 years at State.
Impressive,
she smiles. If you only knew.
What did you get your degree in? Physical something or criminal justice?
I wonder why she asks that specifically. Little of both, I answer, being honest again. My time at State was definitely educational. A knock at the door saves me from being asked anything more. "See you around," I tell her as I walk toward the door and open it. The man who pushes in the cart has a tattoo on his hand I recognize. It's a gang sign. I let him push the cart in and wait for him to leave. When he walks out, she cocks her head to the side and looks at me curiously. "Don't answer the door when you're dressed in a robe, Tatum. You never know who's on the other side." She smiles. "I didn't answer it. You did." "Okay, smartass. Just seriously." I shake my head and look away from her. "I don't know. Don't go out at night alone, and don't wear that when you answer the door." She tries not to smile, but fails. I sigh. "See you around." "Wait," she almost yells. "Yeah? What's your last name?" I swallow down a lie that may have wanted to come out, and answer the way I have to, knowing if she wants, she can find out anything about me with just a few strokes of a keyboard. "Mazzini." "Italian," she smiles, and I nod. "Didn't expect that. You look kind of like that rock star from Detroit, but bigger, stronger. Kid Rock is his stage name," she rambles, and I like it. I like it too much. Time to get out of here. "Bye, Tatum," I say, expecting not to see her again. "Good night, Angelo Mazzini."
10. Tatum. I lay in bed, lazily eating the strawberries and whipped cream I ordered from room service. I can't believe I ordered such a cliched romantic snack, and that I am eating it alone. I sigh and take a bite of the sweet, juicy strawberry. When the phone rings, I'm glad to have a dose of reality instead of drowning in my daydreams and desires. I see the name display, Melanie. For a moment, I want to close my eyes and stay in my fantasy land. I don't want to be aware that Angelo left and I'm eating alone. Alone. It has never bothered me before. Since Gregory, I have found this weird solace in being alone. Rather than dwell on what will never be and my current situation, I swipe the screen. "Hi, Melanie," I answer. "You tired?" "Yes," I sigh out. "Oh, I know that sigh. It's a sex sigh. It is, isn't it?" "Melanie," I groan as I push myself up to a seated position. "Oh, my God! You had sex!" "Melanie, and you didn't tell me?" "Melanie, will you let me get a word in?" I laugh at her obvious excitement. "Is it the big guy, the one who I haven't gotten a damn picture of yet?" "We didn't have sex," I almost yell, just to get her to stop. "We? You said we. Now dish." So I dish. I tell her about me leaving my bag, him reading the journal, him following me, leaving out the fingering myself. I mean, we are close, but not that close. Then I tell her about the next time and tonight. She and I both sigh at the same time, and then we laugh. "Did he really throw a man in the river?" she asks. "He did," I answer as I get up, walk to the window, and look out over the river. "That's so incredibly hot." It's so incredibly crazy, all of this. I don't tell her that, though. I won't disagree, but I won't agree either, based solely on principle. Okay, and stubbornness. "What's his name?" she asks in a dreamy tone that is very much Melanie from our days at Columbia, and not today's Melanie, the hardcore agent. "Angelo Mazzini," I answer, flopping back on my bed. She says, and then I hear keys tapping. Melanie, don't you dare, I warn, knowing exactly what she's doing. I can't believe you haven't, she scolds. Didn't know his last name until tonight. Besides, I know he looks scary as hell, but there is something about him. Something, she asks as she continues typing. He seems protective, kind, giving. I roll onto my stomach and think, so giving. Well, there are a few Angelo Mazzinis, a couple Michelangelos, she laughs, and a handful are in their 40s. How old is he? I swallow, trying to decide if I really want her to know. Spill it, Tatum, she demands. She knows me so well. If it was anyone else, I would probably feel embarrassed. But not with Melanie. 25, I answer. Cougar, she says on a laugh. In my defense, he looks older. And a cougar is 10 years older, I retort. Oh, hell, she mumbles. Her tone sends a chill up my spine. What? Oh, God, is he married? I panic. She doesn't answer. She's quiet until... Tate? Are you sitting down? I'm lying down. Mel, come on, is he married? I swear to God. Tate, no, he's not married. He's, She pauses. I'm sending you a link. I want you to tell me if this guy looks like your guy. Is he 6'5" and looks scary but hot? I joke. Tatum, you have no idea, she whispers. She doesn't say any more. When I get the link, I click on it. You get it? She asks quietly. Yes, I answer as I read the article out loud. 17-year-old Michelangelo Mazzini from Highland Park was arrested in the suspected double homicide of his sister, Maria Mazzini, 18, and Blaine Barker, 18, on Saturday, March 21st, 2008. Police say when they arrived at the scene after neighbors called in what was thought to be a domestic disturbance, Michelangelo Mazzini was curled in a corner of the Mazzini home, holding his 18-year-old sister, rocking her while he cried. He's gone, he'll never hurt you again. I killed him, Maria, I killed him for you, over and over again. When officers tried to take her from him, he fought them. Mazzini was eventually restrained, cuffed, and taken to county jail, where he pled guilty for killing Baker and said, I should have done it when they started dating. I should have killed him then. In interviews with classmates at Holy Trinity, an elite private school that both Maria and Michelangelo Mazzini received scholarships to, classmates said the siblings were very close. So close, rumors spread through the campus that they were thought to have a relationship that was highly inappropriate. Allegedly, Michelangelo, who for 2 years was called Saint Michael due to his kind, calm, and selfless demeanor, was jealous of Baker and his sister's relationship. Maria and Michelangelo were seen on more than one occasion in the month preceding the murders, arguing about Maria and Baker's relationship. A source close to Baker states that he believes Mazzini killed his sister by overdosing her on heroin, and that Baker tried to stop the murder and met the same fate, but fought back. Mazzini denies that he had anything to do with his sister's death, but repeated, I should have done it when they started dating. I should have killed him then. Mazzini is being tried as an adult. Silence. I look at the picture that is without a doubt him, but younger, in a school uniform and tie with shorter hair, and he looks happy. Tate? I'm here, I say quietly. Is it him? I clear my throat. Yes, it's him. You need to stay away from him, she says matter-of-factly. I start to reread the article. Tatum, Longley, stay away from him. He's dangerous, she warns. I know. No, that's not the response I am looking for, Tatum. Tell me you'll stay away. Tell me that now. Get on a plane and come home. Forget the book. Forget the costs. Forget the muse. Forget what I've asked of you. Come home. This isn't a bad boy you can win over and change. This man is a killer. He's done time. Tatum Longley, you need to come home now. I'll get the ticket. I'll call you later, I tell her, not listening to a word she says. I simply continue to stare at the picture of the young man in front of me. Before she can reply, I hang up the phone. I read and reread the article. By the fifth read, I am still in as much shock as the first time. Then I Google his name and sit for hours, reading articles and watching news clips. When I am exhausted, I lie back, holding my phone against my chest and staring at the ceiling, thinking about Michelangelo. In all the pictures plastered all over the news before that day, his eyes were so full of life, his smile inviting, his presence grand. After the murders, it was all gone. The picture and tape of him in court, he didn't give eye contact. He didn't even look at his father, and that poor man looked devastated, and rightfully so. He lost 2 children that day, and if the allegations about Angelo and his sister are correct, well, I can't imagine what Michelangelo Mazzini Sr. must have been going through. I found it odd his mother wasn't in any of the pictures or tapes. Tomorrow, I decide, I will go to a public library and do some research and find out why. My phone dings. I pick it up and look at the screen. It's a text from Melanie. Forget about him, Tatum. Don't do that to yourself. Do what you went to Detroit to do and come back as soon as you can if you must stay there. Call me when you have let this all sink in. And please, Tate, please don't beat yourself up about this. And don't you dare give up on you. You may not believe in a happily ever after, but damn it, I do. And I know there is no one more deserving. I love you. Call me tomorrow. After picking things up, I climb into bed and close my eyes. Then I roll to my side and hug my pillow, thinking about what I came here to do. I fight back the tears that come from the unknown and the known. Inhaling, I can still smell his faint scent. It calms me when the reality is that he should scare me. Only deep in my soul, he doesn't. What a mess. What a mess.
11. Angelo. As I walk back to the gym and the wind blows, I see a few snowflakes fall. It reminds me that even though it's spring, it doesn't mean we are out of the cold. I remember nights my old man would stay and work overtime at that factory. Maria and I would sit up and watch The Tonight Show, eat popcorn and laugh. We didn't have much, but life was good. Life was good until it wasn't. The past 2 nights, fuck, they have been good nights. Really good. But as life goes, all good things must come to an end. Tatum, legs, the woman who writes what she wants from me, the woman who wants to use me, the woman who will soon find out who the fuck I am. The damned. And then I will be just a guy who came on her soft, trim little belly. Fuck, that was hot. Her begging for my cum, begging for my release, making it happen. But that's it, right? Does it even matter? Not anymore, it doesn't. The headlines splashed all over the paper said I was guilty of a heinous crime, murder in the first degree. I killed a man in cold blood while my sister lay dying after drugs were forced into her veins. A boy who had a future given to him, served to him on a silver platter, her boyfriend was the epitome of a privileged fuck. He didn't even give a second thought to his actions or just how good he had it. Fuck their silver platters and their handouts. Maria and I busted our asses in school because our father didn't want us ending up at that damn factory. We did it to make him proud, to make ourselves proud, not for a fucking handout. The thing about handouts, freebies, breaks, they come at a cost. I look forward, straight ahead, not into the past, and as I do, two people walking toward me cross the street. It's not lost on me that before my life detonated, blew all to hell, a pin pulled by me, I was clean-cut, wore a damn uniform every day, and people didn't cross the street when they saw me. They used to smile, and I smiled back. Now I don't give a damn if they smile at me or cross the fucking street. The minute I allow anyone in, they find out who I am and what I did, and they not only cross the street, they run in fear. Therefore, my hair goes uncut, I never shave to the skin, and I will never wear a fucking suit and tie again. Every dream I had for my future died the same moment Maria took her last breath. We died together. The man I was supposed to be, and my sister. I walk into the gym and lock it behind me. Then I take the stairs to the place I sleep, and although not always peacefully, I don't have to worry about someone trying to start shit with me while I try to sleep. After throwing off my sweatshirt, I push off my sweats and flop down onto the mattress. She thought I was older than her. I thought she was my age. Floored me when she announced she's 31. Doesn't matter. Legs will be running as far away as she can as soon as she finds out who I am. Any smart woman would. I just hope she takes my advice and stops putting herself in messed up situations. When she gets the memo that I'm a bad guy, maybe she will be a little more apt to check out a guy first. All the next day while training the guys, I look at the door, waiting, expecting her to come in. Am I wishing she would, or worried she will? Well, it doesn't matter much. I won't see her again, not after she finds out who I am. She has my full name. If she's like every other person in today's modern world, a simple search will tell her more than she ever bargained for when she picked me as her muse. When it's slow, I leave the guys to it and walk up to my place to sit and rest my body for half an hour or so. I hold the journal in my hands, knowing damn well I shouldn't read it. I don't. I do what I should and rest for a while. When my alarm goes off on my phone, I get up and throw the damn thing on the table, walk to the bathroom to take a piss and brush my teeth. The only good thing I got out of being locked up were these teeth being perfect, so I take care of them. When I walk back out, I again look at the book, and then I keep on walking out the door and back to work. The next morning, I set a nice, even pace as I begin my jog. It never stays even. The rage inside of me drives me to run faster, push myself harder. Pounding the pavement under me, I relentlessly go on and on without looking back. For 5 years, I dreamt of the day I would walk out of that hellhole and go to a baseball game with my old man. I dreamt that we would watch TV, old westerns like we used to enjoy. I fucking dreamt of working at that factory with him because no one in their right mind was going to hire a kid like me. I dreamt of going to the cemetery and telling Maria I was sorry. So fucking sorry I couldn't save her. Next to her is my mother's stone. I would tell her that I'm sorry that I killed her during childbirth. Because I know damn well that Maria would have been alive today if I hadn't killed her mother. After the news of my father's death, knowing that he died alone, knowing that Shaw found him after 2 days, I dreamt of nothing. I hated myself for not being there when he had a heart attack. Had I been, I could have gotten him help. For the next 2 years of my sentence, I sat and stared at the fucking walls of my cell, or spent time at the prison gym, where I tried to exhaust myself enough to turn off my mind. It never worked. I am damned. Have been since birth. Every member of my family is gone, even Shaw, the man my father grew up with in the Michigan State foster system. I want nothing more than to get the fuck out of here, but I can't even leave the state without permission. I want to get away from the chance that I may run into someone who will recognize and judge me. There's no harsher judge than myself. I know who I am, what I have done, and what I am capable of. Even those who think they want to be around me, if I were them, I would run. I would get the fuck away from me as fast as they can. Death and the damned are separated by moments. Moments no motherfucker should want to be a part of. I am the fucking damned. Tonight, while I sit in my apartment in the old gray chair next to the window looking at the city lights, I think about tomorrow being another day, pushing forward all those things that my dad and Shaw said to do. I try my best to focus on being positive, because today was some sort of hell I haven't experienced. Since being released, I have been with several women, all eager to please me. When involved in underground fights, there is always the after-fight fuck options, which I avoid. Women swarm around you whether you win or lose, wanting a piece of a man who they know is capable of destruction. I never fuck them. A quick blowjob is all I allow, and they eagerly provide it. To be honest, I would rather jerk off than deal with the possibility of a woman thinking she would want a man like me for anything more than that. Tatum. She should heed my advice, leave well enough alone, and stay the fuck away. I never gave her the impression I was interested. I never gave any one of the women I have encountered a reason to think I was up for anything more than a release. I should have made it so with her. But this fucking book, I think as I grab it, is a release of its own. Jonathan and Annie, not Michelangelo and Tatum, until she wanted it that way, until she wanted me to call her by name. For some fucking reason, I am so drawn to her alternate reality that I did. Sure as fuck was better than this, I think, looking around my apartment. I opened the dog-eared journal to see what she wrote that she didn't want me to see. On the top center of the page is Michelangelo, and under it, in parentheses, is, I want to know from a man's point what he would want. Muse me, Michelangelo. Tell me what a man like you thinks a girl like Annie would want. I shake my head, thinking she doesn't really want to know. Then I grab a pen, knowing it doesn't matter. The game is over, so why the fuck not? I began to write exactly what fictional Michelangelo, a Michelangelo without death and bars, a man not damned, would want from a girl like Annie. Dinner, "Your place tomorrow, Annie," he would tell her before he left. Then he would kiss her nose, because he knew if he tasted her lips again, he would have to stay. Then he would walk across the hall to his apartment and look around. It was the same as hers, but more masculine. He would look at the pictures on his walls of the people he loved. They lived too far away, and he missed them, but not as much now that he had met Annie. He was going to have dinner with her tomorrow night. He would grab a bottle of wine, a bouquet of flowers, which would make him really uncomfortable, but since this is fiction, he would be okay with it. She would open the door and have a dress on, black, and it would have just a thin belt tied around the waist so that after dinner, pasta and meat sauce, he would sit on her couch, and she would sit on his lap, facing him, straddling him. Then he would untie the belt's bow, letting it fall open so he could see the tits he had jerked off to again. He would take them in his hands, then take her lips because he knew how they tasted. Hell, he would never forget how they tasted better than anything he had ever tasted before. After neither of them could breathe, he would suck on her nipples until she was grinding against his lap. He would be hard, so fucking hard it hurt, but he wouldn't care, because he would be sucking tits and licking the inside of her mouth, and she would be on him, and he wouldn't be there alone with a raging fucking hard-on, writing in a journal he would never want anyone, Annie included, to see. I closed the damn thing, tossed it on the small table next to the chair, and looked down at my dick. I'm hard. Fuck. 12. Angelo. 3 days. 3 days of walking in a fog and staying inside of it. I've exhausted my body physically and killed the rage and the anger that lies just below the surface. 3 days. 3 fucking days I have fucked my hand thinking about that woman and trying to avoid those pills. But fucking my hand doesn't do shit. Coming doesn't do shit. 3 days. 3 motherfucking days I have taken 2 of the fucking pills and still I fall asleep to the same vision. My old man's eyes. Disappointed and confused. He never understood. And I never understood why he pushed. 3 days. 3 fucked up days. His eyes changed to hers when mine closed, and I saw the same in hers. Hell, I even tried to write it out of my system, tried to play the fucking pornographic Mad Libs she started, hoping to get lost, to no avail. No more. No fucking more. I will never let my guard down again. Fuck being used. Fuck being anything but who I am. I have 2 pills left and no hope in finding a different way to crash. Most people wake up from a nightmare. I go to sleep to one every fucking night of my life. It's blue lips. Disappointed eyes. People I once considered friends talking shit about who I was. Men trying to fuck with me flying out of control, and me sitting in a solitary box, caged with the damn demons in my head and behind my eyelids. Hell is what I deserve, and I fucking got it by the barrel. I flop onto the mattress, exhausted from the beatings I took and the ones I gave to the heavy bag. Jagger and Tatiana have been prying, asking about the girl, Tatum, and I have been less than receptive. They have opened for 3 days. Jagger says it's how it's supposed to be. Me, 3 days. Then him, 3 days. I'm well aware of the agreement. but we never adhered to it. Until now. They're both spewing shit about wanting to take off for a couple days. Then I can do the same. Where the fuck would I even go? I can't leave the state without permission. And honestly, I'm not too damn sure anywhere is far enough away to run. I mean, how many miles do you have to travel to get away from your past? That's like the chicken crossing the road. It's not a straight fucking answer. Therefore, I'm stuck in my hell until death takes me and shoves me to the literal hell. One that I think is probably paradise as opposed to this fucking life. I close my eyes, wanting to fade into nothing, but that's a joke. So I sit up and grab the journal. I read about the man Jonathan, jealous of him, me, whoever, until there's a knock on my door. "Come in," I call out, pushing myself up off the fucking mattress and wait for Jagger to come in. When the door doesn't open, I stand up and say it again. "Come in!" Nothing. "You've got to be kidding me," I mumble as I stalk toward the door and fling it open. "I said come in!" Brown eyes, pink lips, a look of terror and a quick step back. "Damn it, Tatum, be careful!" I snap as I grab her arms before she goes ass over tea kettle down the stairs. Now she is snug against me, looking up, as if she's frozen. I'm looking down, doing the same. When I get my shit together, I step back and let go, asking, "What are you doing here?" "Well, She pauses and shakes her head, then sighs and whispers, "The book." "I don't have it," I lie. There's no fucking way she's getting that thing back. I will burn it first. Too much of my soul is now on those pages. My fantasies are not for her or anyone to read. Writing in there for her was a mistake. She looks around me and points. "It's right there." "Well, you can't have it." "But it's mine," she says, her brows knitting slightly. "Get a new one." I cross my arms in front of me. "I want that one." "No." She sidesteps me, which shocks the shit out of me, and then she takes a step toward it. I get between her and the book, and she puts her hands on her hips defiantly. "Woman, are you out of your mind?" "Are you?" she snaps back, then points at the book. "You aren't getting it." I turn around and grab it, then turn back to her. Just like a few nights ago, she jumps at it. I hold it higher and ask, "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking I'm getting my book back," she glares at me. My dick is hardening, and my annoyance is maxed out. Her lips are so fucking pink. I'm on the edge of losing it. I know I am. "You need to leave." "That book is mine," she repeats. "It was until you gave it to me," I remind her. "Now you don't get it back." Holding the book tight in my hand, I walk over and open the old cookie jar on the small kitchen countertop. "How much was it?" I ask, fishing through the jar of cash I have yet to deposit. "My words are worth a lot," she says, and then I hear her stomp toward me. "Now, the book—" She stops when she's beside me and sees the cash on the counter. "Why the hell do you have all that money?" I look at her and hold out $100. "I have a job." She doesn't take it. She's still looking at the cash. "You should put it in a bank. Someone could steal it." I give an annoyed laugh. "Nobody is stupid enough to come up here." She looks up at me. "Except me." "You're gonna get yourself killed one day, Tatum Longley," I warn. I expect her to be afraid, make an excuse to get the fuck out of here, but she doesn't budge. "I'm not afraid of you," she finally says. Well, that's pretty damn stupid. I thrust the bill at her. She stops and looks down. I know damn well what she stopped herself from saying. I do, and I'm just waiting for it. She looks back up at me. Michigan State. I shrug. Hell, it wasn't a lie. You killed a man. She keeps her eyes trained on mine. Yes, I answer automatically. I knew she was going to find out after I gave her my name. She looks at me, just staring, not appearing disgusted or disappointed. Take the money, Tatum, and leave. I push the money in her hand. Instead of leaving, she grips my hand. You had no drugs in your system. You didn't kill her like they said. Wasn't convicted of killing her, I tell her, shocked by the fact that she is still gripping my hand. She pauses, and I pull my hand back. You were 17. Not discussing this with you. I walk to the door and hold it open. Goodbye, Tatum. She walks in the opposite direction. What the fuck are you doing? I ask her as she sits in the recliner and looks out the window. She doesn't answer. She just sits there and stares out the dingy fucking thing. I asked you to leave, now leave! I yell. She looks at me fearlessly. Not without my book. I told you. I spent 3 days looking at your case. 3 days of trying to find a reason you didn't tell me you were trying to protect yourself, protect her. 3 days of trying to understand why the hell you never took the stand in your own defense. She looks down and shakes her head. Why didn't anyone help you? I drop the book on the counter, walk over, grab her elbows, and lift her up to standing. I said, leave. I am not going back there, not with her, not with anyone. I'm not afraid of you. I want to help. No. No, you don't, I tell her, leading her toward the door. It's done. It's over. I killed him, and I should have... You should have done it when they started dating? You should have killed him then? That's what you've been quoted as saying. Her words come out rushed, and I release her arm. Why the fuck are you doing this? A story? A fucking story? No. Yes. No. She shakes her head. I believe you. I believe in you. You don't know me, I growl. Now get... I stop mid-sentence when she starts to take off her shirt. What the fuck is wrong with you? Rage, anger, hate, I understand all of those things, but this confusion is not something I feel. It's black or white, right or wrong, good or bad. Not this. She turns her back to me, and I see what appears to be a bullet wound in the middle of her back. I tried to save him. She looks over her shoulder, tears filling her eyes. I tried to save him. Then she turns around and fucking hugs me. I'm sorry you lost her. I'm sorry no one fought for you. My body trembles as I try to step back, but she doesn't let go. She holds tighter. Then she cries, and I hate it. I want it to stop. Stop crying, I tell her as she grabs my arms and wraps them around her. Please stop crying, I repeat. She does, but she doesn't let go. And now I'm hugging her back. No. No, I tell myself as I force myself back. I can't do this. I won't do this. You didn't deserve what you got. You didn't any more than what they said about you, about Maria, and... Leave! She takes a step back, and I notice for the first time that she looks afraid of me. And for the first time in years, it bothers me. She turns to leave, watching me over her shoulder like I may do something to harm her. In a normal situation, this is what I want. In this case, it's not. Not at all. Wait. I reach for her, but she pulls back. Fear, shame, confusion, and anger all mixed in her eyes. How did you expect me to respond? I snarl. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And fine. She throws her hands in the air. Fine. I'll leave you alone. I told you a number of times to do just that, Tatum Longley. I step toward her and grab her elbow. She freezes. You wear a scar on your back. Someone shot you in the fucking back, and you are so damn desperate for a story that you put yourself in a position where you ask a man to fuck you, not knowing who he is? Then, you know who he is, and you show up for a fight? Did you learn nothing the first time around? You keep pushing. I don't know what to do with that. With you. I learned to live. Her words are fiercely delivered, and the conviction in them does not go unnoticed. Then do it smarter, I say, looking down at her.
13. Tatum. I am smart, I counter as I look up at the beast of a man before me. Then act like it, he retorts in a gruff voice as he continues looking down at me. We are in some sort of standoff. Him against me against him. I feel like if I look away, we both lose. I would have killed him too, I admit. His stance straightens. Then he tilts his head as if he's trying to figure out if the words are truth or lies. I take a deep breath and push out the words I have not spoken in years. I tried to save someone I loved. I jumped between him and the man holding the gun. And you got shot, he scowls. I nod. And you went to prison. That's what happens when you kill someone, he says. If I had a gun, I would have shot the man who shot me. Then he wouldn't have shot Gregory 4 times. Don't blame you. And no one would have blamed you if you had just told the truth and said it was self-defense. I killed him with my hands. Could have stopped when he passed out, but I didn't. I don't want to tell him that the fact finder in me not only read every article and watched every local news station story, but spoke to 3 of his classmates who said that the young man they all called St. Michael would never hurt a soul unless he had no other choice. They told me the man he killed was a drug dealer, but his family was wealthy and his friends were intimidating, so no one dared speak up against the things they had said about him. I don't want to tell him that I spoke to 2 of the nuns who taught him, and that they told me they had given statements to the police and tried to visit him, and that I know he hadn't allowed it. I don't want to say anything that would push him away any further. Not yet, anyway. I can see an invisible protective shield building in him. I know I need to do something. Anything to change the situation, the mood, the interaction, or I'm going to lose him. I can't lose him. I'm hungry, I tell him, to which he raises an eyebrow. I'm going to eat lunch in a really shady area of town, alone, unless you go with me. He sighs and licks his lips. Not hungry. I nod and step back. You going to a better part of town? He asks, and I shake my head. Thought you said you were smart. I smile to myself as I walk down the stairs. Then I look down as I cross the floor of the gym, not caring to see the speculative stares as I walk past the group of women taking the self-defense class, who have all made comments about Kid. I promised myself I was coming here to close this chapter of my life, one I have been told to close 1,000,000 times over the past 7 years, so I wouldn't wind up in a situation I shouldn't be in, with a man far more complicated than I could have imagined the first time I saw him. However, even with Melanie's warning, with his warning, and with only 3 weeks until I head back to New York, I can't stop the need to finish what I started. Once outside the door, I start walking when I hear a loud whistle. I look back in the sound's direction to see Angelo pulling his fingers out of his mouth and walking toward me at a fast clip. I look up at him when he is beside me as he mumbles, "You're a pain in the ass." Yeah, well, I leave in 3 weeks, so the pain isn't all that long-lasting. I swear I see a hint of amusement in his eyes, and maybe even a ghost of a smile. The diner is the name of the place we end up, and honestly, I don't know if it's the right or the wrong side of town, but we're here in a red pleather booth in the corner farthest from the entrance. He sits with his back to the wall and looks around, almost like he is preparing for something bad to happen. I push a menu forward, hoping to distract him. As I look through my own menu, I decide to open up to him about what happened to me, hoping he will feel a little less alone. After I was shot, I passed out. I woke up next to him. Gregory, my boyfriend. I say it out loud for the first time in years, not looking at him. Our pinkies were linked, so I know he was conscious for a while. I never really forgave myself for not fighting to stay awake. "Tatum, you don't have to tell me this," he whispers. I look up at him and shrug. It's easier to talk with someone I don't have to face again. He takes a deep breath and nods, sitting back. He is silent for a few minutes before he says, "When he stopped fighting, I didn't let go of his neck." "Maybe you were afraid he would attack me?" he huffs. "Tried that. Got him dead." I have no idea why, but it makes me laugh. And then he smiles, a real, genuine smile. Then he laughs. His laugh is deep and dark, but it's beautiful and authentic. I order a big greasy burger and fries, and he orders chicken and vegetables. When the waitress leaves, I lean back in the pleather booth, look at him and whisper, "You served your sentence, Angelo, and it was far harsher than you deserved. Now you have to live." "Not up for discussion," he says sternly. I understand, but maybe, just think about it. He leans in with what I suppose is intent to intimidate. "I'm here because you were making a shit choice, which I will point out you make a lot of shit choices when it comes to your safety." I lean in and give him the same thing. I lived in fear for years. I won't do it anymore. "There's a big difference in being cautious and being stupid," he says back, eyes narrowing. I nod. There's also a difference between living and existing. Both his eyebrows creep up slowly. "I hear what you're saying, but tell me, are you really living, Annie?" I feel my mouth drop open and quickly snap it shut. He sits back, seeming proud of himself, as the waitress comes back with our drinks. Him water and me a Diet Coke. After a moment of thinking as I sip my drink, I lean forward and say, "I get to live 1,000 lives now that I'm writing fiction." "I wouldn't want 1,000, he huffs. "Fortunate for you, we only get one, Angelo." I use his real name to make my point. "Are you living the way you want?" He takes a drink, then leans back. his eyes searching my face, scanning my neck, and landing on my chest. "I'm doing just fine," he says, in a voice a little thicker than just moments ago. We stare at one another, with me shifting in my seat, because I can't help being incredibly turned on by this man with that hair and body. More so, it's his mannerisms. He wants to be standoffish. It may work for other people, but I see his pain. "If you could do anything, what would you do?" His tongue swipes across his lip as he looks at my lips. "Get the fuck out of Michigan." "But you own a gym." He slides to the left and stands up. "Excuse me for a minute." As he walks away, I see him adjust himself. That's when I know, well, I think I know, what it is he wants to do. I look behind me, watching him as he walks to the bathroom. I see women look at him, men look at him. Hell, everyone is looking at him. I know how uncomfortable it must make him. I remember back to the first 3 months after Gregory was killed. I was terrified to leave our apartment. The only thing that got me out was that damn class that Melanie wouldn't let me quit. I was a bitch and did not deserve her kindness, one of a random stranger. I had only met her 2 months before the shooting, yet she didn't give up. There we were, just classmates, but suddenly she was with me as a support system I never knew I needed. She was at the hospital, and then at my apartment when my parents left, assuring them I would be fine. After the course was finished, I holed up in the apartment and buried myself in research about adopted children, and then the foster care program, the one Gregory was raised in. His biological mother gave him up. The only thing he knew was that he was born in Detroit General Hospital in Michigan. At 16, when his adopted mother was killed, he was then taken away from his father due to abuse and neglect, and placed inside the foster care system, where he bounced around from home to home until he met me and was no longer angry. Gregory wanted to know who his biological mother was. He dreamed we would live here one day. He said for years he felt like Detroit was his true home. We were supposed to visit and make that decision together. The decision was already made. I would have gone anywhere with him. He was the love of my life. It has been nearly a week since I let myself think about Gregory's and my love, since I allowed myself to let the pain settle back in. I came here for him, for me, for the ability to close the book of our love, giving him and I finality. I wrote his story, the story of a boy given away. Now it was my time to let him go. It was an awful feeling, but something I needed to do for myself. Melanie always begged me to slow down, to live again, and not in research and writing, but in hope and love. I knew this push of writing fiction wasn't just about the books and sales. It was about me living again. I never in a million years would have propositioned a man who I didn't know without Melanie pushing me, without life pushing me. When Michelangelo Mazzini comes back out to sit across from me, I don't look up. The emotions, the feelings, the truths told to him today, of him and of me, suddenly seem to leave me feeling more of the old me than the Tatum after Gregory. We eat silently, looking at each other every so often. He is trying to figure me out, and I am doing the same. When I try to pay, he gives me a look, one that says I am overstepping. I'm not. I basically forced him to come with me, so it should be my treat. Regardless, I don't argue, not this time. If I allow myself a moment to think about it in the way I should, like he is Jonathan and I am Annie, it kind of feels nice. We walk toward the hotel, his hands shoved into his pockets, hood up, shoulders slumped a bit, looking down at the sidewalk, and me looking out of the corner of my eye at him, catching him doing the same. I notice he stands taller, eyes narrowing slightly, jaw tightening, and his lips grow straighter as we approach people. His presence grows bigger, if that can even be possible, and he becomes more intimidating. When we are alone, though, he seems to relax, probably for the first time since our very awkward meetings, plural. I have never had such a strange beginning with anyone. "Are we okay?" I ask him as we grow closer to the hotel, knowing I need to say something to keep this illusion going. He gives me a questioning look. "Are you still willing to be my muse?" After a few moments, he nods. "You drop the past, you can use me." I know the smile shining inside of me is bright. I allow it to heat me, making me feel good about being here. I hope that in the process of writing fiction, using Michelangelo, he will see what I have learned as it should be, his reality. I'm drawn to him and want him to find the light he is, the good he is inside. He stops in front of a store and looks through the window. "Wanna stop in here?" "Okay," I say. "Should I go?" He pulls his hand out of his pocket and takes one of mine. "No, come with me." My hand feels tiny in his. Even though we have shared intimate moments, this hand holding feels like something more. He doesn't let go once inside the little shop as he walks to the window where he peers over the foot-tall barrier. I look to see what it is that caught his intense stare. It's a book. He reaches over and grabs it from the display, and the woman behind the counter says, "That's for display?" "I need it," he replies. When she looks up from her own book and sees him, her mouth gapes slightly and she nods. "Are there any more?" I ask, knowing that a man like Angelo isn't one for shopping or being told he can't have something he clearly wants. She continues looking at Michelangelo as she nods. Shelf in the back." I squeeze his hand, the one still holding mine. "Come on." He follows me as I pull him through the little store that now seems even smaller with him in it, and grab the same brown leather-bound book. I look up at him and he sighs. Then I shake my head in response. "Now we can put that back in the display." He nods and starts to let go of my hand. It takes me a minute to realize his, and when I do, I look at it expecting something to have changed. Fiction. Once he pays for the book, he hands it to me as we walk out of the store. "Should work just like the other." I smile as I shake my head. I love this one. It's beautiful. But I still need the other one, too. He shakes his head in a definite no, then puts his massive hand on the small of my back, pushing me slightly forward as we walk along the riverbank toward the hotel. He seems lighter and less off-putting until someone approaches again. I don't like it. I know it's a wall, one created by the lie he holds in his head about himself. I reach over and link my arm through his, which causes his steps to falter. I almost feel like I shouldn't have done it, but it feels right. Then I think better of it and start to pull back, but he holds his elbow closer to his body, keeping it there. Once at the entrance, he opens the door. "Will you come up?" I ask, as we continue to walk through the lobby. He looks down at me as he slowly pulls his hand out of his pocket, releasing my arm, and nods. "Should we take the stairs?" He shakes his head. "You ride the elevator. I can go with... I stop as soon as he gently takes my face. Then he leans in and says, "Take the elevator," before he kisses me. His kiss is gentle and soft, not hungry and controlling like they normally are. When the bell chimes, signaling the elevator door is opening, he breaks the kiss and strokes his thumb across my lower lip. "Your ride's here." I don't even bother opening my eyes as he again settles his hand on my lower back and guides me inside. When I open my eyes, he is standing on the other side of the doorway, looking at me with an almost sadness in his eyes as the doors close in front of me.
14. Angelo. As I stood with her outside the hotel elevator, I knew I wasn't going to take the stairs to meet her up on the 18th floor. Instead, I walked out of the hotel, my stomach in knots. More than anything, I wanted to do exactly what she asked, but I can't. Her life had been spared, and, as illogical as it may seem to most, I don't want to become something that destroys her. My hell need not touch her beauty. I force myself to walk out of the hotel, knowing damn well that the woman, Tatum, is the first person who didn't know me before I took his life, who didn't judge me. She is the first person in all the madness that I've been surrounded in who cares about me. For that, I am returning the favor by walking the fuck away from something I damn sure want. It isn't fucking easy. I jog back to the gym, hoping for a trainee to come in, one who isn't scheduled, so I can escape this new kind of pain. Tatum. Fucking legs for miles, and damn it, I want her like I've never wanted anyone. I want her so fucking badly that the mere thought of her has me hardening. I want her so badly that I know damn well I need to walk, jog, run the fuck away. The gym is busy with Tatiana's girl group, and Jagger is fucking around with Buck in the cage. I tape up my hands, then climb in. "I got this." He smirks, like he knows something. As much as I would like to tell him he doesn't know shit, I refrain. I pull off my sweatshirt and toss it over the ropes, stretch my neck, and then my arms. Buck smirks. "Your head in the game, or on pussy?" "What do you know about pussy?" I ask as we tap fists. "I get laid plenty," he says, jabbing at me. "Would be a fuck of a lot more if you and Jagger would let me take my fight to the street like I've been saying." "You want to train here, you keep it legal," I reply, blocking his attempts. "This coming from an ex-con?" He swings again. I sweep his legs and he falls flat on his ass. "What the fuck, man?" he snaps as he jumps up and swings. "They'd eat your ass alive out there," I tell him. Then I show him by tapping the left, then the right side of his face. "Bullshit," he snarls, swinging and missing me completely. I sweep him again. "That bullshit?" He pops up and plows into me, trying to knock me over. "Hey!" Jagger yells as he walks back toward the cage. "That's enough." I push Buck off, and he comes at me again. "Think I can't take you? You're fucking wrong," Buck hisses. "You learn to lose all that attitude so you can defend yourself without getting hurt. You may last more than 5 years in a legit fighting ring. You keep that shit up, you'll be done in a year asking your mama your name while she's wiping your ass," I tell him, pushing him off again. "What the fuck do you know? You ain't fought nothing but fuckers in a steel cage half your size," he grumbles. "Might be true, but you'd be calling someone daddy if you ended up in there." I cross my arms over my chest. "Now go take your shit out on the bag." This is some bullshit, man. He smarts off as he climbs between the ropes. No idea why I even put up with you motherfuckers. 'Cause you ain't got money to pay a trainer, young buck. Jagger laughs. Keep your disrespectful shit up, he's gonna wash his hands of you. Fuck you, man, Buck sneers at him. That's enough, I tell him as I climb out. I know Jagger is just taking my back because I look at Buck the way Shaw once saw Jagger and me. But I don't want Buck's shit out there like this. I still need him to back off Jagger. He can't disrespect my partner. It's not how this works. I remember when I couldn't find control inside, always feeling a constant rage. One I could never explain. I never told anyone anything more than that I should have killed the fucker long before I did. Locked up, tucked away, it wasn't rehabilitation, reform, or a transition for a young man who made a mistake. Nope. It was my own school of hard knocks, run by men who were the darkest of the dark. What I learned? Keep to myself, watch out for myself, and fight for myself harder than I ever fought anyone else. Buck stays at the bags for the rest of the day, alternating between the heavy bag and the speed bag until closing. You good? I ask as he comes out of the locker room. He lifts his chin and walks toward the door. See ya. Yeah, see ya. After locking the door, I decide to follow young Buck's lead by taking out my aggression on the bag, which is a whole different animal than rage. An hour turns into 2, and when I am damn sure I will drop due to exhaustion without so much as a shower, I kill the lights and take the stairs, calling it a night. I wake up fucking exhausted from lack of sleep. I didn't take one of those fucking pills, and I regret it in a big way. I throw on clothes and my tennis shoes before heading out for a run I am already dreading. My feet pound pavement. My heart rate increases. My exhausted body fights itself, first for sleep and now for the opposite. I carry the curse of the damned. As I move, I decide I can't hit the coffee shop since there's a chance I might run into her, the apple from the Garden of Eden. Whatever we have going on is a tale told countless times, one that never ends well. Fuck it. Fuck her. When I get back to the gym, I stop and take my pulse before entering. Looking through the windows, I see Buck is already here. His back is facing me, and Jagger is tearing him up. Half of me wants to turn right the fuck around and walk away, but where the fuck would I go? I have responsibilities, ones I never asked for. Yet here I am, knowing I should be grateful. Hell, most of the time I am. Just not today. I walk in and all goes quiet. Then Buck turns and looks at me with a black eye and a cut over his forehead. What the fuck happened to you? I ask. Well, because he knows everything there is to know, Jagger starts to explain with a pissed-off expression I haven't seen in a long damn time. Wasn't like that, Buck interrupts. It was me or it was them, and I fucking chose me. Shouldn't have been there in the first place, Jagger yells at the top of his lungs. I don't have to explain myself to you, motherfucker, Buck pokes Jagger in the chest. Jagger straightens up, his fists clenching. Then, like God himself is intervening, Tatiana walks out of the door from my apartment, stopping him from doing exactly what it is I know he wants to do. Knock the boy down. He needs it, but Jagger won't. His promise to her. He won't fight again. For a split second, I'm pretty fucking happy to see her. I sure as fuck don't want Jagger to lay Buck out, even if he is damn deserving. Not for Buck, but for Jagger and the man he wants to be. Then my ease is quickly squashed when I see who is walking out of my apartment hallway behind Tatiana, holding a fucking book in her hand. The fucking book. My fucking book. "Hey, Angelo, your friend," Tatiana pauses and smiles, "left her book here yesterday and stopped by to grab it." Tatum nods. "Thanks so much, Tatiana." Then she walks toward the door as if she isn't taking something I told her she can't have. "Tatum," I say, trying to remain calm, but she has the fucking book. The book with my words in it. She doesn't know what it contains, the piece of me that lies inside those pages. She holds it in her hands like it's any other journal when it's not. When I walk toward her, Jagger tells Buck to hit the bags, and Buck, being Buck, tells him to fuck himself. "Tatiana, take a walk, babe," Jagger growls. "I don't think that's a good idea," Tatiana says, her voice stern, which is out of character. "Go with kid's friend," he says, not looking at her. "I'd rather go with you." She walks between the two men with their chests puffed out. I hear the door chime and turn just in time to see Tatum skating out. However, my attention is drawn back to Buck, who is not backing down. "Your old man wants a piece of me," Buck says to Tatiana. My blood is now boiling. Buck is being an ass. Jagger is about to make a mistake that will piss his old lady, the calm to his storm, way the hell off. And Tatum has my fucking words. As much as I would like to go after her, this place needs my attention. "I got this, Jagger," I tell him, gripping his shoulder. "Buck, get your ass in the cage." "No, fuck now," I yell, then turn to Jagger. "Take a walk, man. Go with Tatiana." Once they leave, I turn to Buck and point at the chair. "Shower, then get back out here." He's a mess. Dirt in his wounds and dried blood on his face, his clothes, and his hair. He needs to get cleaned up before I put shit on his wounds. Then we need to talk, something I am not fond of. But Buck lacks control, and it's getting worse. "I thought you wanted me in the cage," he hisses. "Changed my mind. Now go." After his shower, he comes out clean, changed, and looking not just physically whipped, but emotionally. "Sit," I point at the chair. He does, without the lip this time. After putting liquid bandage above his left eye and on the bridge of his nose, I put antibiotic ointment on his scrapes, and then sit across from him. "You need to stay away from whatever it is you got into last night." His jaw tightens and his eyes narrow. I know that look. Anger and determination. "You need to listen to me, Buck." I pause, not wanting to fucking talk about it, but lately things seem to be getting at least bearable. Christ. It's her. She's the lately. Fuck. I continue. "Don't know what's going on, but you aren't a kid. You aren't, and you need to think about the consequences of your actions. You end up dead, you have people who will miss you. You end up killing someone, you won't survive prison. You need help, someone you care about needs help. You ask for it." I wait for him to say something. He doesn't. I nod, stand, and walk away as I tell him, "Ask, Buck. We're here for you." I can read him. There's more to the chip on his shoulder than simply his lack of maturity. "Why?" His question stops me dead in my track. It also makes me cringe, because the fucking answer scares the hell out of me. We give a shit about you. I pause, thinking about Shaw and everything he gave me and Jagger. Someone gave a shit about us once. Legacy is about giving that back to others. Now go home, get some sleep. Can't go home, man. There is no fucking home. I look back when his voice cracks. He physically shakes, and I can see the torment haunting his eyes. Buck is always either pissed or hyped up. Those are his two emotions. This is new, and it's fucking raw. Go upstairs. Get some sleep. When he doesn't move, I know it's because a kid like him doesn't want to be seen as one to take a handout. Now, we can chat about getting your shit together so you can maybe work here with Jagger, Tatiana, and I. He scowls. I don't need charity. Good damn thing. I point at the door. Because I don't do charity. Now go get some sleep. You'll be useless without it. I then turn around, putting my back to him. I know how hard it is to accept any help. At the same time, I need to make damn sure he fucking knows he is wanted and needed here. Jagger and Tatiana are back and manning the desk, which is a good fucking thing because I need to take out this frustration on something to quiet the rage that is increasing. I hit the heavy bag, left, then right, then left again, while I think about what I want to do to whoever it is that messed up his face, and to him for putting himself in the situation, whatever it was. And then there's Tatum and that fucking book. No sense in going after it now. She wanted it bad enough to come here and get it after I walked away and broke a promise to her while keeping one to myself. Then I damn sure hope she reads it. Fucking embarrassing. She wants a muse, a man who looks like the guys on the covers of those fucking books she doesn't even want to read. Yet she is now writing. Her words, they get me all sorts of worked up. For the first time since I can remember, I bared myself in the words I put down in this crazy game of Mad Libs we've been playing. I got too involved. I want nothing more than Jonathan and Annie to be me and Tatum. Yet I can't do that to her. I'm damned. Doesn't she see that I'm tainted? In the world of saints and sinners, I am so far removed, I'm death walking, while she wants to live again. I deserve no life. Maria, she deserved the world. It was taken because I waited too long. The end result is always the same. I would kill the fucker anyway. Even today, draining the life from his body isn't what haunts me at night. It's my sister, it's my father's loss of his children, and it's society's judgment. They labeled me a monster, and I am one. I feel no remorse for taking his life, never have and never will. Tatum keeps trying to see beyond that. In that journal, in those words, I gave her just enough for her to find hope. Hope for her, hope for me, when there is no hope. Every pound on the bag only has my skin crawling more with the need for her to see she needs to walk away. I'm tainted. I am the damned. When I'm done beating up the bag, I walk over to the desk and grab a pre-made shake from the fridge and swallow it down. Where did the little fuck go? Jagger asks. He's upstairs. Gonna stay here for a while. We need to give him some work. So we're rewarding him for his bullshit? He snarls. I turn and look him in the eyes. We're keeping him safe. Both of us agree he has a shot at something you and I never did. He gets killed or falls in with the wrong kind, he never will." He shakes his head in disparagement. "Not up for discussion." He spouts off again. Take it out in the cage, never outside of it. "Contain it, Jagger," I tell him. He shakes his head. "What the hell happened to you?" "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Tatiana elbows him and gives him a look. "Nothing, man. Nothing at all." "Good," I say before walking away toward the ring. "Tito, you ready?" "You just beat the shit out of that bag for an hour, man. Are you ready?" He laughs. "I'm always ready, smartass." Buck doesn't come back down, and I never go looking. He needs sleep, and I need to exhaust myself before facing what I have invited into my life. "Gonna head out. You two lock up tonight?" I ask my business partner and his wife. "You got a date?" Jagger snickers. I feel my eyebrow inching up with words of warning tipping on my tongue. That's when Tatiana gives him an elbow to the ribs, silencing him. "Not that it's any of your business, but I'm going out to grab a mattress for Buck." "Take the truck," Jagger says, tossing me the keys to Shaw's old rebuilt Ford F-100. "The thing running today?" I joke. He winks. "Always running. Just waiting for a driver." It's been years since I drove, and this thing, it's a stick shift. Like riding a bike, I remind myself as I turn the key, and the old engine roars to life.
15. Tatum. His words, needs, desires. My words, needs, desires. All of it has me in such an unbelievable and out-of-control state. One that, regardless of how much I try, I can't ignore. I won't. Dressed in a black wrap dress and high heels, Italian takeout in my arms, I walk toward Legacy with a clear intent. Then I stop when I see him climbing out of a truck that has a massive mattress hanging over the tailgate. Something tingles deep inside of me when I think that maybe, just maybe, he bought the bed with intention of using it with me. He and his business partner Jagger carry the mattress inside, and I decide to sit on the bench across the road and wait for them to come out and get the box spring. When they do, I see Angelo look around, then shake his head before grabbing the box spring and carrying it inside. Time passes slowly as I wait until what I feel like enough time has passed for me to go up. I take a deep breath and stand on shaky legs, which doesn't mix well with heels, but I somehow manage to walk across the road without dropping the bag of food in my arms or falling over. When I get to the door, the lights turn out and Jagger and his wife walk out. "Oh, hey," Tatiana says. "Hi, I close my eyes and sigh. Jagger chuckles. "Go on in, he's upstairs. Just lock the door behind you before heading up." "Yeah, of course," I say, as my confidence slowly fades. Tatiana grabs my elbow and gives it a squeeze. "See you tomorrow for class?" I nod. "Yes, of course, sure." Once I close the door, I look up to see Jagger making a twisting motion with his hand, telling me to lock the door. I nod and do just that. Then, feeling brave, I walk across the gym floor and to the door that leads to the stairway to his apartment. When he doesn't answer after I knock, I twist the handle and find it unlocked. Walking up the stairs, I hear power tools. Now I understand why he didn't hear me. At the top, I wait until the sound stops before I knock again. When the door flies open, he is standing there, looking down at me in confusion. I hold up the takeout bag in explanation, but he still stands in front of me, looking stunned, lost. He doesn't say a word until I carefully balance everything and reach in the bag, pulling out the book. "This really isn't a good time," he whispers. "We got company?" I hear a voice from inside say. "No," he says over his shoulder, then looks back at me. "I mean, yes." He pulls the door open wider, and I see the young man from the gym standing in shorts and no shirt. "Well, on you being unhospitable," he smirks at Angelo. "Come on in, lady, with the bag of something delicious." "Watch it," Angelo sneers at him. Knowing that if I don't make a move, he's going to ask me to leave, I take the last step up, forcing him to step back. Then I walk past him and set the bag on his kitchen counter, seeing the bed set up in the corner of the room. "You bought a bed?" I nod in its direction. "Buck needed a place to sleep," he says, looking at me peculiarly. "So the bed's mine?" The young man he calls Buck laughs. "No, the mattress on the floor is yours. That's mine." He raises an eyebrow at Buck. "Bed's big enough for two. We could snuggle and shit." Buck ribs him. "Not likely," he says, looking back at me. There is an uncomfortable silence that needs to end, so I do just that. "Well, I brought dinner. Italian, just like you asked." I take the containers out of the bag and set them out. "Dinner for two?" Buck asks. "No, of course not. There's plenty for three." "I wouldn't want to interrupt," Buck says, goading Angelo. Angelo sighs heavily as he walks toward the door. "Set it up. I'll be back." "Where are you going?" Buck asks. "And more importantly, how much time do me and the lady have alone?" "You feel like getting your ass kicked tonight?" Angelo asks, throwing on a hoodie. "Pfft," Buck scoffs, rolling his eyes. "Keep being disrespectful and it's a damn guarantee," Angelo says before starting down the stairs. "Well," I smile. "Are there any plates around here?" "Smells delicious," Buck says, grabbing a t-shirt and putting it on. "It's from a place just down the block, Caldwell's Bar. They do dinner takeout nightly." He laughs. "Jagger's brother owns the place. Hendricks and his pregnant wife, Livy." "Small world," I smile. "So do you get along with them as well as you do Jagger?" "Jagger's a dick. Thinks he knows everything." He grabs some paper plates from the cupboard beside the sink. I shrug. Seems like a nice enough guy. "Yeah, to everyone but me," he says with sadness in his voice. "Maybe you should try harder." He stops and looks at me, face draining of emotion. "Maybe he should." I nod. "Maybe." Be the good, that's what he preaches. Inked up to high heaven with his mama's legacy shit. Thinks his shit doesn't stink because his mom and old man lived together. You know better than the rest of us type of attitude. From what I hear tell, his old man beat the ever-living shit out of his mom, and she was stupid for not leaving his sorry ass. But hey, her boys seem pretty fucking set, so maybe it pays to be a drunk's whore. I have no idea how to respond to that. He seems very angry, and I don't want to provoke him, especially being alone with him. Therefore, I change the subject. "So, you got in a fight?" "Making bank in underground MMA. I'm good. The best. Better than Jagger ever was." I hear the door shut and feet pounding up the stairs. Then Angelo is standing there with a bottle of wine in his hand, looking at me to gauge my reaction. I feel a smile spread and turn around so he doesn't see it. Not because I don't want him to know I appreciate the gesture, but because I don't want him to see just how much I appreciate it. "Where would I find the corkscrew?" I ask, still smiling as I open a drawer. I jump back when I hear the sound of the electric screwdriver and look back to see he has a screw shoved into the cork and is using the screw gun to remove it. He shrugs, Buck laughs, and all I can do is smile. When we sit down to eat, dinner conversation is all about the gym and what Buck thinks needs changing, starting with the name. He complains that it's all Jagger's idea, the legacy shit, and since Angelo owns part of it, he too should be represented. "Nothing wrong with a legacy," he tells Buck, then stares at him in a way that no one says a word. After we clean up the paper plates and containers, he offers to walk me out, which I suppose means I'm leaving. At the bottom of the stairs, he stops and looks at me. "Thanks for dinner." "Thanks for the wine," I reply, unable to stop smiling, so I look down. He takes my hand and walks over to a door that I see as an office when he opens it. He lets go of my hand as he steps behind a desk and grabs something. It's dark, so only when he walks around the desk do I realize he has flowers. Beautiful flowers. "For me?" I whisper. He nods and hands them to me. I don't know what to say. This is a first for me. I smell them. My God, they smell amazing. He shoves his hands in his pockets and rocks back on his heels as he eyes the bow on my wrap dress. My nipples tighten immediately as his eyes slowly move up my body, considering me for a moment. Then he takes a deep breath. "You look amazing in that dress." He reaches for the belt and tugs me closer to him. Then he leans forward and inhales my scent. "Picked those flowers because they smell like you." "I smell like lilies?" I whisper. "Sweet up here." He pushes my hair behind my ear with one finger. Then he leans in as he tugs on the belt, causing the dress to fall open. Hooking his ankle on the chair behind him, he drags it closer to him, then sits down before reaching out and gripping my hips. His fingers digging into the flesh of my hips as he pulls me closer. He then leans down, resting his nose just below my belly button, and inhales deeply. "Sweet and spicy down here." "Angelo," I whimper, as he kisses my belly lightly, then pulls me forward and groans when I am straddling him. He unties the rest of the belt and lets it dangle beside me. I am painfully turned on, my nipples knotted so tightly, needing his touch. My pussy grows wetter every second as he grips my hips again and grinds up against me. I am hard, always so fucking hard for you. How does that make you feel? I open my mouth to respond, and only a whimper comes out. He slowly moves his hands up my sides until he cups each breast, running his thumbs up and down my bra. I get off thinking about these tits, Tatum. How does that make you feel? Good, I whimper. I have never wanted my cock buried inside of a woman the way I want to bury it inside of you. Please, I pant, as I begin to rock my hips while his reaches inside my bra and pulls my tits out. He leans in and very slowly runs his hot, wet tongue across one nipple, then the next. Your skin is like a desert, Tatum. I crave your taste before I even eat dinner. Fuck, I crave a lick between bites. He licks me again, circling my nipple as he groans. I press my breasts against his face, shamelessly, needing, wanting, begging for more. And he gives it. He opens his mouth and sucks passionately at my breast, while kneading the other, looking up at me, watching my every reaction as I watch his. I reach behind my back, unclasp my bra, and then pull it off. Now he grips both breasts in his hands and squeezes as he bites and tugs on my nipples, one and then the other repetitively. I'm gonna come. Oh, God, I'm gonna come, I chant, leaning forward and biting his shoulder. Look at me, damn it, he growls. I want to see you. Need to see you when you do. Please, please tell me why you won't fuck me, I ask, cupping his chin and looking at him. I like to make you come. Fucking love to watch you come. Use me, Tatum. Fucking use me, he says, leaning in and grabbing my nipple between his teeth again. No. Oh, what am I want you inside me. Please, please, I cry as I feel my insides clench. He doesn't stop. He sucks and bites and pulls at me. I reach between us and pull his rock-hard cock free from his jogging pants. Then I push my panties aside, and he growls as he pushes me back. Why won't you? Condom. He cuts me off, reaching into his pocket, pulling one out and handing it to me. Put it on me and do it slow. I want to watch. My hands are shaking so badly that I nearly drop it. He grasps mine and squeezes. You're nervous. This doesn't have to happen for a fucking book, Tatum. It's not about a book, Angelo. I want to feel you. This isn't for my story. This isn't Jonathan and Annie. It's you and me. I want you inside me. I want you to get something out of this, too. I tear open the foiled packet. When I nearly drop it, he lets go of my tits and links his hands behind his neck, watching me. You're making me nervous. You want my cock? You show me how badly. What does that mean I have to do? I absolutely do want you and need you inside me, I say, as I begin rolling it on him. How long has it been, Tatum? Since I pause, closing my eyes. How long? A couple of years, I whisper as I finish sheathing him. Good girl, he sighs. And you? I ask, raising myself while holding his shoulders. He grabs his dick and rubs it up and down my sensitive skin. I'm not gonna last long, he says, narrowing his eyes. Me neither. I lower myself slowly onto him. When I stop, his eyes dart from one of mine to the other. You okay? My heart pounds harder. I want him now more than before. Take me, damn it. He grips my hips hard as he pulls me down on him fully. The pain, the pleasure, the pressure are all too much. So much that I come immediately. Yes, oh God, please, I beg. Damn it, come with me. Fuck, he groans and begins to rock me quickly on him. His grunts, his groans, the way his face hardens, the way his eyes search mine for answers, all of it causes me to come harder and longer than I ever experienced. I am finally rewarded with him pulsing inside of me with his release that is without a doubt as overpowering as mine. He wraps his arms tightly around me and pulls me tight against his body. Our hearts pound against each other's chests as he softly, delicately kisses my neck and shoulder. Our bodies are both slick from exertion and the push and pull between us. He rubs his hands up and down my back slowly, steadily, as we catch the breaths that were just knocked out of us from the intensity of our orgasms. And once our breaths slow, he stops kissing me and pushes me back slightly. His eyes glued to mine are softer now than ever before, almost reverent. "That was quick," he says very quietly. "I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself. Shh. Don't you ever apologize for that. I promise you it will only get better." "So we can keep using each other?" he asks, cupping my face and rubbing his thumb across my lower lip. I nod. "I sure as hell hope so." I smile and he smiles back. Then he leans in and kisses me before standing up. I slide down his body and feel an emptiness inside of me when his cock slides out. "Let's get dressed, then I'll walk you back to your hotel." When I nod and smile, he kisses me again. It's strange. I thought I would feel something. I thought I would feel a pinch of a pain, some reminder of my past. Yet looking into this man's eyes, I find peace. Peace that I have not felt in too many years.
16. Angelo. I lie in bed, eyes closed, feeling completely awake and alert. While I want to sleep, while my body needs the rest, I can't turn my mind off. This connection, our bodies joined together, every movement of her walls clamping around me, my cock sliding in and out of her tight pussy like we were made for each other. It's an ecstasy I never imagined. Sex is sex, they say for a man, but she opened herself to me, for me, begged for me, and allowed me deep inside. It felt so fucking good. Maria opened herself to a monster. It took her life, her soul, and mine too. Tainted, damaged, and all laid out on the table in the open, and Tatum still let me in. She let me sink, bury myself in her. She doesn't see a murderer. She sees the man I am today. And fuck if I'm not starting to see me too. For a moment, I wonder if she knows that she is the first woman I have been inside. A younger man may have burdened himself with worry that he didn't perform adequately. She came hard, just as hard as me, so I will be damned if I let that bother me. Son of a bitch. Tonight really fucking happened, and with a woman like her. Restless, I finally give in and lift the small journal in my hands. I almost give in to temptation and open it. But then I decide I'm going to sleep so fucking well tonight that I don't need it. I will wake up and open it tomorrow, craving her words, her desires. I sleep like a fucking baby, and when I awake, I can damn near feel the shit-ass grin of a kid who just hours ago came inside a woman. I wrote it, she made it happen, and I'm going to read what the hell happens next before even taking a piss. Tonight, after Jonathan and I ate dinner, we had made love. It was the type of making love you know forever changes you. He had watched my every reaction, his rough hands caressing my body as his impressive length impaled me. Only, it hadn't been like I was being impaled fucked, used, simply seeking a release. It had been a lifelong connection. One a person sought, needed, and desired their entire life. From childhood, it was family. When you were school-aged, it was your very best friend. As young adults, it was that first crush, or as we called it, your first love. It had been the type of connection that was revered, cherished, sought after, and found throughout so many steps in one's lifetime, yet too quickly became a part of a past we looked fondly on in times of reflection, or times like this, when one was surrounded by something more beautiful than they ever dared dream could be part of their reality. The fairy tale. The connection, the fall, the acceptance that only in books comes so easily. It was not fiction, not now as I lay here feeling his breath against my skin, smelling his manly, earthy scent. The moment we had come together for the first time, I had felt the presence of all those I had loved and had loved me all meld into one. In his arms, I had felt invincible, whole, treasured, and safer than I had in my entire life. He was asleep now, his arms wrapped around me tightly, and I wanted for nothing more than this. But the ache of knowing it would come to an end when I left to go back to California coursed through me. The thought of this moment becoming a memory was unfathomable. I took a deep breath of what was real, and beside me now, him. Then I exhaled the painful thought of what was near. In my heart of hearts, I lived with not a single doubt that this man, this strong, beautiful man, would be one of those memories I cherished until age erased the memory, or time ended. Well, I guess I should have taken a piss, I grumble as I get up and toss the dose of reality on the new mattress. Coming out of prison, I needed a place. Shaw asked me to move in with him. I told him I couldn't, so he offered what used to be an apartment over the gym that he used for storage and gave me the space to sort out my shed. The boxes in the main part were cleared out. The bedrooms, however, were not. I never went into the other rooms. I slept on the mattress in the living room, never in the room Shaw stored his and some of my family things. That room with the small kitchen was bigger than my cell. The bathroom had walls. It was fucking paradise compared to my cell at Central Michigan's correctional facility. When Shaw died, Jagger and Tatiana moved into his place next door and offered to help revamp my dingy digs on several occasions. I never wanted it before. I still don't want it for me. But now I have no choice, since Buck's here. Like me, Buck needs a place. It's time to pay it forward. I stand in the doorway I have avoided for far too long. I don't want to see Shaw's stuff. I don't want anything to resemble a home in this godforsaken state I exist in. I convince myself that, unlike me, Buck, the kid with a filthy attitude but clean record, can make something out of himself. He's not going to be a prisoner. He will have choices, but he will toe the line. I'm going to make damn sure of that. I look around the space. This small apartment is about to expand. Doors shut are now going to be open, and this place is going to start resembling a home rather than a crash pad. I think I like it. Then again, I'm in a different state of mind today. I'm not a stupid man. In fact, my high school exam said I was borderline genius. Lot of good that did. I remember what Annie wrote. Memories, good ones, will always be there. I wonder if maybe the bad ones fade faster in time. Annie. Tatum. Fuck. I run my hands through my hair, telling myself to get a grip. Reality, here and now, not that damn book. Focus. I step inside the room, seeing all the boxes. It's overwhelming. With all the pent-up energy I feel, I tackle them one at a time. The pictures haunt me, but the bitter pain isn't the same, and I'm not sure why. I blow the dust off and realize it's not Shaw's box I'm opening. It's Pandora's. My past. Hell, not even my past. My beginning. I hold up my parents' wedding picture and stare at it. The way she looks at him, the way he looks at her. There is a feel to it, and the realization makes me feel foolish. But the picture of them is one that doesn't belong in a fucking box. One by one, I pull out framed picture after framed picture. There are dozens of my parents, and my parents with Maria. They are a happy family. They look so fucking happy. They are happy. My chest tightens, knowing I took that away. The pain is real. It has a shot of regret, making the concoction even stronger. I took a man's life, and I never felt that pain, not even for a minute. I turn to walk toward the door and see Buck standing there with a bucket in his hand. Need some help? I'm good, I tell him, walking over and taking it from him. Thanks. You need help? Said I was good, I comment, walking toward an old dresser covered in dust. This gonna be my room? He asks. I survey the room and see the same handwriting on all the boxes. All of them have an M, and I guess this is all from my childhood home. No, I answer. You want me to get started on my room? He asks. Haven't even opened that damn door, Buck. Want to give me a... I did. It has trophies and shit. Well, if you're in such a yank, just set them to the side and don't break anything. If there are boxes, leave them alone. No boxes, but... He pauses and chuckles. I look back. What's so funny? He holds up his hands. Nothing, man. You sure you don't want the other room? Said I was good, Buck. He nods and smiles. Perfect. Then he walks out. I take a deep breath as I shake my head and feel a tad better about this little self-torturous memorial service. At least Buck seems happy. Once the dresser is wiped down and I have the pictures I want on it, I step back and look at it. Jonathan's apartment has pictures, I think to myself. I turn around and grab a box, faintly making out the scribble of Maria's things on the top. Slowly pulling back the tape, I find an old leather-bound journal on top. Opening it, I find the pages are yellowed, but the handwriting is clear. Life lessons I hold dear. Never waste a second. Never look back. Live, love, and look on for family. Omo and I are starting our own family. I have found my love, my life, and I look back without a regret. Even in the loneliest of times, when I couldn't see things turning out this way. It's the unexpected treasure. The love I have with this man and the future we're going to have is worth every heartache I've ever endured. He is my beginning, my end, and my every in-between. I set the book in the top left dresser drawer. My mother's words. A treasure that has faded, but I will be damned if I don't keep it. Buck has a room, I have a room. This was mine before I was even here. Now I can give Shaw's legacy of good on to the next person who needs it. Hours pass. I have everything sorted into what will be donated, what I will keep, and what Buck can use. With more anxiousness running through me, I feel the need for closure in a way I have never felt before. Therefore, I head toward Highland Park, a place I venture around but never to them. I can go there. I can be in this city, but I haven't yet faced the finality of their gravestones. The cemetery is nondescript. The sky is gray, only adding to the experience of loneliness encompassing the atmosphere. The iron gates are typical. There is no abundance of statues or ornate headstones. No, before me is rows upon rows of the lost. Maria Agata Mazzini, beloved daughter and sister. The gray stone is weathered as I look at her final resting place. Omero Michelangelo Mazzini, devoted husband, father, and friend. Shaw had to take care of this. I was behind bars. Never got to say goodbye. Beside him is her, the one I never even got to say hello to. Teresa Maria Mazzini, devoted wife and mother. Over the 3 grave markers is a plaque centered over the stones. Never waste a second, never look back, live, love, and look on for family. I try to think back to a time we weren't lost. However, our family was never whole. Well, in the pictures they appeared to be, but that was before me. I didn't know the difference back then. Movement catches my eye before I allow myself to dig deeper into our family dynamics. Legs. It's the first thing I see. Legs covered in skin-tight pants that lead up to an oversized, slouchy sweater. Doesn't this woman know Highland Park isn't safe? Trailing my eyes north, I realize it's Tatum. I don't hesitate. I don't procrastinate. I march right up to her. "Do you have an affliction for trouble?" I ask a little too harshly. When she looks up, I physically step back as her tears pain me. She shakes her head, and I raise an eyebrow, not understanding why she is here and crying. He told me we'd come here. To Detroit. He begged me to let him show me the city. I always had schoolwork, things to research, find, and do, so we never made it to his beginnings. She stammers out as I struggle to follow her. Reaching out, I wrap my arms around her and pull her to me. Inhaling her sweet scent, it automatically calms all the nervous energy I felt all day. Her arms come around my waist to settle on my back before she rests her head against my chest. He was born here. Never lived here, but he was certain he would find all the answers to his past right here. He never got to. Not your fault, Tatum. I tell her the truth. Still hurts. I know, I say with my lips on top of her head. You've done it now. Can you take comfort in that? She looks up at me in confusion before closing her eyes. Then she wipes away a tear and smiles sadly while nodding. Yeah, She then takes a deep breath and steps back.
Why are you here?
I shrug. Never visited their sites before.
Your families?
I nod.
Show me?
She asks genuinely. Sure.
17. Tatum. His face is softer and more telling as he looks down at the place where his family's bodies all lay to rest. It's unimaginable. I have my parents still, but I hardly see them. This makes me want to reach out to them on a day that's not Sunday. I look up at him as he looks down at me. You want to get out of here? It's peaceful, I tell him. He shakes his head and chuckles softly. What? I ask, as he takes my hand and starts walking. You once mentioned you're not crazy, he jokes. His playfulness makes me smile. I'm really not, I defend myself. I know, you're an author. At that, I can't help chuckling myself. You have no idea how true those words are. He looks over at me and shrugs. Nothing wrong with you. Not one damn thing. Are you flirting with me in a cemetery, Angelo? It's either that or take you in one, he replies honestly. I feel the ache between my legs grow stronger as I stumble at his words. He grabs my elbow, pulling me close and making sure I don't fall. The way he keeps me held against him, the way he looks at me, the way his look makes me feel, and knowing what the look on his face means instantly heightens my senses. I shake my head, hoping he doesn't kiss me, because his kiss would ignite the embers burning inside of me. And as much as I'm not crazy, I'm crazy enough to let him take me in a cemetery. He lets out a slow, deep breath and steps back, releasing my hand. Quickly, I grab his, causing him to look back at me. I know that look, Tatum. You want to come. You want me to make you come. So what's the problem? It's not written down in that book. He's frustrated with me. Realizing he thinks I'm serious about it only being about the book, I gasp and start walking away, his hand still firmly in mine. It's not about the book, my job, Jonathan, Annie, none of it. No. Somehow it's about me living again. Angelo has given me back a piece I lost too many years ago. When he tries to pull his hand away, I hold on tighter. Then he stops, and of course I stop too. I am 3 steps from those iron gates, 3 steps from getting out of the cemetery, which at one point was calming, but in seconds became a mix of sexual tension, misunderstanding, and anger. Please, I don't want to fight in here. We're not fighting, he scowls. Jonathan and Annie wouldn't fight, would they? They eat and fuck. He looks like he wants to say more. You're almost impossible, I say, before grabbing his face and kissing him. I try to push my tongue into his mouth, but he's unresponsive, so I step back. It's a cemetery, I say, to remind myself more than anything. They're dead. Nobody's gonna see us. You want us to have sex in a cemetery? I ask quietly, looking around. Nope. He looks annoyed as he walks around me. I don't understand him, and clearly he doesn't understand me. I follow him out, nearly jogging to keep up with his long strides. Hey, I yell, but he doesn't stop. Hey! He stops then and turns around, his eyes narrowed, jaw tight, brows knit. The sight of him makes me stop in my tracks, and me stopping in my tracks makes his jaw drop. Angelo. He throws his hands in the air. What? The vulnerability in the voice, in his stature, is shocking. His true age shows. There's an insecurity there that I have not seen. It makes him even more desirable. You are incredible. I forced myself to come here today while fighting the need to go to you, I tell him, taking a deep breath and hoping to be able to continue. I prefer to make myself miserable than to lie in bed and think of last night alone. He tilts his head to the side in question. But, I continue, needing to make my point. As far as sex in a cemetery, I just can't. I want to. I want to have that connection with him again. I just can't. And I need him to know it's not about the damn book anymore. It hasn't been for a while now. Fine. Get in your car, Tatum. It's not safe here. I don't have a car. I'll get a cab. He sighs loudly and rolls his eyes. Get in the truck. He walks around the old truck and opens the passenger side door. You sure? Yes, he says, tight-lipped. As I buckle my seatbelt, he gets in and starts the truck. He says nothing for 15 minutes, and it's driving me insane. We okay? We're fine, he answers. I reach over and put my hand on his thigh. He glances out of the corner of his eye at me. What are you doing? I use my free hand to unbuckle my seatbelt and scoot closer to him. What are you doing? He asks again. Getting closer, I answer, moving my hand up his thigh until it reaches the visible bulge in his running pants. Your seatbelt, he says, then hisses when I push my hand down his waistband and grip him. Tatum, he grits out as I lower my head, determined to take him in my mouth. No. He grips my hand and attempts to pull it away. I want you, Angelo. I wanted you back there, but I don't want you like that, he says gruffly, which makes me release my grip. I sit back and cross my arms, feeling something. Needy? Pouty? Annoyed? I've had a dozen girls on their knees, Tatum. That's not a place you need to be, he finally says, breaking the silence while completely shocking me. I wasn't on my knees. Never once have you written or implied you want a cock shoved down your throat. Again, I'm shocked. Not an option. Done subject, he says, taking a corner faster than I expect. I grip the dashboard and he chuckles. Maybe I want to, I tell him. Enough. I'm really good at it. I have no idea why I say that because it's probably not even true. I don't dare look at him, but I do see his hands grip the wheel tightly. Don't give a damn and don't want to hear it. He's jealous, and for some reason, that gives me some joy. But you want to talk about the dozen women who have been on their knees for you? He sighs. No. Well, I have had 4 sexual partners, I tell him. How about you? 1. Before you attended MS, during, or after? I ask curiously. MS. What's MS? Michigan State, I answer. He glances over and smirks before looking away. During. Oh. I know my tone is shocked. I guess I assumed you. My cellmate wore a lovely shade of pink lipstick, and you know, I do have needs. Apparently, it takes me too long to reply.
I'm kidding, Tatum. It was after.
He immediately reaches up and turns on the AM/FM radio. It's all static. I reach out and turn it down. Did you like her? I ask, realizing he just told me he's only had one sexual partner. I want to ask if that means only me, but I'm too afraid to. Instead, I go with my gut that he's talking about a woman before me.
Not sure yet.
Are you still in contact with her? I gasp out, not understanding how he can say that. This is someone from his past.
We have a fucked up kind of relationship.
Oh, well, I pause, now doubting everything he told me. Single? Pfft. When I can't take it, I ask, do you love her?
Don't know that either.
What the heck is that supposed to mean? He shakes his head and smiles. Then he reaches over and turns up the radio again. Are you still with her? I ask louder. He looks over at me and rolls his eyes, not replying. I'm sorry, I just want to know things, okay? I reach out and turn down the radio again.
I've told you everything you've asked about.
I know I'm not going to get any further by pushing. He seems dead set on not talking about his sexual past, and I'm fine with that. I look up and see a sign. You are now leaving Highland Park.
Thank fuck, he groans as he puts on his sunglasses.
Eventually, he reaches over and takes my hand in his. I look over at him to see he is looking straight ahead. We don't talk anymore, just hold hands and listen to the music and static play through the radio. When he pulls up in front of the hotel, he hops out and walks around the truck, opens the door, and I get out. Then he pushes the sunglasses up on his head and looks down at me.
Gonna stay out of trouble, Legs?
Legs? I ask as he smirks, his eyes raking down my body.
Wanted them wrapped around me from the day I saw them, but apparently you like it in the gym.
I feel my face heat up, but he's correct. I've always been a bed kind of girl. His eyebrows slowly creep up.
Don't care about your past. Don't lay claim to your future. Just enjoying our little story.
One hand grips my hip, the other lifts my chin.
Am I allowed to kiss you before I leave, or is that a no-go?
Please, I say, closing my eyes as his lips descend upon mine. So soft, yet so possessive. He kisses me like he doesn't care who's watching. As his tongue slides into my mouth, I forget to care too. Once he steps back, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a phone.
Think I can give you my number? Just in case you want to shoot me a text if you're going to go out and get drunk, hang out in the middle of the night by the river, or, I don't know, go into the murder capital of the world and hang out and run down cemeteries.
I rattle off my number as his eyebrows turn in. He hits a bunch of apps and curses under his breath. You want me to do that?
Why the hell do people need these things? He grumbles.
We can't survive without them.
Survived this many years, but Buck insisted, so I got suckered into the 2-for-1 shit.
He pauses and looks up at me.
You want to do this?
Yes, I do. I take his phone and punch in my contact information. All of it. Address, email, and my phone number. Now send me a text and I'll have all your info too, I tell him. He looks at me funny, and I can't help laughing. Green bubble-looking thing. Hit it and the keypad pops up, then type me a message.
Okay, got it.
You wanna come up? I ask bravely. He looks at his watch.
I need to get back. I'll send you a text.
Disappointed, I nod. See you around. I take a step away and he grabs my hand, stopping me. Then he kisses me again. This one is not as soft, but just as possessive.
I'd really like to come up. Enjoyed the fuck out of coming up, he smirks. Last night. I'd rather do you than go dance around a ring with a bunch of sweaty men.
You sure about that?
100%. But I got responsibilities. I'll shoot you a text.
He looks down at his phone as he walks away.
18. Angelo. I spend the rest of the day in the ring feeling like $1 short of $1 million, as opposed to last night's $1 million. Fuck. Just being around her is a release. I don't worry or wonder what she's thinking like I do everyone else. I had an emotional as fuck day, but then I see her and all I can think about is kissing her pink lips and wanting to be inside her. The night is slow, so I run up and grab the damn book to do my part of this muse thing and write something. Then I sit in the office and write. After Annie told me she was leaving in a couple weeks, I wouldn't say I wasn't disappointed. Hell, I was. But a woman like that shouldn't be stuck in this shithole for any lengthy amount of time. I didn't even want to be here, but I had responsibilities, a family business to run, and a younger brother to take care of. This afternoon, we'd gone to lunch on my break, and she'd started asking me about the women in my past. I wasn't going to give away my whole life story, but she sure as fuck held nothing back. And now, well, now there are 4 men in the world who I want to kill with my bare hands, beat up. I'd left the apartment complex and headed back to work. She wanted me. I sure as fuck wanted her. But for some damn reason, I had done the right thing. Go figure. That night, she came to me. I guessed I had given her my key because when I woke up, she was standing over my bed in a bathrobe. Nothing else. Her tits were right there within arm's reach, and suddenly, I wanted to taste them. So I sat up and pushed the robe from her left shoulder, then the right. Her nipples were hard little nubs, and my mouth ached to suck on them, tug on them, taste them. Nothing had ever tasted better. I threw the blanket off me, pulled her down so she was lying on top of me. I had to give her sexy pink lips a taste first. God, how I loved them. But then I was all about those tits. Perfect fucking tits. The noises she made had my balls tightening to the point that it was almost painful. But I didn't give a damn. I sucked her nipples. I sucked on one, then the other, until they were more red than before, harder than before, and slick with my saliva. I reached under her arms and pulled her up, kissing every inch of her while I positioned her to straddle me. I looked at her pussy. It was swollen, damp, and I could smell her. Ignoring my cock's needs, I pulled her up, my face inches from her cunt. I inhaled, then looked up at her. I told her to sit on my face. I wanted to eat her pussy until my face was coated with her. And I did. And it was. Then I fucked her. I fucked her hard, fast, and then slow. 'cause I didn't want to come yet. Felt too good inside of her. I fucked her missionary. I fucked her from behind. I fucked her until I didn't think either of us could walk straight. Her pussy was hot, wet, and tight around my cock, so I fucked her more. I pulled out and threw that stupid fucking rubber away, and she stroked my cock until we both watched my cum shoot out onto her flat little belly. When we were done, she wanted to stay, and I sure as fuck didn't want her to go. I asked her if I was better than those others, and she, of course, said yes. I asked her if she had ever been fucked from behind, doggy style like I had done minutes ago. She told me no, just missionary, and I was elated. I was gonna fuck her everywhere, maybe even in a cemetery, so those memories she was talking about didn't fade when you didn't see the person anymore. The good kind, not the bad. When she looked at a brick, she would know I fucked her against a brick wall. When she saw a sink, she would think about me, and when I fucked her leaning over one. When she was in the shower, she would remember fucking me in one. I was gonna fuck her in a house, on a car, in the water, on the grass, and if I could fuck her in the sky, I sure as fuck would, so that when she looked up, she would remember how good my dick felt inside her pussy. She would remember every goddamn way I made her feel. I hear a loud crash and then, "Son of a bitch!" Buck. I get up and walk over to the stairs, my dick making a teepee in my pants. I am never more grateful that no one is here. I yell up the stairs. "You okay?" "Yes." "No." "Fucking water everywhere." I run up the stairs and head toward the light coming from the room I had yet to venture into. When I walk in, I nearly blow a gasket. It's twice the size of mine and has a real bed in it, and not just the mattress. "Where's the water?" I ask, then hear his voice coming from behind the door across the room. As I walk toward it, he's walking out with a towel wrapped around him, and he's soaked. "What the fuck are you doing in the closet?" I ask. "I asked if you wanted this room, you said no." He steps out and closes the door behind him. "I remember, Buck. Now what the hell are you doing?" "I was taking a bath, and the medicine cabinet fell off the damn wall." "Are you on something, Buck? If you are, that shit stops now, you got it?" He laughs. "I'm not on anything." "Well, clearly. Remember, I got dibs on this room," he says as he opens the door and flips on a switch. I push past him and walk in. "What the hell is this?" I gasp. He laughs. "A bathroom, man." "Where the fuck did it come from?" "Well, when a mommy and daddy bathroom fall in lust." "This room ain't yours," I tell him. "Bullshit. You agreed like 4 times, he whines like a little kid. He's right. I did say that. I am so using this bathroom. Fine. But shit in the other one. I don't want to smell you when I have company. Did you see that bed? It's huge. The kid is in heaven. He's ecstatic. It's annoying, but also good to see him like this as opposed to his normal pissy self. Then I hear a hiss and look back in the bathroom to see water jetting out from under the sink. Shit. I rush in and grab a towel. I fixed that earlier, he says from behind me. I lift the towel I had placed over the water and see silver tape dangling. Duct tape isn't a fix, Buck. I reach under the sink and turn the water off from the valve. Worked great for me. I had a fucking bath, man. Great. Now go get dressed and sweep and mop the floor while I run to the damn supercenter and grab some plumbing tape. I tell him, walking out of the damn bathroom I never knew about and into his fucking room with a real bed. Suddenly, I want to throw Buck out. "I just took a bath and now you want me to clean?" he asks. I look back at him. Yes. Yes, the fuck I do. "Fine," he grumbles. When I return with the shit I need to fix the water leak, I lock the gym door behind me and head toward the apartment stairs. I hear Buck laugh as I walk up. Then I hear another laugh, one from a female. I know that laugh. I walk in to see Tatum and Buck sitting at the island, eating Chinese food. She looks up and smiles. "Hungry?" "Starving," I answer. "She stopped over because you didn't message her, and she was worried," Buck tells me, standing up and stretching before he smiles at me. "She brought a movie." "Why don't you go grab some popcorn or something?" I tell Buck, my eyes not leaving hers. She's flushed already, and I want to know why. I also want to bury my cock inside her. "You were just..." "Buck," I cut him off, still looking at her. "Fine. You want to tie a sock on the doorknob or something?" he asks, chuckling. "Go," I say, finally looking away from her to him. Once he puts on his shoes and walks toward the door, he looks back. "I'll text before I come back." "No need. Just get back here without any damn bruises. You got me?" He nods. "I got you." "Aww," Tatum says, and I look back at her to see she's smiling. Fucking beautiful smile, too. As soon as the door shuts, she says, "You didn't text and I wasn't going to come, but then I thought maybe you'd forgotten how already, because you're a man of your word. And then I worried, so I split a bottle of wine with myself and—" "Oh, so is that why your cheeks are pink?" I ask, setting the bag down. "It was red wine, so I suppose it's possible." I pull the phone out of my pocket and show it to her. "Battery died." "So, what? You don't know how to charge it?" she asks, standing up and walking over to me. "I can show you how." "I bet you can. But let me get Buck's bathroom taped up first, all right?" She stops and smiles. It's a bigger smile than usual. I suppose it's from the wine. "Why don't you have a seat, and I'll go take care of it," I tell her before walking quickly into his room, knowing if I don't do it now, I sure as hell won't do it later. I crouch down under the sink and use the tape to fix the stripped piping that was spraying. Then I stand up and look around. Unreal, I say out loud to myself. A shower I could probably stand under. I hear her clear her throat from behind me and look back. She has the book. Fuck. "You thought about me today," she says with that same big smile. "I suppose I did," I quip, drying off my hands. "I thought about you too." "Didn't expect any less," I tell her as I run the water to make sure the tape is holding for now. I know damn well it won't hold for more than a week, maybe 2. Then I will have to fix it for real. But not now. I stand up and rinse my hands off before turning around and looking at her. Peering up at me through those sexy-as-hell lashes, she quips, "So, this wall is brick?" "You read my words?" I ask, already knowing the answer. She nods. I step closer to her. "You want me to fuck you against this wall, Tatum?" I don't wait for her reply. I already know that answer, too.
19. Tatum. He comes at me with a look I have never seen from him. or anyone in my life. He looks like a man possessed by desire for me. Stopping just short of me, he stretches his neck, eyes glued to mine as he licks his lips. The desire I feel now ignites with need. "You remember when you gave me a taste of your pussy?" he practically growls. "Yes," I whisper. He reaches down the front of his workout pants and grabs himself. "I got off on that thought, that taste, for several nights." I moan as my eyes fall to his hand that is now buried in his pants as he slowly strokes himself. "Take off your pants and underwear, Tatum. I want to lick your pussy." Oh, God. My knees shake from his words. "Now, or I'll rip them off," he warns, or promises, with thickness in his demanding voice. I shimmy out of my jeans and turn to place them on a chair next to the wall. When I start to turn around, he wraps his free arm around me and turns me until I am facing brick. "Hands on the wall." His voice is strained and so incredibly sexy. I look over my shoulder and up into eyes that are as dark as night. He skates his hand down my body, eyes chasing them, and I have never felt so exposed, vulnerable, or needy than when this man, this beautifully broken man, looks at my naked body like he is considering his options. I am afraid. What scares me the most is that his options are endless. I want everything he can give me. Right now, I want him to use me. I watch him go to his knees and feel his large calloused hands on my ass, spreading me and exposing me further to him. He then runs his tongue down my ass cheek, making me arch my back. "So fucking wet," he whispers, then blows on my heated lips. "Feel good, Tatum?" he asks, then does it again as my back arches in anticipation. "So sexy," he groans as he rubs his finger up and down my slit. He then presses his tongue against me, and I feel my knees weaken. When he sucks on my lips, I nearly fall apart. Then, when he pushes his tongue inside, I nearly fall. He pulls away. "You okay?" "Please, don't stop," I beg shamelessly. I will keep begging, too, because if he stops, my body will revolt and never be the same again. I need this release. I need only what Angelo can give me. "Couldn't if I tried." He pulls me back from the wall and moves his body in front of me. On his knees, he grabs my ankle and pulls my leg over his shoulder. He looks up, eyes on mine, as he kisses, then licks me. Shivers run up my spine as I slap my hands against the wall, steadying myself as he sucks on my pussy. Then I open my mouth in a silent cry of pleasure when he does it again, before licking me. My knee wobbles and then he pulls back. "No, don't, please, don't stop." "Hands on the wall, leg over my shoulder," he instructs. When I don't move, he says, "On my shoulders, Tatum," between clenched teeth as he lifts me by my ass. "I want my face buried between those sexy legs of yours right fucking now." Once I do as I am told, he pulls me tightly against his face. The scruff of his beard, the heat of his mouth, the strength of his tongue, and the grip of his hands on my ass push me into a frenzied state of lust, desire, need, want. I grab his hair and grind against his face as he fucks me with his tongue until I come, crying out to the universe as I praise his name. "Fuck yes," he says, then goes at it again. "Please, I want you. I want you inside." My words stop as he lowers me before standing. Then he turns me around and moves me toward the mirror and grits out, "What do you see?" "You. I see you." "No." He rubs his massive head against my soaked entrance. "When you look in the fucking mirror, Tatum, when you aren't here anymore and you look into the mirror, you see, you feel, you fucking remember this." With that, he slams into me, leaning forward and burying his face in my neck. "You feel me." "Oh, yes," I cry as he stretches me, thrusting in and out hard, pounding me, marking me, fucking me. He doesn't stop, doesn't look up while I look for him in the mirror, wanting to see him, but all I see is me, and all I feel is the excruciating pleasure he is giving me. I come hard, begging him to come with me. "Fuck," he roars against my skin, and then he stands and pulls out. "What are you?" I cry, then feel his hot cum against my back. "Fuck," he growls. "You needed my cock, and I fucking needed you so badly I forgot." "Fuck, Tatum," he groans, and I feel more of his hot liquid scorch my skin. "It's okay," I tell him. "The hell it is," he growls as he pulls his pants up. "Please don't. It's fine. We just—" I pause, turning around and taking his chin in my hand. "We needed each other. It will be fine." He nods, but worry fills his eyes. "Knock, knock." We both hear Buck. "Get dressed." He kisses me and starts to turn, but I stop him and he looks back at me in confusion. "Angelo," I whisper, "I'm all over your beard." He looks past me and into the mirror and smiles. "Good." Then he turns and walks out the door. The thing I love the most when I have time with Angelo is nothing is ever awkward. I dress and head out into the living room with him and Buck as if he didn't fuck me in a way no one will ever top or erase from my memory. After the movie, Buck goes to bed and I help Angelo clean up. When I look at the door, he takes my hand. "Stay." "Yeah?" He nods. Once in his room, he strips to nothing and hands me a Legacy gym shirt. "This or nothing." I smile. "I'm going to use the bathroom." "I'll be in bed," he nods. "Waiting." "I'll hurry," I say from over my shoulder as I walk out. When I return, he's in bed. I walk over and climb in, and he pulls the covers over me before pulling me tightly against him. "Tired?" he asks. I am. And sore. "So sleep?" I look up. "Is that okay?" He nods. I lay my head down against his chest, and he kisses the top of my head. "Tell me about you." "Why?" he asks. "Because I want to know." I look up at him. "Put your head back where it was, and I will." I can't help smiling. "Okay." "I'll tell you everything I think you want to know. Then we sleep. No discussions, Tatum. Got it?" "Got it." I was born and raised just north of Woodward Avenue in Detroit, Michigan, in a place known as Highland Park. Many years ago, it was a happening area in Detroit. As you saw leaving the cemetery, it's now the slums. My old man, a widower, worked 12-hour shifts at a brewery to give us a home. My sister Maria was exactly 11 months older than me. She was tall, thin, and beautiful, like you. He pauses and pulls me a bit closer. My old man told me she looked just like our mother, and to me she was kind of like a mother. She cooked, did laundry, cleaned, and reminded me to do my homework. As long as I can remember, she had the most even temper of anyone I had ever met,
and I suppose I mimicked that.
I look up at him and he rolls his eyes.
I did.
I believe you. I look back down at his chest and run my fingers on top of the thin patch of hair. He growls a bit, and although I want him so badly again, even though I feel like I can't possibly take him, not after the pounding he just gave me, I still have this desire for more. Go on, I coax.
When I was a junior and she was a senior, things changed. She changed. She changed because of a guy. I didn't like him, but she sure did.
He pauses, and I'm afraid he's going to stop. Then he continues on, and I internally sigh in relief.
One Saturday night, after Dad got home from overtime at the brewery, I watched her sit on her bed, rocking back and forth, crying. It was nothing unusual anymore. My old man told me she was dealing with girl problems. I knew better.
Those closest to us often do, I mention, knowing that it must have killed him to feel so helpless while his sister was hurting.
It was her boyfriend, the guy I watched walk in the front door and go to her room at night when Dad was at work, totally disregarding that I was even there.
He tenses for a moment and blows out a breath.
Months passed, and she became a different person. She was no longer calm. She was up and down emotionally and was getting thinner and thinner. One night, she stormed into the house and he followed her. I heard them fight. She accused him of cheating on her, and he told her she was being paranoid and just needed a fix. When he left that night, I looked into her room. She was staring at the ceiling, totally unaware that I was standing next to the bed looking at her.
I hurt for her as he tells me what happened to his precious sister.
Her arms had marks up and down them. I knew immediately she was on something. When I confronted her, she told me to mind my own fucking business. A week later, the same thing happened. She stormed in. He followed. I heard him say the same damn thing. She needed a fix. This time, she told him no. In that moment, she was again Maria in my eyes, not the Maria I saw over previous weeks. I stood up off the couch and walked toward her room. I heard a struggle and her begging him. No, please, no. I kicked in the locked door and pulled him away, then pulled the syringe of poison out of her arm. He attacked me, and I yelled for her to call the police. She cried, and then she laid down and stared at the ceiling. I knew something was wrong. I kicked him off me. I stood and went for the door to call for help. He attacked me from behind and pushed me on the bed next to her. I watched as her lips went from a healthy pink color to pale within seconds. Her body convulsed. She wasn't in control.
I feel him tighten under me, and I wonder if I asked too much of him. Yet I want to know, and I somehow feel like he needs to tell me.
His hands were around my throat when the rage kicked in. It was like I was watching it all happen, everything in slow motion. The sound of my own blood flowed like the Detroit River on a spring day after the big thaw. My pulse pounded out of control through my entire body as I fought for my life. The moment when a person takes their last breath, there is a look that passes in their eyes. In his case, the anger and rage left, and fear and pain set in, right before realization that there wasn't a fucking thing he could or would do to hurt her ever again. I could have stopped. I could have let him live, but I didn't. I never let go.
I am fighting with everything I have to hold back the tears, but I can't hold back the truth. It's not your fault.
No talking, Tatum. Sleep now.
I can hear the pain in his voice. It took him a lot to open up to me, and I am so glad he did. Maybe it will relieve some of the pain inside of him. I sure hope so. Good night, I whisper against his skin, then kiss him. Sleep good, he says, pulling me closer. Can I sleep? Can he? I know we have done it before, but I was drunk and he disappeared before I awoke. No matter. He will be here in the morning. After all, it's his place, and he invited me to stay. So, stay I will. Sleep or no sleep.
20. Angelo. Buck lands a jab to the left side of my head, a solid hit. I'm sure it would hurt if I let it. Mind over matter. It can't hurt if I don't acknowledge it. Focus, fool! He laughs, coming at me with a right that I block. I sweep his legs, and he falls. How about I do the teaching and you do the focusing? He sputters under his breath as he pops up. My mom did that to me twice. He swings with his right and then sweeps me. Didn't see that coming, I think, as I stand. You should have slept last night instead of shaking the bed, he jokes. But it's not fucking funny. You watch what you say, you hear me? I swing at him, and he blocks. Oh, I fucking heard you, he laughs. Not nearly as much as I heard her. I swing and connect with the side of his face, and he is down. All right, that's enough, I hear Jagger call to us. I understand why he interjected. Shit was getting heated. Buck stands up, rubs his jaw, and smirks. I poke him in the chest. You and I got a good thing going, Buck. Don't fuck it up. I don't know what Jagger says to him next because I hit the bags hard. I didn't sleep for shit last night, and neither did Tatum. I couldn't let her. I couldn't control the new thing burning inside of me. Rage wasn't center ring anymore. Need was. She lay in bed this morning, staring at the ceiling after the last time I fucked her. Her face was flush, pink lips red, tits covered in hickeys and legs limp. I asked her if she was okay, and she nodded before looking over at me. I should apologize, I tell her. She smiled as big as the fucking morning sun. You better not. When I kissed her and reached between her legs again, she whimpered in my mouth. I knew she'd had enough. Fuck. I knew she'd had enough 10 minutes before that. But I loved the way my cock felt sliding in her hot, wet pussy. The way her walls tightened around me, squeezing the fuck out of me, even after I fucked her twice before that. Fucking amazing. I took her home in the truck because walking looked too fucking difficult for her, which pleased the hell out of me. I even walked her to the elevator where I kissed those lips and said goodbye. Now I'm sloppy in the ring. That would normally piss me off. But I don't give a damn today. Today, I'm on top of the fucking world. I hold those same damn flowers in my hands I got her before, along with a bag full of shit from the drugstore as I slide the key card through the electronic lock and open the door. She's lying on her stomach, face half on and half off a laptop. She doesn't even look at me. I set the shit down, walk around so I can see her face, and then push her hair back. She's sound asleep, and it's only 9 o'clock at night. I pull off my shirt, tow off my sneakers, drop my pants, close the computer, and move it to the table before climbing in bed with her. Her eyes flutter open and she looks at me. Hi. Tired? She nods and starts to sit up. Let's sleep.
Yeah?
She asks, resting her head on my chest. I kiss the top of her head. She smells so fucking good. Yeah, I answer. I wake up to her tracing her finger from one hip to the other, dick already hard and ready for her. For Tatum. She looks at me and then back at my abdomen.
What made you do this?
I look down at the black words scrolled across my waist just above the god's eye. An eye for an eye. Self-explanatory.
I see,
she says, kissing it. Then she traces the flames on my hand, up my arm, tracing the chain. On top of all of it, a woman is bent backward with a chain around her waist as if she's being pulled to hell.
I want to erase this.
Can't undo the past, I tell her as she kisses my neck, then lays a light one on my lips. When I try to kiss her again, its reason is twofold. I want to fucking kiss her, and I want to shut her up. She bends and kisses my chest, then farther and farther down my waist where she pushes her hand under the covers, gripping me, not lightly either. My hips thrust into her hand, and she pushes the covers back, leaning in like she's going to suck my cock. Tatum, that's not where I want you, I say, trying to pull her up. But I can't. She starts to crawl over top of me, straddling me, beautiful, bare ass in my face, and then... Fuck. I thrust into her mouth as she takes me deeper. Then I grip her ass harshly and groan before reaching between her legs and rubbing her pussy. She's wet, and I fucking want her to soak my beard. I pull her back with a groan and demand. On my face, Tatum. My cock falls out of her mouth.
I want to do this for you,
she says before taking me deeply into her mouth again. I pull her back and place her where I want her, my mouth centimeters from her pussy. I push my tongue out and flick it against her lips, and she moans, mouth full of me, and then grinds against my face. I am on fire for this woman. White-hot fire for her taste, her touch, her every fucking thing she gives me. And I want more. I pull her down harshly as I shove my tongue deep inside of her and lick, suck, and eat her hot little snatch as she sucks the life out of me.
21. Tatum. I lie in bed with my laptop in front of me, trying to focus on writing, but all I can think about is him, his story, his touch, his strength. It's been almost a week. Every free minute he has, we are together. I'm not complaining, but I'm also not sure how to process everything I'm feeling. This was supposed to be simple. My phone pings with a text from Melanie. You can't ignore me forever. I sigh. She's right. I can't. Going to my contacts, I call her, to which she answers on the first ring. Tatum? Her voice is strained with worry. Melanie, I'm fine. I told you to come home. This guy, Tatum, it's not safe. Leaning against the headboard, I save the document and close my laptop, telling her, Melanie, you wouldn't believe me if I told you, but there is so much more to the man. Angelo, he has honor. He has his own moral compass. She gasps audibly. I cannot believe you, Tatum Longley. Find a muse, write a romance. I didn't say go fall in love with a felon. It's not like that, I defend. He's not the bad guy. He was protecting his sister. He did his time for the crime he committed, and he's made a life for himself. Don't you try to make him some saint. I don't mean to, but I laugh. Well, in the past, the nuns said he was a good boy. Tatum, I'm serious. You went to Detroit in a hard place. You needed to have closure for Gregory. Don't let Angelo be your rebound. He's not a rebound. Actually, let him be a rebound. Then bring your ass home and live life with Detroit in your rearview mirror. Her words hurt. I know she doesn't mean them to, but they do. I'm done explaining myself to you, Melanie. I'll have the book to you soon, and I'll be home soon enough. I found the closure I needed here in Detroit. As for Angelo, he's off limits to you. Trust me to do what I need to do for myself. I love you like a sister, Tatum. Then support me. Endlessly. This is why I love Melanie. She may not agree with the decisions I make, but she will always support me, and I her. Once I end the call, I open my laptop and look at the screen. The cursor blinks at me hatefully. I know I have to get these words, this story out, but this is more than a romance. This is more than a work of fiction. Closing my laptop, I grab the pen from the desk and lift the leather journal, opening it to a blank page. My lease was almost up. I had only signed a short-term lease on the apartment because my job here was only temporary. I was a traveling nurse. I worked a contract and moved on. Jonathan and I passed each other daily, and the pull between us continued to grow stronger. This whirlwind we had built had been on lust alone. I saw Jonathan and my pulse quickened, my skin tingled, and I felt more alive than I ever had before. In this time we had together, everything I had so carefully protected felt so exposed. Sex was just sex, a mutual release, until it was something more. Jonathan and I hadn't discussed the future. I didn't think we should. I wanted to be here in the moment with him. As hard as goodbye would be, I wanted to enjoy every second. I licked my lips, thinking about seeing him again. It was midday and I was working a night shift tonight. Bravely, I did something I had never done before. Picking up my phone, I texted him to stop by for a lunchtime snack. We had recently exchanged numbers. Although we had shared a few texts between us, I had never been this bold with him, with any man before. Jonathan did things to me. Just thinking about it had me burning inside, and my panties were soaked in my desire. He didn't reply, and I tried to push down my body's needs. 10 minutes passed, and with each passing moment, I began stripping more of my clothing. The feel of fabric against my pert nipples was too much, as my cravings only grew stronger. Going to the freezer, I pulled an ice cube from its tray as I stripped myself down to a simple pair of pink lace panties. Putting the cube in my mouth, I allowed it to start the melting process before I took it out and traced my lips with it. Then I trailed the frozen cube along my neck, my whole body shivering from the touch. Sliding the melting piece down, I traced my collarbone before I circled around my nipple, ever so slowly, around and around, starting at the edge and working my way closer and closer to the tip. 2 fingers guided the cube down the center of my belly with a slight dip into my belly button, making my abdomen muscles tense, then relax, as I continued down and inside my panties. The liquid pooled into the fabric as I slid it between my pussy lips. My doorbell rang just as I moaned at the cool sensation. I left the melting cube in my panties as I rushed over and opened the door, sticking my head out. Much to my surprise, Jonathan stood there. I opened the door wider, and he smiled his appraisal at my almost naked state. He didn't speak as he stepped inside and wrapped an arm around my waist, pulling me toward him. Then he invaded my mouth with his tongue while he shut my door behind him. He roamed his hands along my body as I pulled at his shirt, trying to get skin to skin. We broke apart so he could strip, and when we made it to the living room, he turned me around and bent me over my couch. "I'm here for my snack," he growled as he dropped to his knees behind me, pulling my panties down and off and finding the remnants of the ice cube. "Got too hot, did you, Annie?" he asked as he slid 2 fingers deep inside me. "I'm about to turn up the heat." That was my only warning before his hot mouth hit my pussy in wild abandon, teasing me with his tongue at my opening before sliding it over my clit. He then dropped his fingers, moving his head to directly under me. He ate me like a man starved and savoring his last meal, all the while massaging my inner thighs. The sensations overwhelmed me, and I swore the couch was the only thing holding me up, as orgasm after orgasm ripped through me. My body trembled when he moved away, giving me a small break before he slid his cock inside to the hilt. "Jonathan, you fill me," I moaned as he slid out, then thrust back in. My body was weak as he set the pace. Every time I thought I couldn't take more, he slid out and rolled back inside at a different angle, making my body come alive once again. I moaned, screamed, squealed, and shook in ecstasy before he stilled, and then I felt his hot cum fill me. He pulled out and guided me to stand. I felt the trickle down my leg, but I didn't have the energy to move or try to clean it up right that second. Jonathan smiled. "That look of satisfaction in your eyes, Annie. That's my heaven." I managed to purr. "Gotta get back to work. Stay naked right here like this till I get off. I'll bring dinner, and you'll be my appetizer and my dessert." I wish I had the time. I have to work, too. "Till tomorrow, then," he said on a sigh. And till tomorrow I will be deliciously sore. My heart pounds irregularly, anticipating what will come later. Will Angelo read this and give me this very scene? What will he respond back with in this game of Mad Libs? It takes me a few moments to compose myself, my thoughts. I decide I'm going to give every moment I can to Angelo and what we can have together.
22. Angelo. With each passing day, Tatum and I share more. The lines between Annie and Jonathan are blurred. Can fiction be reality? Is this still about her writing a book, or is it about us? I mop the gym's floors, lost in thought. Another week, and then she will be heading back to New York. "We got men to do that," Jagger calls out from behind me. I look up and shrug my shoulders. Not gonna ask someone to do something I'm not willing to do myself. Jagger steps aside briefly, returning with a mop in his hand. "Guess we can mop it out together." "I can do it," I argue. "Shaw left this to us. Equal responsibility. We may not always see things the same, kid, but I respect you." I almost want to physically stumble at his words. The only man who ever respected me was my father. Maybe Shaw, too, but he never said one way or another. "Tatum. Can't shake it?" Jagger asks, swiping the mop back and forth. Don't want to go there. He only laughs. Been there myself. You ever think she's here to save you from yourself? She's here to use me. He stops mopping and grips my shoulder. I look up fiercely. Touching, Jagger. Need your attention. He gives a firm nod. Don't miss what's right in front of your face. You're a good man, Angelo. Shit hand dealt to you by life, I get that. Your future doesn't have to be defined by your past. It's okay to hold on to something good while you have it. You Caldwells and all your good bullshit. He releases me and goes back to mopping. Call it bullshit, call it whatever. But one thing you can't do is ever take away the good. When Maria died, after I killed him, I stood over her while I waited for the police. Then I sat there, listening to the sirens in the distance as I whispered to my sister. I did a bad, bad thing. But sister, I did it for a good reason. I let a tear fall from my face onto hers that day, and then closed up my fucking soul. I let the cops, the paramedics, the town, and everyone else think whatever the hell they wanted. The truth didn't matter. Who came after who first didn't change a thing. My sister was still dead. Sometimes we have to do a bad thing for a good reason. I can't leave Michigan. Tatum's life is in New York. She has been held back for far too long by Gregory. It's my time to let her go. Just before Jagger leaves, he stops and looks at me as I finish the last sweep of the mop. Don't miss out on something to punish yourself. In the end, you're hurting more than either of you should. We only get one life. Pounding the bags does nothing to calm me. Running until my calves burn beyond what's healthy does nothing to touch the agony in my mind. Therefore, I find myself in front of the sign for Caldwell's bar. I only entered it once before, and I never intended on coming back. Funny. Since Tatum has been in my life, I find myself doing a lot of things I never did, more and more. What can we get you, sugar? Sally, the bartender, according to her name tag, asks with a smile as I look at the man on the bar stool beside me, taking a pull off his draft. Something strong. You're a big man to be expecting anything in a bottle to kick your ass, the man beside me mutters. What do you know about it? I ask, as Sally slides a glass in front of me. Make it a double next round. You get kicked out of the gym today? The man asks. I realize this is Jared, the man who officiated Jagger and Tatiana's wedding. No, I answer, tossing back the amber liquid that burns all the way down. You get kicked out of many restaurants? He asks with a straight face. I immediately feel defensive. Why, do I need a stamp that says felon? He laughs. No, you goon. You're carrying a six-pack and 2 guns. I don't get what's so funny. I look at my sides. I don't have a 6-pack and 2 guns. Sally sets the second drink in front of me. Jared, honey, gotta let the man get a few rounds down first. He doesn't get the muscle jokes yet. I find myself smiling as I think 6-pack and 2 guns being my muscles. Relax a little. Life's too short to be so serious, Jared says before raising his glass and tipping it back. The man, Jared, is pretty damn funny. And I get caught up in his shit-spewing to Jagger's brother, Hendrix, and his pregnant wife. The pregnant wife thing fucks with me. I'm no longer just hanging out and having a good time. I am looking at a woman carrying a child who is radiant, glowing, and her husband looks at her with nothing but love and adoration. I swallow back another drink, trying to make the thoughts fucking with my head go away. But I can't help thinking about the pictures now in my room. The ones of my family, my mother, my father, my sister. All fucking gone. Every fucking thing I touch dies. Everything that matters. Hendrix's wife, Livy, rubs her belly and whispers something to him. Both look at me, and then she smiles at him and nods. He shakes his head, and she whispers again, and again they look at me. It makes me uncomfortable. "Chill, kid," Hendrix says. "My wife thinks you need a dog." "Excuse me?" "Got a dog that needs a home." "I'm not interested," I grumble as I look down at my phone lighting up. 4 missed calls and 2 messages. The last one says, "Just tell me if you're okay, Tatum." The fuck does it matter? I mumble as I toss back the rest of the drink and push back my stool. I hold the edge of the bar to steady myself as I stand. "Bathroom?" Jared, Sally, Livy, and Hendrix all point in the same direction. Somehow I manage to get to the bathroom, piss, and not on myself. Then I make my way back out, finding the place looks busier than I remember before taking a piss. Or maybe I'm just paying a little bit more attention than I was before. Either way, it's getting a little fucking crowded for my liking. Once back at my spot, I push the glass forward. "One more." I watch Sally look at Hendrix, who nods. "On the house." Someone sits next to me. I have no clue who. Give no fucks either. I get another text message and grumble before picking up the phone. "Unreal," I hear, and now I know who is sitting next to me. I look over to see her shaking her head. Even drunk, I can clearly read her face. She's hurt, confused, and angry. "What?" I ask. "I didn't know where you were. You didn't answer, Angelo. I was worried." I can't take it. I can't take that she feels the same things I'm feeling. Nothing fucking good will come of this. Not one damn thing. When I don't say anything, she shakes her head and repeats, "Unreal." "Is it fucking unreal?" I stand, pushing the bar stool back and causing it to tip over. "Fuck you," she whispers. "Fuck you for what?" Unable to look into her eyes, I see the hurt I'm causing, but knowing I can't do this shit anymore, I tell her, "I'm done." "You're what?" She pokes me in the chest, and only then do I realize the scene playing out around me. Jared and Hendrix are at my sides, looking ready to pounce. "What the fuck are you doing?" I ask Jared. "Shit's gonna fucking hurt, you fucking ox. But you ain't putting your hands on the lady 'cause your ass is drunk." Shocked that he would think that, I look at Hendrix and see the same damn thing. I need to leave. "You're right. I'm a fucking killer." I look at Tatum as I grab my jacket. "This is done. Good luck." "He won't hurt me," she says, defending me to them both. "You don't think so?" I laugh haughtily. "All right, big guy, let's get you out of here." Jared grabs my elbow and I rip it away. "Aw, man," he huffs and grabs my shirt, looking like he knows he's about to get his ass kicked. "You got 2 seconds to get your fucking hands off me," I warn. Tatum. Fucking Tatum pushes him and screams, "Don't!" "Hendrix, I growl. Get her home. Then I step back and walk out the fucking door. I look back to see Hendricks has his arm around her waist as she tries to get to me. I point at him. Don't fucking hurt her. He nods as she yells. Why not? You certainly are. You and I are done now. I look directly into her eyes, seeing the pain and feeling it myself, but I know it's for the best. Then I open the door and look back over my shoulder one last time. Stay safe, Tatum. Why are you doing this to me? Why? Her voice shatters me, cutting through me to my soul. I don't look back again.
23. Tatum. I stand there, feeling numb, and then something unreal happens. I cry. The man Angelo called Hendricks is holding me up. My feet are raised, and I curl my legs up, hugging them to my body as I cry. I cry for the loss I knew was inevitable, but never realized it would make me feel this way. I cry for the attachment I shouldn't have. I cry and cry before I finally swallow back the lump in my throat and put my feet back down on the ground. Wiping my eyes, I decide to hold my head up and walk right out of this bar.
Sweetheart, he got hit too hard with a dumbbell today, a man says.
Jared, let her be, Sally the bartender says, going about serving the other customers. Shame washes over me. I made a complete and utter fool out of myself and Angelo. Seeming to understand I am settling down, Hendricks releases me and immediately drapes an arm over the pregnant woman beside him. With a quick kiss to her temple, he looks at me.
You want to ride home?
Home. What a funny word that is. Home is New York. I will be there soon enough. I came to Detroit to feel this piece of Gregory he never really got to connect with. One assignment changed everything. I'll call a cab. I managed to get out in a strained voice.
Nah, we'll get you home,
Hendricks says, as the woman beside him smiles.
I'll grab the keys to the SUV and be right back.
With another quick kiss to the woman's temple, he heads toward the back. Tatum, I'm Livy. I'm Tatiana's sister-in-law. Kid, he hasn't had a whole lot of good in his life. He's not a bad man, but you know that already. You see it. She smiles softly. I know it's hard, but sometimes the best thing we can do is give someone the space they need to accept that they are allowed to have happiness. I nod, not knowing what to say. Hendricks comes back out and we leave. The ride is silent, and I'm grateful for the reprieve. I don't know what to say to myself, much less someone else. Hendricks walks me all the way to the door of my hotel room. I want to tell him I'm from New York, so I know what dangers are out there in the big cities, but I don't. Entering my room, I don't bother changing clothes. I don't bother taking off my shoes. I simply lie on the bed, curl into myself, and think. I have 1 week left of my stay. I could probably cancel it for a fee, but everything is paid for, and though I have money in the bank, I don't like the idea of wasting it. The night plays over and over in my mind until exhaustion wins and I fall asleep. In this tangled mess of emotions, I fell in love with a man who is so broken that I don't know if he will ever see the good surrounding him. Waking, my eyes are puffy, my head hurts, and I feel the weight of yesterday on my heart. Taking a shower, I fight the urge to check my phone every 5 seconds, knowing he's not going to call. He won't text. No, Whatever Angelo and I were building has fallen apart. Now the wall he has built between us is too high to climb. It's not his fault. I'm the one who asked him to be my muse. I thought it would be simple. Find some eye candy and allow my mind to create the best fictional man ever. Only in getting to know my muse, I found the man beneath the body was so much more. The man who pushes his body to the limits all because he is trying to tame the beast inside of him, can't see the beauty he carries as well. I came here to feel again. Angelo has given me that in more ways than I ever could have imagined. Sitting down at my computer, I decide I need to focus on what I came here to do. I need to write my book. With my emotions so mixed up, I go over the journals both me and Angelo wrote in. With my heart bleeding for the man I unintentionally hurt, I write. I write for myself. I write for Angelo. I write for Annie. I write for Jonathan. I let the words bleed onto the screen without allowing myself to overthink or second-guess what I'm writing. They say the best writers focus on things they know. I know heartache. I know love. I know overcoming. I know more than I thought I did about romance, emotions, and the tangled mess they can make, as well as the beauty they can bring out in another person. Hours upon hours, I write. 2 days later, I find myself sitting at the coffee shop, leather-bound journal in hand. My phone has been silent, except for Melanie checking in. Not a single text or call from Angelo. I picked it up many times and typed out message after message, my thumb hovering over the send button, but I never quite made it press down. I pulled up his contact countless times with my fingers hovering over the green button to make the call. Again, I couldn't actually make it happen. Hesitation, guilt, sadness, heartache, it all mixes together with my own wishes for what might have been. My strength lies in researching. It's why I love to write nonfiction. I deal in facts, realities. This emotional mess I made out of things is why I never wanted to write fiction. Annie and Jonathan will get their happily ever after. But what about Angelo and me? I watch the barista and wonder if he's seen Angelo. I shouldn't care. After all, Angelo said he's done, and he is a man of his word. Except, it is like with Gregory. I can't leave things unfinished. I close my eyes and push down the emotions. When I came to after being shot, the first thing I was aware of was my pinky locked in his. I can't help feeling like Gregory thought we were dying together, an eternal link of sorts. It has taken me years to change my thought process from being one of death and dying with the man I loved to having hope and him linking our pinkies in a way to hold on to the hope I would survive. I believe in my heart of hearts that Gregory wrapped his pinky in mine to give me the love, courage, and strength to move on. Time heals all wounds, they say. It's taken time for me to know I need to move on. I didn't come to Detroit for love, lust, or anything to do with finding a man. No, I came to write a story on the beauty and the beast that is the city of Detroit. I came here to see what Gregory wanted me to see. Could it be that he wanted me to see the beauty in Angelo instead of the monster the man sees in himself? The more my mind tries to make out the real meaning of this trip, the more I go back to Angelo. I can't let him think it's his fault. I fell so hard and so fast for him. After all, this was my idea. It was supposed to be a simple proposition. Opening the journal and grabbing a pen, I decide I need to leave this city behind, but not without being clear with the man who calls this place home. Dear Angelo, where do I begin? I hate to leave this city and think of our time together with anything but adoration. More so, I hate to leave and think that you have any additional ugly moments in your beautiful life. Yes, Michelangelo Mazzini, you are a beautiful man inside and out. You are a saint and not a sinner. You are loyal, loving, giving, kind, and so very strong. People say your past defines your future. Angelo, please, let it be your beauty in the pain. You couldn't save Maria, but you did avenge her death. You couldn't, and honestly, it wouldn't change taking the man's life. But it is a beautiful thing to love so deeply, so powerfully, and to know that, although society may find it wrong, it was right. If he had lived, there would be many more Marias in his future. There is not a single doubt in my mind of that. I want you to know that I sent my research into your case to the Attorney General. I don't know that anything can be done about the time you lost, but it is my sincerest hope you are punished no more. If your parole is dropped, shortened, or should your time expire, it is my wish for you, Angelo, to see the world. Your life has been one of captivity by wrongdoings of so many others. It is time for you to see the good in the world, instead of being immersed in the bad. I'm writing this not only to tell you what I've done, but to ask that you forgive me. I didn't come to Detroit looking for a muse. I didn't come here to write Annie and Jonathan's story. I didn't come here with the intention of finding this beautiful man and falling so hard for him. I did, though. And Angelo, it's on me. I can't leave here and not make things clear to you that you helped me more than you hurt me. Before you came into my life, I was drowning in existing. Day in and day out, I did what I had to do and nothing more. I came to Detroit to show the world what once was, but, you see, I was also holding on to my own what once was. That's not living. No, that is a drowning of another kind. I can't go back and change what happened to Gregory, as much as I can't go back and change Maria's path for you, though I wish I could for you, for her, and for what you both lost. It pains me to think of the hurt I've caused you. I came into your life and opened wounds you probably wished I hadn't. I can only hope in this pain you find healing, Angelo. Thank you for showing me so much. I will not walk the streets oblivious to what's around me anymore, both so I don't miss out and so I'm not in danger. Thank you for giving me a reason to believe in love again. Thank you for being the strong man you are and for showing me the will in which you contain yourself for everyone else. One day, Angelo, I know we will look back on this time together and it won't hurt. One day we will know that together we have grown from each other. I have grown from you. I have opened myself to living again, breathing again, because of you. If you ever need anything, Angelo, I will always be here for you. I am eternally grateful for having you in my life and knowing the man underneath it all. With love and adoration, Tatum Longley. Tears fill my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall. I believe in what I wrote. We will both grow from this loss. We will both be stronger and better for having known each other. I don't know if I can get him pardoned or a shortened sentence on his parole, but it is my every wish that he sees the world. Michelangelo Mazzini is not a cold-hearted beast out for murder and mayhem. No, he is a loving and loyal brother whose only mistake was not getting through to his sister before it was too late. That's really on her, though, not him. My hope is that someday he can see that for himself. Until then, I will leave this letter and I will leave Detroit behind, knowing that my heart may be pained, but it is full once again. Angelo gave me this, and it's the greatest gift I have ever been given.
24. Angelo. 2 days. 2 days before she leaves. Tatum Longley. Legs. The first woman I fucked. The first person in years I let in, and did it selfishly because it felt so fucking good to be wanted, sought after, fucked, touched, and forgiven when I didn't even ask for it. I knew she would go back to New York, taking with her a piece of my heart. A heart that was black for many years. Until her. The thing about hearts is that it wants what it wants, and mine wants her. That can't happen. The other thing about the heart is, no matter how bad you wish it would stop beating, it doesn't. I should have never agreed to let her use me. I should have fucking known better. I looked down at the letter crumpled in my hand. The one that has now been read, crumpled, thrown in the trash, and picked back out of it because I need to read it again, and again, and again. I want to be pissed at her. I am pissed at her. She has no business sharing my shit with anyone, and she has no business falling for me. I stand up and toss the letter back in the garbage before throwing on a hoodie and getting ready to go do what I have done all fucking week. Sneak around and stand outside her hotel to make sure she doesn't get herself in trouble. Not like I have anything else going on. And certainly not like I'm going to sleep. I wasn't out of pills, but I did flush them. I didn't want Buck to get the wrong idea or pick up on my bad habit. I go and tap on his bedroom door to tell him I'll be back later, but he's not there. Normally, he would tell me he was leaving. He didn't. Well, maybe he did, but I didn't notice. Not like I have been present for the past few days. I write him a note and leave it on the counter, hoping he will see it. I stand in front of the river in the bitter cold that is Detroit, pulling my hood lower to cover my ears, knowing it won't matter at all. Nothing here warms me. Although it's winter, it doesn't matter here. Every season feels the same to me. Cold, dead, and numbing. Until her. My chest tightens at the thought of losing yet another person in my life. The snow will forever be a shield, the cold a blanket, both covering your heart, your soul like a protective armor. She warmed the cold, made my heart beat faster, exposed my soul, took my armor, and shattered it with words. In doing so, she allowed the heat of her arms, her body, just fucking her. Warm me enough to allow something to grow. That something was love. Love for a woman who could never grow because of who I am. I destroy lives and love. I will not destroy her. Looking up at the 18th floor, same as I have for days, I see the light that I know shines from something man-made. But my fucking heart, the one beating for the first time in years, doesn't believe it, not one bit. It thinks it's coming from her. Her heart to mine. Worse yet, the damn thing beats faster for her and wants nothing but to see her again. Fuck! I scream from my heart, my soul, and when I hear a gasp, I realize it came from those two places out loud for the entire surrounding area to hear. I look down at the ground, away from their fearful eyes. With my heart exposed, shining in her light, it's fucking raw like it was for so many years before it took solace in the winter behind the shield, the armor, and the cold. I see a shadow walk past the balcony window, then back by. Then, for the first time in days, I see her. Gripping my hoodie that seems to be shrinking, causing me to feel caged, contained, and making me want to break away, I try to breathe in deeper, try to calm myself. I can't. It fucking hurts. She walks by again, and everything hurts. My heart, my head, my cock that is painfully strained against my pants. When she stops, pushes open the curtain, opens the balcony door, and walks outside, I see her hair is pulled up, and she is wearing what I think is one of my gym shirts. I am wrapped around her body. Not literally, but my dick and heart don't seem to know the difference. It takes all I have to stay put, and then I swear she sees me. I step back quickly out of the light, and she leans forward. I want to yell at her, to tell her to be careful. She's too far out of my reach, though. I couldn't even save her if she fell. But she has. And so have I. Fuck. She steps back and walks inside. I know I should feel relieved at that, but I don't. I want to see her, even if only from a distance. I want to see her strength, her smile, her body pressed against mine. I want to smell her, taste her, fuck her over and over again. I want my cock shoved so far inside her that it fucks her soul like she's fucked mine. But I can't. I won't. I will ruin her life. That's what I do. I wait for the light to turn off, knowing it's what happens next. Fucking cold. I pull my hoodie up again and blow into my hands while looking down at the ground. A watched pot never boils, I tell myself, willing that fucking light to turn off so I can go beat off to her image. Angelo? I look up when I hear my name. Tatum is crossing the street, running toward me. I didn't think my heart could beat any faster until it does. And it doesn't fucking hurt this time. Not at all. What are you? You can't lean over the railing like that, Tatum, I tell her, grabbing the front of her t-shirt and pulling her against me. Okay, she whimpers, then licks those damn pink lips. I lean down to take them, wanting to own them, but I stop myself when her mouth opens to me. Please, she whispers. I don't answer her. I take her hand and walk her back to the hotel. I open the door and quickly walk to the elevator. I hit 18 and wait for the door to open. When she steps back, I try to pull her toward it. No, she shakes her head furiously. Tatum, don't make this difficult. She pulls my hand and leads us to the stairwell. I pull back, stopping her. You really feel like trucking up 18 stories? If I get in that elevator, you'll leave me. Her voice breaks, and so does whatever was holding my heart together. I just want you to stay. Please stay. You're leaving in 2 days. Please, please, just stay, she begs. Get in the elevator. I try to redirect us. She yanks her hand back. Then I hear a gasp and look over my shoulder. What? I snap at the bitches looking at me. When they look away, I look back to see Tatum opening the stairwell door. What the fuck, I think as I follow her. When I open the door, I hear her little feet padding up the stairs. It's loud and echoes. I take them two at a time, knowing damn well she's going to tire and not wanting her stuck in this stairwell with God only knows who else in here. I don't fucking care that when she's in New York I will have no way to stop legs from making shitty choices, but I will be damned if another woman I love gets killed on my watch. When I catch up to her, she looks over her shoulder at me, tears running down her face. Don't do that, Tatum. Once on the landing, she turns and throws her hands in the air. I can't help it. I can't, and I don't want to. I'm a logical person, I am. I know when I came to you, I didn't expect, not in a million years, to fall in. I grab the back of her head and kiss her hard, stopping the words. I can't hear them, and I can't unhear them. The visual in the letter, I got rid of them 100 times, but words spoken, they aren't as easy to throw away. Her tongue strokes mine, and I groan, pushing hers back and licking deeper in her mouth. And then I grip her ponytail with one hand, while the other is on her ass as I lift her up. Her legs wrap around me as I push her back against the wall. She reaches between us, pulling wildly at my shirt, and then she pushes her hand down my pants, gripping my rock-hard erection. Then I yank up her cotton skirt as she guides me against her silky panties, then pushes them aside and rubs my cock against her heat. I thrust into her soaked pussy, and she throws her head back. I catch it before it hits the wall. Careful, I growl, thrusting fully into her. Oh yes, she cries, grinding against me. Her pussy is so tight it's almost painful, but I don't give a fuck as I thrust in and out of her with the fierceness of a man possessed. And I am. By her. My balls tighten and I feel her contract around me, squeezing my cock like a glove as I fuck her harder, faster, until I feel white-hot lightning shoot down my shaft. I try to quickly pull out so I don't come inside her. Don't, she says, thrusting forward and stopping me. I want anything I can get from you. I want your cum. I want it all. Unable to resist, I thrust deeper than ever before and jet off inside her. Both panting, both sweating, both trying to control a kiss. I slowly pull out and set her down on her feet. Don't leave me. Just 2 days. Please. That's all I ask. I nod. Halfway up the stairs, she slows down. I squat. Get on. You can't get on, I interrupt. I hike up the stairs with her legs wrapped around me in a different way than I am accustomed to with her. Her arms around my neck, her lips there, too. She kisses me the whole fucking way up, and it makes me feel like I'm walking on a fucking cloud.
25. Tatum. A man of few words, but one who stands by what he says. That is Michelangelo Mazzini. True to my asking, he stayed the last 2 days. My body is deliciously sore, and my heart is so full it's overflowing. Somehow we did it. We managed to finish the book, our secret game of sexual Mad Libs, between our real-life game of sexual gratification. Both mornings I woke up to a new page turned down, or finished soaking in the bath to find Angelo writing. In fleeting times we must remember what we have come to cherish. Annie, you are part of me in a way I never thought possible. I am a broken man, shattered really. Yet you take all of these pieces of me and find a beauty in the mess.
Annie, my beautiful Annie, your soul is bright white, a light almost blinding. In our time together, you have been something to look forward to. I don't remember a single time in my life, or even in my career, when I have had such anticipation for anything like I do with you. We knew our time would be short, but it is something everlasting. My mind will hold on to your every detail, from the way your hair frames your face to the way you close your eyes immediately after you come for me. My body will forever remember the feel of your inner walls working my cock, creating a home for every inch as I slide in and out. With my body over yours, the way your nipples feel against my chest as I move over you, the way you arch up with deep breaths, only seeking more, will always be with me. Your skin is soft, smooth, and like silk. My fingers crave touching every millimeter of you. Your essence and taste linger on my tongue, making me want to have one more lick of your sweet pussy. My mind craves our conversations as we lie in bed together. My heart longs to have so much more with you. I have learned quite a bit about myself during our time together. I always thought I was a simple man. Release was release, until you. Annie, you complicate me in the best of ways. Things I never once wanted, I suddenly desire. In everything I want most of all, Annie, I want you to breathe again, live again, and love again. Tears threaten to fall, but I fight them back. I will not have this emotionally sad goodbye. I came to Detroit to find closure and to write a novel. I did both. Angelo gave me both. Laying the journal on the nightstand, I roll over and study the man, the masterpiece beside me, trailing soft kisses over his chest. I smile when he opens his eyes and looks at me. I press my lips to his, opening slowly, our tongues meeting. Then I close my eyes tightly as my body comes alive. He slides his arm under me, cupping my ass as he moves me over him. I feel his hard length and slide over it. The contact to my clit has me ready to combust. On my second slide, he enters me, stretching and filling me. I want to watch you, Tatum. I want to see you work yourself over me, Angelo says in a heated growl. Sitting up, I lean back, placing my hands behind me on his thighs. Lifting my hips, I rise up to where I feel his tip almost slide out, before I let myself drop back onto him. My breasts rise and fall in rhythm with my hips, while Angelo watches, studies, and memorizes my movements. It's erotic, it's hot, it's intimate. Looking down, I watch as my pussy swallows him up. We are joined as one as I continue to slide up and back down his length. I lay my head back as the ecstasy builds. He brings his hands up to cup my breasts as I quicken the pace. Then Angelo rises up beneath me, somehow delving deeper. I cry out his name as my body spasms around him. The aftershocks roll through me as he finds his own release. Falling forward over him, he traces my spine softly with his fingertips. "Today's the day, Tatum," he whispers, and I feel his hesitation mix with my own. "Angelo, I think I should go to the airport alone." He stills, not speaking. His cock is still inside of me, and I feel it pulse. Leaning up, I look at him. Goodbyes are hard enough. Let's just enjoy this moment, and then you go home like usual. I'll be okay. He studies me. "Is that what you really want?" I can't speak. The words are caught in my throat.
I choke on them. I nod instead. If I say a single word right now, there is a chance I may not ever leave Detroit. And that would be crazy. I don't want to taint what we both found of ourselves in each other. Lifting me effortlessly off him, Angelo slips out of me. Automatically, I feel empty, and not just physically. Grabbing the sheet and wrapping it around me, I fight my emotions as he places a soft kiss on my lips. Then he grabs my head, pulling me to him for a kiss to my forehead. I exhale. "If that is what you really want, Tatum," he says softly, getting up from the bed and getting dressed. I can't do this. I can't say goodbye. I need to remember I have a flight to catch and a life to return to. He kisses me one more time, slowly, softly, and sensually, before he cups my chin and studies my face before pulling away and leaving. For a little while, I lie in the bed and fight to compose myself. My phone rings and I answer without looking, thinking it's Angelo. "Hello?" I answer, with my heart on my sleeve. "Tatum, I'll be at the airport to pick you up. I know things have been busy, but we'll need to dive right into edits as soon as possible to make our deadline." "Okay, Melanie." I don't disguise the somberness in my tone. I want to scream because, really, these deadlines are months out. My heart is bleeding and broken. While I know it's her job to make sure I'm on track and on time, I can't help wanting this time to myself. She ends the call, and then I shower so I can finish packing. An hour later, I'm ready to go back to New York. Annie and Jonathan's book is practically done, and all that is left is saying goodbye to the city that has given me back my life. Walking out of my room, I look at the doorway for the stairs and think fondly of closed stairwells. On a smile, I find my way to the elevator. The descent is slow. I can't help the sadness filling me that this is it. Walking out the front door, I'm looking for my cab when I see the old pickup truck. Tears spill over when I see Angelo standing by the passenger door with it open and flowers in his hand. I rush over, dragging my rolling luggage behind me. Reaching him, I roll up on my tiptoes and kiss him. I don't care that we are in public. Angelo is here. When I pull away, we are both breathless. "Thought you weren't being honest with yourself. You want me? Say you want me." Oh, the many meanings in that, Angelo. I decide to be honest, because the truth is, as much as I said I didn't want him to take me to the airport, I do. Thank you for reading me. Seems like you said one thing and meant another, Tatum. Gotta be honest with each other. Inhaling, I memorize his scent. You're right. On the ride over, I sit beside him on the bench seat, and he wraps an arm around me, driving one-handed. We both seem to need to touch each other. At the airport, I get out as he unloads my luggage. We stand in front of the doors, and half of me wants to simply pack him up and take him with me, but it's not realistic. Looking up, his eyes meet mine, and I know what I need to do for us both. Angelo? His name is barely above a whisper. Tatum, I can't promise you a future. I know, and I don't want you to. I want to take this feeling, this love, and hold on to it. So, what do we do? He asks. I fight back my emotions as I run my fingertips down the side of his face. We breathe again. We love again. This is where the story ends. Thank you for giving me back my life, Michelangelo Mazzini. Thank you for giving me Annie and Jonathan. He studies me like he's trying to read me again. Thank you, Tatum Longley, for believing in me.
Thank you for helping push back the demons I carry. Thank you for giving me a reason to live again.
He presses his lips to mine, softly, slowly kissing me as we stand there, our emotions wound tight. Breaking away, it's my turn to study him. He means it. I love you, Angelo. I'll never forget you, Detroit or our time together.
I love you, Tatum, he says as I step away. Breathe again, baby.
Those are the last words between us as I let the tears fall and make my way back to the counter to check my bag. I don't look back. No, I won't look back. I feel his eyes on me, but this is about closure. This is not about looking back or going back. It's about living again. The time has come and gone all too soon, but the lessons in love will be with me forever.
26. Angelo. 1 month later. When she landed, she sent me a text. My reply was that I was glad she was safe. She shot me another, asking how I was. My reply was that I would be fine. We sent several messages that day about feelings before my feelings took a turn for the worse. I got pissed. I told her to stop texting me, that my 30 days was up and now was the time for the cleansing to begin. Her last message was that she was sorry, and she would try. For me. That pissed me off, and I told her to do it for herself. The text ended, and then the hurt set in. Prison was easier than this shit. There were walls to hide behind when the pain got real. In a sick fucking way, those walls protected me. I could wallow in my shit and no one was any wiser. Jagger, Buck, and the guys at the gym all asked if I was okay. I shut them down really fucking quick. This is not any of their fucking business. My personal life, choices, and decisions don't need the fucking exposure. My pain is mine and mine alone. Again. I feel like I'm 17 all over again. This time, however, it isn't cameras in my face and reporters rapid-firing their questions at me. I remember the first picture I saw of myself after the arrest. It was one of me being taken out of my house in cuffs. I remember the fucking deer-in-the-headlight look on a boy, even then built like a man, when those fucking cameras started flashing. I remember crying like a little bitch in the back of the cop car when I saw the coroner wheeling my sister out on a stretcher and loading her, not in the ambulance, but the coroner's vehicle. I also remember swearing that no one, not a single soul, would ever see me like that again. St. Michael the Monster became the headlines, and all the hell that came with it. All of it lies. I waited for God to step in, but he must have been busy. I waited for the nuns' prayers to reach heaven itself, but they must have been intercepted or delivered to hell instead. Then I waited for karma. She came in the wrong direction, wiping out the rest of my family, taking my father. Then I waited for death. But he never came. I am a man of my word. I gave her my word when I agreed she could use me. I made a promise to breathe again. It hurts so badly. I want to break my promise, but I am not that man. I promised to love again. I haven't stopped, and love is probably going to be the death of me.
27. Tatum. 1 week later. Today is 5 weeks since I last saw the man who breathed life back into my lungs and filled my heart with what I know beyond a shadow of a doubt is love. I lie on my bed in my New York apartment, looking around. I'm home, but I don't feel like I belong anymore. I left a piece of myself in Detroit. Wasn't that the plan? Go to Detroit, fall in love with the city, and wallow in what could have been. If I am honest with myself, that's what I was doing until Melanie, until romance, and most importantly, until Angelo. I'm a mess. I have been since I returned. I miss him. I miss the man, the mystery he was, and the muse he came to be. Mostly, it's the man I miss. Angelo is not the monster he was painted to be. He was a brother who loved his sister. He was a young man who believed in family. He took a life, but in reaction to feeling helpless, he had to defend himself and his sister. There wasn't a plan, no malicious intent. In fact, in all the time I spent with Angelo and the things I learned about him, there isn't a single ounce of ugly inside of him. He is caring, loyal, and giving. He is strong, understanding, and kind. He is in pain. I hold on to the hope that, even though our time together was short, he somehow found even a single moment of reprieve in the anguish he lives. For our time together, I can only wish he had his own moment to breathe again. My bedroom is littered with cardboard coffee cups from the Starbucks and piles of printed manuscripts with edits. His words and mine. Jonathan and Annie got the typical happily ever after that is expected in the traditional romance world. The novel Breathe Again is 80,000 words of romance at its best. The story is compelling, relatable. The characters are ones the readers can sympathize with and are larger than life. I had sent Melanie a few chapters at a time while I was in Detroit, and she has been working on the edits as she gets them. I pushed hard to surpass the typical 6-month stalehold that it takes to get a book out and won. Breathe Again is set to publish in a month. 3 months is nearly unheard of in this world, but luckily I have a Melanie who is begging for more from me, but I refuse to give her more unless this does well. It better do well, not because of the money or Melanie's job, but because of the sacrifices to my heart. I feel like I sold my soul for this book. I have been invested in my work before. Stories, words, they are life to my soul. Breathe Again is my healing, my breaking, and my future all in one. I sit up and throw the bound manuscript to the floor and hug my knees as I start to shake, silently sobbing and trying to physically hold myself together. I wasn't supposed to fall in love. How the hell did it happen? Tears fall and my chest tightens to the point of physical pain. I know what this is. It's the same way I felt after I lost Gregory. My heart is breaking.
28. Angelo. 3 weeks later. 2 months since a part of me died. Again. I lie in bed staring at the same spot on my ceiling that I force myself to focus my emotions on. The white ceiling that hasn't seen paint in probably 20 fucking years has a specific cluster that looks like a jagged heart with a crack running right through the middle. Hurt, pain, and anger swirl together like a fucking twister on bad days, causing not one damn thing to go right. One moment, I miss her. She's the only thing that has been right in my life in years. Confusion, defeat, and disgust taunt me, and that fucking heart that's cracked incites rage. I fear I will lose control and need to beat it down. I promised her our time meant something. Yet, regardless of the fact, she and I will never be again. The picture of her is etched forever in my memory. She somehow fixed something broken in me, and I did the same. She will live and smile and love again. Those thoughts make me want to tear apart that taunting heart and destroy it and her. One moment I hate her. How the hell did I let her use me? Why the fuck did I give in to her? She opened a part of me that I had sealed safely behind armor and then left it bloody and raw. Sadness, depression, and dread loom overhead in that heart, and it looks at me with pity, knowing how broken I feel inside. I hurt. I bleed. I am confined in a new way. A way without bars, but nonetheless rendered fucking useless because she used me up and left me empty. Every moment, I love her. I love her, and it physically pains me. I have the cage to train men who I beg to let loose on me physically, yet it's not enough. No hit, jab, or punch can hurt away the pain caused by her leaving. Missing her is agony. When she was here, I didn't need a fucking pill to sleep. Now jerking myself off to the thought of her doesn't tire me. Nothing turns my mind off. Nothing gives me the freedom to breathe again. When she was here, I slept, ready to face the next day's challenges, because when she was here, I wanted tomorrows to come again for the first time in so many fucking years. Now the only reason I want to breathe is because I told her I would. No pain, no depression, no memory ever hurt as much as the one of her walking through the turnstile and not coming back. Nothing besides death was ever as final as that moment. I feel a wet tongue glide across my hand and look left. Muttley, a big black shaggy dog I somehow became in charge of, has his big black head laying on the mattress. I owed Hendrix Caldwell a favor for making sure Tatum got back to the hotel the night my walk through hell began. Apparently, the favor came in the form of taking on a stray male dog who knocked up his female dog, Floyd. Yes, he named his female dog Floyd and gave her a pink collar. Muttley here is apparently a fan of the pooch. I told him no. It didn't matter to him. He walked out of the gym without the fucking dog. I sit up, and the damn fool starts his morning dance, his nails tapping loudly against the hardwood floor. He has made himself at home here. Well, I guess I can be happy someone feels comfortable. Since Tatum, I just want to crawl out of my own skin. I throw my feet over the side of the bed and stand up. I grab a pair of jogging pants off the floor and step into them. With Buck here, I can no longer walk around freely. Putting on clothes to take a piss has become a new part of my day. Standing at the toilet, I look left, and there is the dog, sitting damn near on my feet. You should learn to piss in the toilet. Then I wouldn't have to freeze my balls off taking you out every damn morning. I shove myself back in and grab my toothbrush to clean my teeth before grabbing a hoodie and heading out the door. Today, we run. As soon as we step outside, I can tell both of us needed it. I allow him to lead since he's a stubborn fool. The big buffoon heads right toward the place he always does. Hendrix and Livy's place. I know what he's looking for. The pit bull he knocked up and his pups. He barks once he makes it to the corner, and then the damn fool sits. And he does so firmly in place. Mutt, we gots to go. I give his leash a tug, but he doesn't move. I feel bad for the fucker. I know how he feels, wanting something he can no longer have. That doesn't mean he can just sit here and wait for something that isn't going to happen. Regardless, I give in to his need to wait while I check my pulse. When I finish, I pat his big ol' head and tug him again. Let's go. We run hard for 3 miles, and he keeps up, right at my side. When we return to the gym, he's panting, and so am I. He walks in, and I unhook his leash. He runs right up to Tatiana, knowing damn well he will get a biscuit, while I walk over to the fridge behind the desk and grab a protein shake, giving my body what it needs. Fight night tonight, Jagger says with a nod. I nod back. Tito's ready, and a couple of the other guys are looking really good too. Buck's come a long way, Jagger says in a huff. Damn kid hates me. He'll come around, I tell him after wiping my mouth. He's a good dog, huh? Jagger laughs when the mutt sits his big ass on my sneaker. I shake my head. He's something for sure. You doing okay? He asks. When I raise an eyebrow, he laughs. That woman loved your ass, kid. You're stepping over that line, Caldwell. Always was one to push limits. So let me tell you that I know damn well you're in love with her too. He narrows his eyes at me. My chest tightens, and I feel my blood boil. In my world, love's like everything else. It dies. That's where you're wrong, and you know it, kid. Love never dies. I feel my jaw tighten. I'm ready to chew his overstepping ass when the postal worker walks in to deliver the mail. Michelangelo Mazzini? I nod. Can you sign here? He holds out some electronic tablet and I sign. Then he hands me a thick envelope that's addressed from PRH Manhattan, New York. There's only one person who would send me anything from New York. My chest tightens painfully as curiosity mixes with the frustration that she doesn't seem to simply go away. I walk to the back of the gym, Muttley hot on my heels, and walk into the office. I sit at the desk and open the thick padded envelope. Pulling out the contents, I fight the urge to dive into the manuscript, aching for her words. I lean forward and read the first piece of paper. To Michelangelo Mazzini, from Melanie Quinn, Senior Editor at PRH Publishing, LLC. Enclosed, you will find a document to sign away any rights to the enclosed manuscript. Miss Longley has been insistent that some things not be changed in the chapters you allegedly assisted her in crafting. In order to avoid a delay in publishing, we would like for you to sign and return the enclosed letter waiving your rights to this work. By signing, you also agree not to discuss your involvement to anyone, including, but not limited to, press, social media, or the author, T. Longley. Enclosed is a check for $10,000 for your assistance to the author, Tatum Longley, in this project's research. Thank you for your time, anticipated acceptance, and quickly returning the legal document needed to move forward with publishing this work. Best regards, Melanie Quinn, Senior Editor at PRH Publishing. I'm pissed. I feel like I have not only been used, but treated as a whore. Fuck the money. Fuck the legal bullshit. Fuck this. I stand and pace back and forth in the tiny office space, trying to ignore the fact that I am hurt. Yes, fucking hurt that she would think I would go after her, her book, her money. I want none of that. I wanted her. I still fucking want her. I sit back down and pull out the paper with little fucking post-it flags showing me where to sign. I put my MM on every spot it needs initials, and then sign my fucking name at the places that say to sign. Then I push it off the pile of papers and see a self-addressed stamped envelope and fold the damn thing up and shove it inside. Next is a big fat check for 10 G's. I rip it to shreds and toss it in that fucking envelope. Then I lick it and seal it up. "Let's go fucking end this shit, mutt," I growl at him. And he wags his damn tail.
29. Tatum. 4 weeks later.
With us today is New York Times best-selling author Tatum Longley.
The reporter smiles at the camera and then back to me.
Thank you for coming in today to talk about your next release.
Thank you for having me, I smile, although it's hard to do so when I have held his words, my words, our desires so close, because that's all I have of him, and now sharing it with the world feels so wrong.
Tatum?
I look up from my hands tangled together and at the reporter. I'm sorry. I nod. What did you say? He laughs.
How hard is it switching from nonfiction to something you were once quoted as calling mommy porn?
It's not really as different as one would think, I answer. I suppose you pull from your real life, your feelings and emotions whenever you write.
You write what you know, he states.
I suppose that's the truth in fiction as well as nonfiction.
So your characters in Breathe Again, Annie and Jonathan, how do you connect with them?
It was so much easier talking openly about my previous works after Gregory was gone. I didn't worry about hurting him in anything I said. Angelo is alive and breathing. This novel is as much him as it is me. Annie's loss drove her to do what she did. She lived her life as a nurse, helping save lives. She traveled because making a home when you don't feel at home within yourself is nearly impossible.
Are you at home here in New York City?
The interview feels far too personal, but I know it comes from my connection to this book. It's not just any story, it's our story. I love the city. It's nearly impossible to get lost in one's head for too long when you are surrounded by life and the constant activities. I nod, fighting to continue. I love this city. The energy reminds you of life. It has a heartbeat. The diversity shows you it's okay to be you, and difference is beautiful. The energy sweeps you up and keeps you moving. Each neighborhood is different and beautiful in its own way. The history and the reminder of history we see in the landmarks. Emotions overwhelm me because I do love this city and the energy, diversity, and history. Since Angelo, though, I don't feel at home in it. I shake my head and smile sadly. The 9/11 memorial and the reminder of what we have endured and overcame.
And Jonathan's character, was he inspired by the man you loved, Gregory?
My heart grows heavy. I manage to shake my head. My muse for Jonathan. A girl never tells, Melanie laughs. I look at her and she smiles. Isn't that right? No, I answer, and look back at the reporter. I met a man in Detroit. He became my muse, and quickly he became so much more.
Please, Tell us about this so much more, he encourages.
He wasn't just a muse. Tatum, Melanie interrupts, quietly warning me. I don't care about the legalities. He didn't either. He signed away his rights. Rights I didn't know she asked him to sign away. Since that day, the day I found out, I have been angry at her. When I found out she tried to bribe him and he ripped up the check, I was angry at them both. I never believed in insta-love, but it only took 2 weeks to know that it was true. And the thing I was fighting was in fact what everyone wants to find, that person who makes up half of their heart. I was lucky enough to find it twice.
Lucky indeed. So, how are things between you and your Jonathan?
I feel tears well in my eyes at the thought of the space between us now, and the fact that I know it's done. Annie very much loves Jonathan. She'll never stop, I say, forcing a smile as tears threaten to fall.
And Jonathan? He asks.
Melanie is quick to answer, no doubt fearing what will come out of my mouth. We mustn't spoil the ending. Tatum's readers will have to find out for themselves tomorrow when the book is available worldwide. The reporter nods.
As always, thank you, Tatum, for stopping in to see us.
Thank you for having me, I repeat, looking at the camera and praying that he is watching. Thank you, Jonathan, for being so much more to me. Thank you for healing the part of me that died with him, and thank you for helping me learn how to breathe again. Walking out of the studio, Melanie grabs my hand. I won't let you go there again. Go where? I ask, not caring what she or anyone has to say. Gregory wouldn't... He's gone. So is Angelo, Melanie. And look at me. I'm still here. I throw my hand in the air, frustrated. Still breathing. Tears immediately fall from her eyes. Thank God for that, Tatum. I nod, saying what I want will only be mean, and I know she isn't trying to hurt me. We have been through a lot together, and I don't want to hurt her feelings. Let's go get some breakfast, she says, hugging me. Can we not? She steps back and looks at me. I'm honestly just tired. I wasn't making up a story. It wasn't fiction. I was exhausted. Totally exhausted, and nothing seemed to make things better. And if things couldn't get any worse, coffee was making me physically sick. In the bathroom, I look at myself in the mirror. I look like I aged 10 years and 2 months. Honestly, it feels like a lifetime since I last saw Angelo. Like Gregory, he is gone, not a part of my life anymore. As much as it pains me, it's truth and reality, both things I avoided when I fell for him. Like a warm blanket on a cold Detroit February day, I wrapped myself in him. Now I am no longer in Detroit. I am in New York, a city I chose because of all the things I told the reporter today. I will not let my past hold me back. I will face my future and try to once again find happiness in the newness of the day. I open the cabinet under the sink to get a fresh roll of toilet paper, and next to it sits a box of tampons. The last time I had my period was the day after I left for Detroit. It's not unusual for me to have light periods or to miss a period during stressful times, but it's been... Oh, God, I cry as I cover my belly with my hands.
30. Angelo. Lying in bed, looking at that fucking spot while the mutt is pushing my hand with his cold, wet nose, I am again annoyed by the fucking package. I gave her every fucking thing she asked me for, yet she has the nerve to shove my nose in the fact that I was nothing to her. She asked for this. She did. Then she walked, both of us struggling with it so hard that I cut ties for her ability to breathe again. Fucking book. Fucking love. Fucking shit, that's what it is. I get up and throw on some pants to go piss. When I walk out, Buck's in my recliner, mouth gaping as he looks at the damn TV he bought that takes up the entire wall. He should have stuck with the old TV and bought his own chair. I look away from him and at the TV, and my chest immediately tightens. "What the fuck?" Buck grumbles, pointing at my dick. "You still claim you ain't in love with that woman?" "It's morning wood, Buck," I snarl while watching her smile and act like nothing is wrong in her fucking world while mine is turned upside down and inside out. I don't ask him to, but he turns up the volume. When I hear her speak, it fucking hurts my heart. When I see her smile, it hurts my soul. When I hear her say Annie will always love Jonathan, I want to fuck her to remind her who exactly Jonathan is. After I piss and brush my teeth, I grab the leash and hook up Mutt. My head spins with rage, anger, want, desire, pain, and confusion as I run hard. Only halfway through the run do I realize Mutt didn't even attempt to make this morning about him. When we walk into the gym, everything goes silent. All eyes fall on me, and I know damn well they just found out who Tatum Longley actually is and what I was to her. Jonathan, a muse for a fucking book about love. I swallow back my irritation, my embarrassment, and my fucking fury. "You need the day, man?" Jagger asks as I walk around him, trying to keep this fucking routine. Fucking routine. Hell. "Need a what?" I ask, not looking at him as I grab my shake from the fridge. He puts his hand on my shoulder and I lose my shit. I grab him by the neck and slam him against the wall. "Keep your fucking hands off me!" "Kid," he says with eyebrows raised. "You're the one who needs to get your hands off me." When my grip tightens, he swings with his left arm, hitting me in the side of my head. "Jagger, no!" Tatiana screams as Buck grabs me and pulls me back before I can swing back. "Take a fucking walk, man. This ain't you. Jagger's a dick, but this isn't about him," Buck says. "It's about her." "Get your fucking hands off me, Buck, or you'll be fucking out," I snap, pushing him away from me. Jagger steps between us and shakes his head. "Fix your head and don't come back till you do." "Fuck you." "Please don't," Tatiana cries. "Please don't do this." Jagger bares his teeth at me as he pulls Tatiana into his arms. "I'm sorry, little one. So sorry." He drops his head to her neck, and I realize it pains him to lose the calm he has worked so hard to claim. I understand. My calm is long gone, too. My everything is fucking gone, vanished, and I don't really give a damn about getting anything back. Tatiana pushes back to get space from Jagger and looks at me with tears in her eyes. "You love her. You fight for her, not against your friends." They aren't my fucking friends. They are people I'm fucking linked to by an invisible chain wrapped around my neck, tight enough to cause torturous agony, but not death. "Take a fucking walk, man," Jagger says to me before turning Tatiana around to face him. Kissing her head, he says, "I'm sorry. I can't take it anymore." I turn around and walk out. I want to fucking run, but I already did, and my legs feel like lead. I want to turn back time, but I can't. I want to remind her who Angelo is and make her feel the hell I'm feeling right this fucking minute. And I will. 9.5 hours is how long it takes to drive from Detroit to New York City. The entire trip I think about who I was and who I am. A killer, a martyr, a man who snaps and takes a man by the throat, even after rotting behind bars for so many fucking years for doing the same damn thing. I almost turn around 5 different times. However, I need to see her. I need to show her who Angelo is. To tell her Jonathan is a fucking joke. To tell her I hate her for using me. I need to get back at her by fucking her senseless so she too can never forget who I am. They say a man never forgets his first. It's true. I can't shake her. I could go fuck someone, use someone to get her out of my head, my thoughts, get her off my cock, but I'm not built that way. Instead, I'm going to fuck her in a way she will never forget. I will fuck her body in every degrading way she fucked with my name. Mine, not Jonathan's. I am breaking parole, breaking the law. If she calls the cops, I'm going back to prison. I want exactly that. I want to be locked up. I would rather rot behind bars. At least they can contain me physically, and my fucking breaking heart won't be able to lead me to the path I'm on. I fucking miss her so goddamn much. But I hate her too. After this, I will leave and never think about her again. I'm here to equal the playing grounds. I'm going to use her, and then go back and hope to hell my miserable existence ends sooner than later. I pull up in front of her building, 160 Riverside Boulevard, the Upper West Side. She had already given me her address that long-ago day she typed her number into my phone. After driving around the block 5 times, I finally find an open spot and parallel park the truck. Honestly, I'm shocked the damn thing made it. I hope to fuck it makes it back to hell, or from one hell to the other. None of it really matters. My nerves nearly get the best of me, but I force myself out of the truck and walk across the street. Then I watch long enough to know there is no doorman, which is bullshit. This is NYC. I even see people walk in and out, some not even buzzing in. Her security sucks. I shake my head, trying to rid the fucking bullshit I'm feeling. Her safety isn't my concern. She used me. I will use her, and then we will be fucking even. When I walk away, I won't bring Annie or Jonathan with me. I will walk away the way she found me. Untouchable. A man in a suit walks out the entrance door without taking a second glance at me in my track pants and a fucking hoodie. I skate right inside. I see that access to the tin box requires a key. I don't have a key, and I don't like the fucking tin box, so I wait. Glancing around, it's then I see the stairwell. There are at least a dozen people buzzing around me, and none, not one of them, even gives a second glance. I feel invisible, which I fucking like. I get closer to the stairwell and see a woman look at me. She sees me. I don't get the look of a woman who wants to fuck me. No, the redhead is annoyed by me. A look I don't get often. I want to ask her what her fucking problem is, but I don't. I really don't give a shit. The stairwell door opens and I catch it as it's about to close and look at my phone. 7th floor. Apartment 777. The nuns would have loved it. Once at the top of the stairs, I swing the door open to see that red-headed bitch knocking on a door. I step back when she turns toward me so she doesn't see me. When I hear her voice, Tatum's voice, I step back out in the hall. "He's here," the redhead tells her. "Who?" Tatum asks, and I see her wipe her nose with a tissue. "That man from Detroit. He's here in the building," she hisses. "He's not here, Melanie. You must have mistaken—" "The beast with the man bun?" Melanie asks. Fucking bitch hasn't seen the beast, but if she keeps talking, I will happily show her. I walk out into the hall and toward them. Both of them look in my direction, and Tatum gasps, tears sliding down her face. Normally that would make me rethink this shit, but she's not safe from me. I warned her. So many times I tried to send her away, push her away. She should have listened. Now she will learn the hard way. "Angelo, what are you doing here?" she asks, dabbing her puffy eyes with the tissue. "We have some unresolved issues to discuss." I try to stay as calm as I can, but I'm not fucking calm, and my voice carries that tone. "Are you even supposed to be in this state?" her friend asks. "Melanie," Tatum scolds her. She ignores her and sets her hands on her hips, glaring at me. "Well?" "You call the cops if you want. I don't really give a fuck. The $10,000 question is, will you let me have an hour with Tatum first?" "I don't—" "The answer is yes," I interrupt, not looking at her as I walk past her, past Tatum, and into her apartment. "Melanie, I'm fine, just—" "But you aren't fine, Tatum. He's—" "I said—" She pauses and clears her throat. "I'll call you later." I keep my back to her and look around her place as the door closes. It's not fucking tidy. There are coffee cups, papers, tissues, and clothes strewn around. Otherwise, the place would be nice. "Angelo?" My name falls from her lips in a quiver of need and confusion. I turn around and look at her. She's a mess, but she still looks beautiful. "I'm only here for one reason, Annie," I tell her. "I'm here to use you." "I missed you so—" "Shut the hell up with your lies," I say, pulling out my cock that's been rock hard since I saw her. "I'm not here to talk or have smoke blown up my ass." "I'm not—" One step, and I close the distance between us. I grip the back of her neck, and she licks her lips, looking up at me, expecting a kiss. Fuck that.
31. Tatum. I reach out to touch him, and he grabs my hand, stopping me. "I want you on your knees. I want to fuck your mouth." "But you said—" "On your fucking knees, Tatum, or I'm out the fucking door," he warns. I'm not a weak woman, or one who gives in to demands, but my body craves him even in the state I am in. I drop to my knees and look up as I reach for him. "Hands behind your back," he hisses. Then he taps my lips with his cock, avoiding eye contact. I open my mouth to him and watch his Adam's apple bob when he swallows hard. Knowing that he didn't want this from me before, and seeing pain in his expression now, one that mirrors my own, I start to pull back. However, he closes his eyes tight and thrusts harshly into my mouth, causing me to gag. I swallow, my throat closing tight around his cock, and he hisses, fisting my hair back and letting out a low, deep growl before thrusting in again. Over and over he thrusts into my mouth, using it to his liking. I suck hard on his broad head when he pulls back. "Fuck, yes," he groans, and thrusts harsher, farther, faster, in and out of my mouth. I swallow and lick. I suck and rub my tongue up and down the underside of his massive, rock-hard erection. My pussy throbs with want, with need for him. I want this. I want to give him this. I want to give him everything. I place my hands on his thick, strong thighs and take him deeper than I can handle. Then I pull away, gasping for air and gripping him tightly in my hand. "Don't you fucking stop," he demands. I lick up the underside of his hot, hard shaft and he growls. "Lick my fucking balls, Tatum." I do. I lick them and suck each one gently, wanting to devour the man I have fallen in love with. He groans loudly before pulling back on my hair and thrusting into my mouth again and again and again. When he finally stalls his thrusts, I feel him twitch in my mouth. He tugs my hair back, and I feel his hot cum hit my lips. When he is empty, my face sticky with him, I lick my lips as he looks down at me. My heart aches when I see the way he looks at me, with disgust. "Go clean up." He turns his back on me. "Come back naked. I need to fuck you." Standing, my legs are shaky. I put my hand on his back. "Angelo." "No, don't talk. I didn't come here to fucking talk to you." He turns around and looks at me. "Go." Legs still shaking, my center wet with want for him, I quickly move toward the bathroom. This is stupid. I should be angry with him, the way he is acting, like I did something to him. He knew I was leaving. I haven't bothered him. However, as angry as I am at him, my body is still on fire for his touch. I look in the mirror as I grab a washcloth and turn on the water. Angelo is here. He's here in New York. Euphoric. That's the word for how I feel. He's angry, demanding, like he was the first time we met when he thought I expected something from him. I did expect something. I expected an uncomplicated fling. What I got was a man who I fell in love with and can't have. But maybe now I can. I just don't understand the energy coming off him in waves so strong and hateful. Him coming here today of all days, it's like a sign that... "Tatum, get out here." His voice is gruff and heat-inducing. I quickly wipe my face and walk out of the bathroom. "Why are your clothes still on?" he snaps, causing my insides to clench as he steps toward me. I hold my hand out, stopping the inevitable collision his body against mine would cause, making it impossible to ask the questions I need to ask, and tell him what it is I need to tell him. "You're free now," I say, as he takes my arm and turns me so my back is to his chest. "Will be," he husks out as he pushes us into the wall. "Soon. I will be." I place my hands on it to steady myself as he yanks down my pants and underwear. "Angelo, I have to tell you something," I say as he spreads my legs by pushing my feet with his. "No fucking talking, Tatum," he growls as he wraps his hand around my waist, sliding down to my center, then pushing his finger into me. "You been fucking anyone else?" he asks, with a bite of anger in his voice. "No, of course." I suck in a quick breath when he shoves another finger inside of me abruptly and thrusts in and out harshly. "Better not be fucking lying to me," he warns as I hear a package rip. I know what comes next. His big, beautiful cock. My body trembles with anticipation. "You don't need... Oh, God," I cry as he thrusts into me and stills. He grips my hips and pulls me back as he steps back. "Hands on the floor." "What?" I ask, confused. "Ass in the air, Tatum, now." I do so without argument. I hear him growl from behind me as he buries himself unforgivably deep inside of me. I spread my legs, hoping to accommodate his vastness more comfortably. Every touch is an overload to my senses. He sprawls his hands out across my ass and squeezes as he thrusts in and out of me hard and fast. The noises he makes calls to me in a way I crave, need, want, and desire. I push back against him, and his grip tightens before I feel his thumb grazing across my ass. My body automatically clenches everywhere. I hear a noise, then feel his saliva slide down my ass crack, his thumb rubbing it around. "Angelo, no. Oh, God." He pushes his finger inside me farther as he pulls his cock out of my hot, wet pussy, and then thrusts in as his finger sinks into me deeper. My body tries to fight it, but there are too many sensations. "Anyone fucked this ass before?" he asks, moving his finger back and forth inside of me. I can't reply. I am full, completely full of him, of Angelo, of the man I missed, the man I love, the man who has consumed my heart, my soul for 3 months, and who is now consuming my body. I feel him pull out. Then he wraps his hand around my waist and begins playing with me, fingers inside, thumb rubbing circles around my clit, his palm rubbing me everywhere. "Spread wider," he demands, as I feel him rub his broad head against my ass. "Angelo, I can't," I gasp as he pushes against me. "Too big." "You'll take it," he grumbles. I gasp, taking in a deep breath as he pushes in slightly. I hold my breath, and he stills. I look back over my shoulder at him. He is scowling, and then his eyes squint tightly shut. He pulls back, shaking his head, and looks at me. "You want this?" I shake my head. "I want you. If this is what you want, then take it." His eyes widen. He looks shocked. I wonder why until I feel a tear running down my face. "No. No, damn it." He removes his hands from my body and quickly walks into the bathroom and slams the door behind him. I wipe away the tears and try to make sense of what just happened. He's here. He's in New York with me, for me, yet he's not acting like the man I left 2 months ago. I pull my pants and underwear back on, fix my shirt and pat down my hair. Then I walk to the door and look in the mirror beside it. I have makeup running down my eyes from the tears. Of all days for him to show up, it's a day that I actually left the house and wore makeup. I look like hell, yet I feel like heaven and hell at the same time. He's here. It's heaven sent. He's angry, bitter, and determined to make me feel something. I'm not sure I'm supposed to like it, and that is hell. After trying to wipe the makeup off, I realize there is no way without using makeup remover. Who the hell knows if I even have any? I have been holed up in this place for 2 months. I feel a chill run down my spine when I look back as the bathroom door opens and he fills the doorway completely. He sighs and looks away from me, eyes scanning the room. Only then do I realize how messy it is, and it embarrasses me. I am totally and utterly embarrassed at the mess. I've been busy with a book, I say, as I pull myself together and look around, trying to figure out how to draw his attention back to me and away from the mess. He is expressionless as he slowly looks about the room. It's not usually like this, I swear, I say, as I start to stack the pile of papers nearest me. I've just been busy. And I have been so exhausted that cleaning has been the last thing on my list of priorities. My hands begin to shake, and my chest tightens as I take a deep breath and try to pile the next stack. "What the hell is this?" he asks. I look up to see he's holding the white plastic stick. The test I took this morning, the one that told me I am pregnant. He looks absolutely furious.
32. Angelo. I asked you a question, Tatum. What is this? I hold the fucking stick out. The one I've seen a dozen times in television commercials. I know damn well what it is. It's a... She pauses and shrugs. I'm enraged. I asked her if she's been with anyone else. She said no. If that's the case, then why the fuck is this stick in her bathroom? I just found out this morning. She grips her shirt and starts to wring it like a towel. I'm going to call the doctors tomorrow. Maybe it's wrong. It better damn well be wrong, I snap. She looks hurt by this. But hurt is better than dead. Don't you look at me like that. You want to die, Tatum? I step closer, and she bursts into tears, then lets out a pain-filled cry. The door to her apartment flies open, and that woman, Melanie, bursts in. You leave her alone or I'm calling the cops, do you hear me? Fuck you is on the tip of my tongue. But I clench my teeth together, stopping it. Get out! The redhead points her phone at me. Get out before I call the cops! No, Melanie, no, Tatum cries. He just threatened to kill you, she says, looking at Tatum like she's some abused fucking dog. No, she says, then sniffs loudly. He thinks... because I'm pregnant. Tatum, I warn her not to divulge my reasoning. You're what? The redhead Melanie yells. Fuck! I shake my head and look around her place. Yeah, well, that's what causes pregnancy, Melanie says, clearly trying to make me out as an idiot. No kidding, I smart back, still looking around the apartment. I see the bags that Tatum took to the airport the day I dropped her off, the last time I saw her, sitting in the corner, and walk toward them. I pick up the large black suitcase and unzip it. What are you doing? Tatum asks, walking toward me as I dump it out. 2 months and you haven't even unpacked? I ask, picking up the smaller one and dumping it out too. She sniffs before saying, I've been too busy. I don't say a damn thing. I pick up the bags and head to what I assume is her bedroom and place them on her unmade bed. This room is a fucking mess too. Starbucks cups littering the dresser, the nightstand, the bookshelves. I turn and look at her. You supposed to be living on coffee when you're knocked up with my spawn? Her hands fall protectively over her belly as if to shield the thing growing inside her. I just found out. I look past her and see a closet, the door open. I walk into it and grab an armful of clothes off the rack and throw them in the suitcase. What the hell are you doing? Melanie asks as I walk back into the closet. Packing her shit, I answer, carrying out more clothes. What? Why? She asks, stepping in front of me and blocking me from taking the clothes to the suitcase. She's not fucking living here. She's existing, I explain, realizing Tatum has been as miserable as I have. She told the truth. She hasn't been with anyone but me. This pregnancy, it's my baby. She's not going to be alone. We are not going to be apart. This is her home. Her friends are here. Her friends aren't paying attention to what she fucking needs. Now move, I sneer. Or what? She challenges. I drop the clothes on the floor, grab her by the waist, lift her, walk her out of the bedroom, drop her to her feet, and then turn around and shut the door behind me. Angelo, Tatum sighs. You have no idea what you've done by getting yourself pregnant by me, I scold. Right. It was the plan, she cries. Find a muse, use him, fall in love with him, and get pregnant by a man who will never want me or his child because he's too scared to live. Every word is strained, like it's causing her physical pain. Is that what I am? I ask, shoving the pile in her suitcase. I'm not even sure I'm going to keep. You want to end this pregnancy, that's your choice. But I sure as fuck am not going to plant a fucking seed and watch you drown it in caffeine and feeling sorry for yourself, I snap. Like you do? She snaps back. Is it selfish not to want the woman I love to suffer the fate of all the others in my life, Tatum? I roar at her. Is that fucking selfish? You are not at fault for a damn thing. Shut your mouth right now. Get the shit you need and let's go. You think I'm going with you when you're... I'm not asking you, Tatum. I'm telling you. I zip up the overstuffed suitcase and storm toward the bedroom door. When I open it, Melanie is standing in front of me, arms crossed. You can't do this to her, she yells at me, and then starts the same shit, crying. Well, she clearly can't do it alone. Now move, or I'll move you again. This time she moves. I grab another suitcase and storm back into the room. I'm not going to use this child to make you like you used me. If I had known that you were a murderer, a cursed man, a virgin, if I was what, Tatum? I walk over and open her top dresser drawer, pulling out handfuls of socks and undergarments, tossing them into the bag. I hear her sniff loudly again and look over my shoulder at her. Don't fucking cry, Tatum. Don't yell at me. I didn't know I was going to fall in love with you. I didn't want to. It wasn't a choice, Angelo. It just happened. So just go, leave, pretend I don't exist because... Enough. That's enough, damn it. Frustration and pain consume me. This is a mess. One big fucking mess. I storm toward her and grab the back of her head. A slight gasp escapes her pretty pink lips when I pull her closer. Then a moan escapes when I kiss her, taste her, rub my tongue up and down hers. Her body nearly goes limp, and I grab and pick her up, still kissing her. She kisses me back now, grabbing my hair and sobbing into my mouth. I pull back to tell her, ask her. Hell, I would beg her to stop crying if I knew it would work. You can't be here. She kisses my face over and over again.
You'll get in trouble.
I don't care, I admit, pushing my face against her lips as she kisses me repeatedly.
You need to go back, and you need to clear your name.
You'll come with me. I need to make sure you're okay now more than ever. If there is any fucking chance you can get sick or hurt in any way.
I love you,
she says, looking into my eyes and pushing her forehead against mine. Then God help us both. I grip her elbows and push her back, though her kissing and touching me is so fucking nice. Let's get you packed.
There's too much,
she says, laughing and crying at the same time, which would have been confusing as hell to me a month ago. Now, my heart and soul understands. I want her. I need her. I love her. Then just get what you need now. I walk past her and out the bedroom door, past her friend, who I don't bother looking at. I open the cabinets in the kitchen to find garbage bags because her place will be full of roaches if food and half-filled Starbucks cups are left for an indefinite amount of time. While I throw shit out, her and Melanie are talking, crying, and laughing. I don't listen to a word they say. My entire world has been rocked so hard I can hear blood flowing throughout my body. I get to the piles of papers and she says my name.
Please don't throw them away.
Tatum, there are dozens of piles. I shake my head, not understanding what the hell would make her want to keep them.
I'll take care of them,
Melanie says. I look down at the pile in my hands and see the top page has the words, Breathe Again, by T. Longley. I flip the page to find a dedication. Love is real. I have been lucky enough to have breathed it in twice. To Gregory and Angelo, who are both part of me now and forever. To the readers, breathe freely and without regret. T. Longley. Angelo, not Jonathan. Real, not fiction. My chest tightens as I look at her, needing to say something, but I am unable to. Not now, maybe not ever. Okay, I nod and hand her friend the stack of papers. I love a woman who lives and breathes. I love her, and cursed her with a part of me growing inside her beautiful body that I just fucked like an animal. I'm not sure I can ever forgive myself for either.
33. Tatum. Saying goodbye to Melanie is hard for her and me both. It is hard for her to understand the way he is. She doesn't trust him. I assure her that, besides my parents and her, there is no human being in the world I trust more. When she tries again to talk me out of leaving, I tell her that it is my wish for her to someday understand. She laughs, telling me it is my job to make that happen. Pulling out of the city in Angelo's old truck, I put my hands to the glass to touch the city that I love so dearly, and he notices. You love it here, he says, with a bite in his tone. I love you more. I whisper my truth. I look up at him to see his grip on the steering wheel tightens and his jaw muscles tense. He says nothing. This is not going to be any easier for him than it is for me. Regardless, there is nowhere I would rather be than with him. If you hadn't found that stick, what would have happened today? I ask bravely. He doesn't answer, driving silently. I lean back in the seat and sigh. After several minutes, he says, Me, not Jonathan, came to fuck you. not Annie." "It was always you and me," I whisper as I look down at my hands.
"Well, it is now,"
he grumbles, and that sound wounds me. I look down, gripping the edge of the hard-worn leather seat, and hear him sigh right before he reaches over and grabs my hand. Neither of us says a word as he drives, one hand on the wheel, the other holding mine. I open my eyes and see the fluorescent lights of a gas station outside the windshield. My head is against his arm, and he is staring straight ahead. He brings the truck to a stop, throws it in first, and sets the parking brake before turning his head to look down at me.
"Gonna guess up. Need to use the restroom?"
I sit up, feeling woozy.
"You okay?"
he asks, trying to mask the terror in his eyes. I nod and move over, sliding my head back under the seatbelt before unbuckling it. When I reach to open the door, he is already opening it. That alone makes me feel better about all that has transpired. A simple act of kindness, a gentlemanlike gesture. When I smile at him, he cocks his head to the side and asks, "What?" "I'm not afraid of you." I say the words I said to him months ago. He lets out a slow, cleansing breath. I hold my hand over my belly, telling him, "I haven't had much time to think about this, but I'm not afraid of a baby either." He shuts his eyes tightly as I swing my legs around and slide out of the seat to the ground. I feel a wave of nausea hit me again and lean over, hurling, barely missing his shoes and mine.
"Tatum?" His voice is panicked. "Damn it! Tell me what to do."
"We're all right, Angelo. Everything is gonna be just fine." I soothe him while trying to convince myself. It's all so much to process in such a short amount of time.
Life is about living, being, and experiencing.
Tatum, live, be, and experience without reservation. Gregory's voice plays in my head like a silent blessing. Angelo holds me close, and my nerves, the nausea, everything instantly calms, centers, and settles. I wake up with my head on his lap when we pull up in front of the gym as the dawn is breaking. I look away from the window and back at him as he puts the truck in gear and turns it off. He looks down at me and pushes the hair away from my face.
"You feeling better?"
His voice is deep and husky. I smile and nod. I haven't been able to sleep and...
"I know," he sighs. "Let's get you to bed."
When we walk into Legacy, Buck is standing with his arms crossed, scowling at Angelo.
"Not real fucking smart, taking off and not saying a damn thing."
Out of the office, a huge bear of a dog trots up and sits on Angelo's foot. He pats his head.
"Not anyone's business," Angelo tells Buck as he places his big hand on my back, guiding me toward the stairs. "Well, what if you got caught? Then where would I—" He pauses. "What would happen to the gym? To Mutt?"
Angelo looks at him with concern in his eyes, yet he's tired and a little annoyed.
"You got a place here, Buck, whether I'm here or not. Mutt would be happy anywhere. I didn't ask for him. Hendricks and his wife would take his big ass back," he says as he starts walking again. "Mutt likes you. Been sleeping in your bed, whining and shit. And Jagger would kick me out," he says with raw fear in his voice. "No, Buck, he wouldn't."
Angelo now sounds somewhat defeated. You would too, Buck argues. Angelo stops and looks at him.
You need to bury whatever issues you have with Jagger. He's a good man, a good friend to have. You have his back. He'll have yours.
Only person here that has my back is you, Buck points at him.
Show him something other than a stubborn little punk and...
I'm no fucking punk, kid, he snaps. Angelo sighs.
I'm fucking exhausted, Buck. We can discuss this after I've had a few hours sleep.
Fine, whatever. Not like it matters anyway, Buck huffs, then looks at me and raises his chin. Glad you're back. Kid's been a dick.
Buck, watch it, Angelo warns.
Glad to be back. I smile at him as Angelo opens the door and guides me up the stairs. I hear the dog walking up behind us. Do I need to hang out down here? Buck asks, sounding slightly annoyed.
No, Buck, you live here,
Angelo says from over his shoulder as we reach the top of the stairs. I scan the room as we walk through. The counter is cluttered with cups from the bean. I look at Angelo and he shakes his head.
Shit's almost as addicting as you.
I can't help smiling at that.
You ready for some sleep, Tatum?
I'd like to use the bathroom first, I say, and his hand leaves my back for the first time since I got out of the truck. When I walk into his room after using the bathroom, he's standing at the window, his back to me, the dog sitting by his side. I swear his muscles have gotten bigger. I can see them through his sweatshirt. He sighs and uncrosses his arms, putting his hands on the glass. I clear my throat, letting him know I'm in the room, and he turns around, snaps his fingers, and points at the dog bed beside the nightstand. The dog immediately goes over and lies down.
Shirt's right there for you to sleep in.
He points at a legacy shirt on the bed.
I'm gonna go grab your things.
I don't want him to grab my bags. I want him to lie next to me and for him to hold me. I want to smell him, feel his arms around me, listen to his deep breaths as he smells me while I rest my head against his naked chest and let his strong, steady heartbeat lull me to sleep.
Tatum,
he asks, looking down at me. I can't say anything. Not one word of the millions stuck in my head will come out of my mouth. His beautiful eyes squint, and he swallows hard. He looks exhausted, and I feel horrible that I am the cause of it. He steps closer and pushes my coat off my shoulders, and then out one arm at a time, pulling it off. I close my eyes when he takes the hem of my shirt and lifts it. I raise my arms as he pulls it up and over my head. Then he balls it up and shoots it into the gray laundry basket beside the dresser. When he turns back around and looks at me, he runs his thumb up my arm and under the shoulder strap of my bra. He then runs his large, calloused thumb slowly back and forth over my skin. I never want him to stop touching me. He slides the strap down my arm and I pull it free. Then he does the same to the other side before he turns me around so I'm facing the bed. After he unhooks the bra, I let it fall to the ground. He grabs the t-shirt and pulls it over my head. The soft cotton of the shirt is a great contrast to his touch, and right now, I just want his touch.
Climb in, he says,
kissing the back of my head.
I'll be right back.
He leaves the room quickly, and I climb into his bed. When I hear the door close, the dog gets up, walks over, rests his enormous head on the mattress and nudges my arm. I reach over and pet him. Being here, being with him, I find peace.
34. Angelo. 5 days later. When I walk through the gym's door after Muttley and my run, Jagger and Tatiana stop talking to look at me. I haven't said a word about what happened before I left, and I know damn well I should apologize. I unhook Mutt's leash and he heads toward the stairway door. Before I brought her back here, he always went and laid in the office. Now he wants to be up there with her. Can't blame him either. It takes all the willpower in the world for me to leave her alone, but she needs time to figure out what the hell she's going to do about the kid growing inside her. I haven't pushed. I'm just as confused as she probably is. I don't want the responsibility, and I don't want her to die because of my fucking carelessness. But the thought of something growing in her that is mine, the knowledge that we are forever bound by that, I want that too, so much more than I care to admit. I walk over and open the door, and Muttley hauls his ass up the stairs. Then I go grab a shake. When I turn around, Jagger and Tatiana look away. I reach out and tap Jagger on the shoulder, and he looks back at me. Then I take a deep breath because I have never, not once, had to apologize for a damn thing I have ever done in my life. All my choices and actions have been mine. Every fucking one of them. I've never felt ashamed of a damn thing. The point? He asks, his eyebrow creeping up. I shouldn't have grabbed you. For that I'm sorry. And he shouldn't have hit you, Tatiana says to me. I had him by the throat. He had every damn right to hit me, I tell her. It's self-defense. I know I caused some damage between them by what I did, and that is what I'm the sorriest for. Just like it was when you were trying to save your sister's life, Jagger says, and I feel it knocks the wind out of me. Michael? I look over my shoulder to where the familiar male voice says my name. It's my parole officer. Mr. Jordan? Just checking in. Why? I ask. He has never just fucking dropped in before. He holds up a bag. We need to do one of these random piss tests before we consider your appeal. My what? Your writer friend apparently has a wide reach. Your request is being considered, he says, holding out the bag. Should know in a few weeks, as long as this doesn't come back hot. I fight back the urge to tell him I don't want the appeal. I did the crime, so I'll do the time. Muttley comes running toward me and skids to a stop. I look up from him to see Tatum closing the door behind her. She looks around, her cheeks pinkening and matching those lips that I have left alone for 5 days. 5 days she has slept on my chest. 5 days she cooks, she eats, she's on the computer, and she sleeps at least 12 hours a night, and naps too. The first couple of days when I tried to start a conversation about what we are going to do about the kid growing in her, she rolled to her side and put her back to me. Fucking hurts to be shot down, but I know damn well she is hurting too. This is so fucked up. Michael? Jordan pushes the bag at me. I look at Tatum, who mouths, Please. I take the bag and head for the locker room, Jordan hot on my heels. When we come out of the locker room, Tatum is standing next to Tatiana, and Jagger is staring down Mr. Jordan. Do you have a minute? Tatum asks after Jordan leaves. He does, Jagger answers for me, and I bite back the words I have for him. I grab Muttley's leash and hook him up before heading toward the door and opening it. Ladies first. We walk silently for a while. I glance over as Muttley waters his favorite hydrant. You wanted to talk? I ask. When she eyes me skeptically, I shake my head. I'm not sure what you want from me, Tatum. She looks down. Well, that makes two of us. I run my hand through my hair, still damp from sweat, and groan. She looks up at me, the corner of her lips curving up in one corner. You're laughing at my misery? Misery is lying in bed while this little life is growing inside of you and causing you to feel like you're going to throw up if you stand. Misery is listening to a man you love ask you if you're going to keep it in a tone of someone who just stepped barefoot in a pile of dog poo. That's not true, I tell her. It is true. It is. And I don't want to make you miserable, Angelo. I love you. She laughs. And in the 6 days I have known about this child? Her voice quivers as she lays her hands on her flat abdomen. Regardless of how damn sick I feel, I cannot imagine ending something we created. I know that. I don't let her finish. I grab the back of her head and pull her close enough to kiss those lips I have been starving for. She opens her mouth to me immediately, and I thrust my tongue into it. She moans as I pull her closer. Then she tries to pull away, but I hold her head still. I'm not fucking done with you, Tatum. Muttley, she says breathlessly. Shit, I mutter as I regretfully release her and turn to grab the leash I dropped. He's trotting down the road, wagging his fucking tail. I whistle, but he doesn't stop. Muttley, you fool, get back here, I call out, jogging after him. Muttley, Tatum laughs as the son of a bitch stops. I turn back and watch her laugh. It's beautiful. Get the dog, she says, still laughing as she runs toward me. She is so fucking beautiful. Her voice is my favorite sound. This woman owns my heart, and with the way she looks at me, I know damn well I own hers too. I turn and step on the leash, securing the mutt. Then I turn back around and grab her as she almost runs by me. Lifting her up so we are eye to eye, she links her hands behind my neck. I want this so bad with you, Tatum. But I'm fucking terrified. It's going to be fine, she smiles, pushing her forehead against mine. You damn well better make sure of it, I demand, to which she laughs. I'm not joking. I will be. She continues to smile as she kisses my nose. But if you don't put me down, I may throw up on you. I very gently set her down, mentally beating myself up for not being more fucking careful. She grabs both sides of my face. I'm fine. You're fine, I repeat. So are you. She smiles that same bright, beautiful smile she did minutes ago. A smile for me. For us. I am, I say, but I'm not feeling it, not yet. What is it then? She asks, rubbing the scruff of my beard with her fingertips. I love you, Tatum. I need to be more fucking careful. You need to be more careful. Again, she laughs. I've been in bed for 5 days. I'm exhausted, but that's normal. How do you know? I ask, taking her hands and holding both of them in one of mine while I grab the leash. I've read everything I can about the first trimester. I can't help smiling at that. Of course you have. I want you to show me. I want to know everything. Of course.
35. Tatum. I hear my phone ring on the nightstand and cover my head with a pillow. Angelo took the day off because he needs to do some research. Jagger and his wife looked at him like he was crazy, but only for a moment, because then he blurted out that his girlfriend was pregnant and he needed to find out how to keep me healthy and alive. Well, I was just as shocked as they were, and also a little embarrassed. At 31 years old, I feel like the word girlfriend is a little... No, make that a lot odd. Jagger laughed and smacked him on the back. Angelo tensed, but let it go. Once upstairs, I showed him how Google works, and then we laid in bed while he read on my iPad. He also took notes in a journal, just like the one he bought at the bookstore. I fell asleep watching his eyes widen and his facial expressions change with each word he read. It was exhausting seeing all the emotions in him. I also listened to his heartbeat speed up and slow down, speed up and slow down. The man was stressed, and I let him know it. The phone stops ringing and I start to fall back to sleep when it starts again almost immediately. I am determined to ignore it until I hear his voice and realize he answered my phone.
Hello? Yes, this is Angelo, and Tatum is asleep. No, I'm not going to wake her up, Melanie. She needs a rest.
There is a long pause and then...
She what? Okay, well, I will tell her when she wakes up. I heard you and said I would tell her.
Listen to me, I hear Melanie scream through the line. Wake her up!
Listen to me, he hisses. No.
I move the pillow off my head and roll onto my back. He looks over at me and scowls.
You can't lie on your back. It could cause issues with the pregnancy, Tatum.
I push myself up into a seated position and hold my hand out for the phone.
Fine, he says, and hands it to me.
I lean over and rub my thumb upward between his eyebrows. Stop worrying. Everything is fine. Better than fine, I hear Melanie say before she laughs. I bring the phone to my ear and yawn out.
Hi, Melanie.
Girl, tell that beast of a man I can talk to you any damn time I want, she snaps. We'll get there, I say, slightly amused. You did it, Tatum. You made all 3 lists. USA Today, New York Times, and Wall Street Journal. What? I gasp. All 3 lists, she shrieks into the receiver. In romance, Tatum. Romance. We did it, I say on a laugh as I lean over and kiss Angelo's cheek. We made all 3 lists. Yes, we did, Melanie hoots. Now get your ass back here so we can have a victory dinner date. Me, you, and your mom. I'm here, Mel. And planes fly in and out of that hellhole every day, she says, not sounding as enthusiastic. I stand looking in the mirror at myself. In the past month, my breasts have grown and become even more sensitive. 2 weeks ago, I winced while Angelo and I made love, and he all but jumped out of bed, worried he had hurt me, and then angry at himself for not being more cautious with me in my current situation. He is very attentive to every inch of my body, and I love it. I try to push my breasts inside the dress that they barely fit in. I'm not sure I like them peeking out, and I wonder how Angelo will react. The thought excites me. Secretly, I hope it drives him crazy. They aren't as sensitive anymore, so maybe... just maybe he will let loose and forget my current situation if he has to stare at them all night. One can hope. I run my hands down my body until they land on my belly. I try to imagine my belly has grown with this child, the one Angelo and I created together inside of me. Honestly, I cannot wait to see my belly grow. I turn sideways and assess the current situation that is my ass. That has grown. Of course, I would be one of those women who carries her child in her ass instead of a cute little belly. Angelo walks into the bathroom, and I turn from the mirror. His eyes start at my feet and move up my legs. He likes my legs. Then they slowly move up, assessing every inch of me, and finally come to land on my breasts. The muscles in his jaw twitches, and an audible hum vibrates in his chest that hits me right between the thighs. His eyes rise and finally meet mine. I can't help smirking, which causes his beautiful eyes to narrow briefly, like he wants to tell me something, but then reels it in. "Come on," he says. "Does this dress make me look fat?" I ask, hoping to sound more female-like. "Legs for miles and all mine, Tatum. You look more and more beautiful every day. I can't wait until your belly is round and you can't even get out of our bed." I laugh and shake my head. I better not get that damn fat. "I'll love every inch of you." His eyes move to my lips, then to my chest again. "Now let's go." He pats my ass as he walks out the door. I grab my phone from the counter and see a missed call from Melanie. Breathe Again has remained on all 3 lists since it was released, and she is beyond annoyed that I told her there would be no celebration without Angelo. And I meant it. He is as much an author of Breathe Again as I am. It may not be his name on those bestseller lists, but I will not discredit what he gave me in that book. Rubbing my belly, I think, and in my life. "You look amazing. Let's go," Angelo says as he groans, slipping his feet into black dress shoes. "Why don't we stay home?" I ask, wondering why the gorgeous man in front of me is in black dress slacks, an ivory-colored button-up shirt with the top 2 buttons undone, and his hair is down while he's awake. I have learned in our time together that Angelo always wears his hair pulled up in a man bun, except when he first gets out of the shower. Then he allows it to air dry down. He looks sexier, if that is even possible. I would happily stay home with him and strip those clothes off his body. "Tatum, quit licking those lips and looking at me like I'm your next meal, and let's get going. I'm hungry." He stands up, and I turn around for him to zip the back zipper of my ivory-fitted, knee-length dress. The Empire waistline is trimmed out in a black satin 2-inch wide band that makes my enlarged breasts peek out even more. I curled my hair in loose waves, and my makeup is on point tonight. Angelo zips me up, and then I lay my hair back down as he picks up my heels and sets them in front of me. With a hand on his shoulder, I step into them. Then he plants a soft kiss on the inside of my knee, and I want nothing more than to feel his lips on other parts of my body. With a pat to my ass, he moves away, and I'm reminded he has spent 3 days telling me he wants to take me on a real date tonight. "Angelo?"
"Tatum?"
"Has Jordan called?" I ask, thinking about the missed call from Melanie on my phone and knowing Jordan should be calling any day now.
3 days ago," he smirks,
And, baby, we have a reason to celebrate. My appeal is going through."
"You waited 3 days to tell me?" I gasp.
"I'd have waited until dinner, but the way you look and the way you're looking at me, I figured I wasn't gonna get you out of here if I didn't answer you. Now, let's go."
We step through the doorway, and I go to take the first step down to the gym, only to be scooped up bridal style and carried down to the bottom by my muse, my reality, my man. "Angelo, I'm pregnant. I can navigate stairs."
"Those sexy as fuck shoes, Tatum, are not stair-friendly."
I sigh, loving the way this man wants to take care of me and our baby. The truck ride is short before we stop at Caldwell's. The memories between us here are mixed.
"No more bad, Tatum."
He throws the truck into gear.
"You've taught me that. Tonight and from now on, we have nothing but good."
He gets out of the truck and comes around to open the door for me. With my hand in his, we then step inside the bar, where I look around and see balloons and a congratulations banner. I gasp when I hear a familiar squeal, and then my mom rushes at me with Melanie at her side. They both hug me tight, and it's only then that Angelo releases me so I can wrap my arms around them. "Surprise, Tatum," Melanie whispers. "Your man might be a beast, but he's got heart." I laugh and whisper, "Biggest one I have ever met." I turn to look at him. Jagger and Tatiana are by his side. "You did this?" He gives me a slow, sexy wink as an answer. I look back at Melanie and my mom. "He invited you?" "Invited?" Melanie laughs. "He insisted." Mom and I talk once a week. She knows I'm pregnant. Heck, everyone does. And knowing Angelo's past doesn't concern her half as much as it does Melanie, which makes it easier. "I know the young woman I raised," Mom had said. Melanie has seen me at my absolute worst. Her concern is understandable, but unwarranted. I look around to find the room is filled with all the people in our lives here in Detroit. Jared stands on the bar with a smile on his face.
"I'm thinking, big guy," he looks at Angelo, "that you seem to have gotten your head out of your ass, and, well, I'm known for marrying people off. We have a banner, balloons, friends, family, booze, and cake. You up for a wedding?"
I laugh and look at Angelo. His eyes connect with mine. No laughter in them. Just the truth as to what he wants, and what I want without a doubt, too. I let out a slow, calming breath and swallow hard.
36. Angelo. I want this. I want her. I want us. Tatum, this wasn't my plan. I shove my hand in my pocket and feel the velvet of the black box I brought, expecting she would say yes to my proposal tonight. It's important to me that we're married before the baby is born. I haven't had a traditional family, a conventional life. I want more for my kid than I ever had. That means I want life with Tatum together as husband and wife. I'm not the romantic kind. Too much of my life was spent like a caged animal at the zoo. But Tatum deserves the world, and a proposal for the books. Well, of our own making. I'll give it to her. I'll give her anything, because she gave me back the ability to breathe. I dropped to a knee in front of her, pulling the box out. Tatum Longley, You came into my life unexpectedly. Your request was to use me. Yet I came away from it not feeling used at all, but feeling blessed. So very blessed. You changed my life, and you make me the man I want to be. I love you and want you to be my wife. Tears roll down her face as she nods. Her tears no longer cause me anxiety. I can now tell the difference between tears of joy and those of sorrow. These are joy. I pull out the ring, the one I found in one of the boxes. I know it was my grandmother's because it was left to Maria. Then I take her hand and slowly push the ring that my sister one day dreamed of wearing onto Tatum's finger. A few months ago, I would have never been able to do this. It would have felt like a betrayal. How could I go on with my life when Maria had no life to live? But Tatum changed all that. She changed everything, and I am in awe of the woman who loves me, believes in me, trusts me, and pushes me to breathe again. Once the ring is on her finger, I kiss her hand and stand. "You're sure about this?" she asks. 100%. I nod, then realize something. We don't have rings, like the bands and shit. I feel the panic rise up in the thought of wearing a piece of metal on my hand for life, not because I don't want it with Tatum. She smiles and looks at her finger. "I do, and we make it work, Angelo." She sighs happily. "We always make it work." "Not so damn fast, little lady," Jared says sternly. "I meant..." "Sally, serve me a drink." Jared cuts her off. "I got a wedding to perform." It's overwhelming and rushed, but that's the way everything has been since Tatum came into my life. "You ready?" I ask. She smiles and nods. Both gestures ease my anxiety. I look at her mother, feeling like I should have asked for her hand. She simply smiles and nods at me too. Then I look toward the stage where Jagger and his brothers are moving things around and making room for where I assume we will say our I do's. It seems like it takes all of 30 seconds. With my hand laced in hers, I give it a squeeze before we walk up to the stage where we stand in front of Jared, with Melanie and her mom to her left behind her. Her people. I'm glad she has more than me. She deserves every happiness in the world for who she is and what she has done for me, for us. My reality is that she is all I need. Jared nods over my shoulder, and I look back to where Jagger and Buck stand behind me. I nod in appreciation to them and feel a little bit of emotions boiling up inside from having these two men at my back. Two men who can't get along for nothing are standing behind me in a strange type of brotherhood, supporting me. I imagine Shaw would be proud. When I look back at Tatum, nothing fucking matters. Not the fact we don't have rings, not that we are getting married in a bar by a man who is drunk. The only thing that matters from this moment on is her and I. Friends, we're gathered here to celebrate a milestone. Our beast, Kid, has found his beauty, Tatum. Thank fuck, because the man is hard to handle without her. I look at Tatum and smile. It feels so good to smile. I know there is concern that there aren't any rings, but there is a reason for that. Kid, the beast, told me minutes ago that he didn't want rings because they bring back bad memories. Apparently, they remind him of handcuffs. Tatum squeezes my hand, and I shake my head at the man's joke because I didn't tell him that. Not that I would argue. We'll get rings, I say more to Tatum than anyone else. Or tattoos, I add, not having an issue inking my finger for her. And handcuffs? Jagger asks from behind me. If she wants those, she'll have them, I answer. Tatum's jaw drops, which makes me laugh. Just write it down, Tatum. Your wish is my command. She smiles now, that big, bright, beautiful smile, framed in pink lips, her eyes twinkling. You are so damn beautiful. I lean in to take her lips, but Jared puts his hand between us. This is my show, he says. I start to say something when Tatum laughs. Then do your thing. How many novelists does it take to write a romance novel? Jared asks. Tatum shakes her head and smiles. How many? 2. One to screw it almost all the way in, and one to give it a surprise twist at the end. Jared winks. Melanie laughs. Romance readers don't like surprise twists at the end. But they like nipple clamps and paddles, Jared smirks. Oh my gosh, Melanie covers her face and laughs. What's the difference between a publisher and ISIS? Jared asks Melanie. I have no idea, she laughs. You can negotiate with ISIS. Tatum laughs and looks back at Melanie. So true. Lucky for you, it worked out very well, didn't it? Bestseller and a muse turned husband, Melanie says matter-of-factly. If you'd all quiet down and let me do my job, she may end up with a husband. At this rate, it's not looking good, Jared says, deadpan. Go ahead, Jared, I tell him. You sure you want to marry this guy? Jared asks Tatum. Never been more sure of anything, she says, smiling at me. Just me. You know you're one lucky motherfucker, don't you? He asks. I know. Good. You want to marry her? More than I want my next breath, I say, lifting her chin with my thumb and leaning in to kiss her whether he says to or not. Well, congrats. You may now kiss. Well, there you go. They're already kissing, Jared grumbles. Mr. and Mrs. What the fuck is his last name? Tatum laughs into my mouth, and nothing else matters. She's mine. I'm hers. And I will fight heaven and hell to make sure that doesn't end for 1,000,000 lifetimes. She pulls back, tears flowing down her face as she smiles. This is real, right? I ask, smiling just as broadly back at her.
Epilogue. Tatum. 8 months later.
With us today is USA Today, Wall Street Journal, and New York Times best-selling author Tatum Longley.
The reporter smiles at the camera and then back to me.
Thank you for coming in today to talk about your next release.
Thank you for having me.
This isn't your first time topping the charts in the publishing world, is it?
No, I've been very blessed to have a great team of publishers and an editor who I owe it all to. I just write the books.
You started in nonfiction and were very successful. What made you switch to fiction?
My editor, I say on a laugh.
What? She just said you need to write erotic romance? He asks, grinning.
That's a pretty accurate description.
And you just did as she asked?
I may have fought it a bit, but I trust her with my career.
But going from writing hard-hitting books on foster care to mommy porn? That's 2 totally different worlds.
I nod. You'd think, but really it's not. He sits back and spreads his arms wide on the couch behind him.
How so?
Writers should write what they are passionate about.
Your character, Jonathan, in Breathe Again, was a gym owner, he says, and I nod. Rumor has it you met your husband, who recently moved here to New York City, at a gym in Detroit.
I smile and look down. Angelo is in the green room with our baby, watching this. I wanted him to come out, but he said no way in hell. I did. I nod.
And was he your real-life inspiration for Breathe Again?
Knowing I'm going to be in so much trouble for this, I laugh. He was much more than that. Much of Jonathan's POV was actually written by my husband.
Wow, that's interesting. Why don't we bring him out here?
He prefers to stay out of the spotlight, and that's fine with me.
This next book, releasing tomorrow, did he help write it as well?
I nod. Yes, Use Me is as much his work as it is mine.
But his name isn't on the cover. Does that bother him?
My name isn't on it either, I smile, using the same excuse Angelo used on me.
So will your future work be co-written with your husband?
My future? Every part of it is with my husband.
You're Jonathan, the interviewer asks.
My everything.
So, you got your happily ever after, he smiles.
I really do have my happily ever after. A simple proposition and a forced change in my life has given me a limitless future full of love, laughter, friends, and family. Most importantly, I have my forever muse, writing partner, and life partner. I laugh. My happily ever after.
Angelo. I look away from the screen where my wife has just exposed that I am very much a part of her books. That I write with her. As I told her, for me, it's not a job. It's a way to get to know her wants and needs better. It's a way to express how much I want her, the first woman who wasn't family, who I love. But with her, it's deeper. I love her with every part of me. Tatum, my first and last sexual partner. Tatum, the woman who turned not only my world, but my life inside out. Or should I say, she turned it right side in. I should be angry, but I'm not. The pride in which she talks about me, the faith, the trust, and the love she has for me is the greatest gift I've ever received. Your mother is someone to aspire to be, Adolin. I swear she smiles at me, although all the parenting books would tell me I am wrong. I still don't believe for a second that look is anything but a smile. I love you so much, Adolin Maria Mazzini. So much. I hear the door open and look up as Tatum walks into the room. You looked beautiful, I tell her honestly. She laughs as she walks over to me. I messed up, though. You're an author. You write, you don't speak. I remind her of what she once told me. She leans in and kisses me, and then she kisses our daughter's head. I think your daddy is wishing that were true while I was on camera. Your daddy loves everything about your mommy. Everything, I tell her. I'd look up at Tatum. Let's get us home. She smiles. Home. This concludes Use Me by M.J. Fields and Chelsea Cameron. Narrated by Aidan Snow and Alexandra Shawnee. Copyright 2017 by M.J. Fields and Chelsea Cameron. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with M.J. Fields and Chelsea Cameron and was produced in the year 2017 by Tantor Media Incorporated. a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
Heck, everyone does. And knowing Angelo's past doesn't concern her half as much as it does Melanie, which makes it easier. I know the young woman I raised, Mom had said. Melanie has seen me at my absolute worst. Her concern is understandable, but unwarranted. I look around to find the room is filled with all the people in our lives here in Detroit. Jared stands on the bar with a smile on his face. I'm thinking, big guy, he looks at Angelo, that you seem to have gotten your head out of your ass, and, well, I'm known for marrying people off. We have a banner, balloons, friends, family, booze, and cake. You up for a wedding? I laugh and look at Angelo. His eyes connect with mine. No laughter in them. Just the truth as to what he wants, and what I want without a doubt, too. I let out a slow, calming breath and swallow hard.
36. Angelo. I want this. I want her. I want us. Tatum, this wasn't my plan. I shove my hand in my pocket and feel the velvet of the black box I brought, expecting she would say yes to my proposal tonight. It's important to me that we're married before the baby is born. I haven't had a traditional family, a conventional life. I want more for my kid than I ever had. That means I want life with Tatum together as husband and wife. I'm not the romantic kind. Too much of my life was spent like a caged animal at the zoo. But Tatum deserves the world, and a proposal for the books, well, of our own making. I'll give it to her. I'll give her anything, because she gave me back the ability to breathe. I dropped to a knee in front of her, pulling the box out. Tatum Longley, you came into my life unexpectedly. Your request was to use me, yet I came away from it not feeling used at all, but feeling blessed. So very blessed. You changed my life, and you make me the man I want to be. I love you and want you to be my wife. Tears roll down her face as she nods. Her tears no longer cause me anxiety. I can now tell the difference between tears of joy and those of sorrow. These are joy. I pull out the ring, the one I found in one of the boxes. I know it was my grandmother's because it was left to Maria. Then I take her hand and slowly push the ring that my sister one day dreamed of wearing onto Tatum's finger. A few months ago, I would have never been able to do this. It would have felt like a betrayal. How could I go on with my life when Maria had no life to live? But Tatum changed all that. She changed everything, and I am in awe of the woman who loves me, believes in me, trusts me, and pushes me to breathe again. Once the ring is on her finger, I kiss her hand and stand. "You're sure about this?" she asks. 100%. I nod, then realize something. We don't have rings, like the bands and shit. I feel the panic rise up in the thought of wearing a piece of metal on my hand for life, not because I don't want it with Tatum. She smiles and looks at her finger. "I do, and we make it work, Angelo." She sighs happily. "We always make it work." "Not so damn fast, little lady," Jared says sternly. "I meant..." "Sally, serve me a drink." Jared cuts her off. "I got a wedding to perform." It's overwhelming and rushed, but that's the way everything has been since Tatum came into my life. "You ready?" I ask. She smiles and nods. Both gestures ease my anxiety. I look at her mother, feeling like I should have asked for her hand. She simply smiles and nods at me too. Then I look toward the stage where Jagger and his brothers are moving things around and making room for where I assume we will say our I do's. It seems like it takes all of 30 seconds. With my hand laced in hers, I give it a squeeze before we walk up to the stage where we stand in front of Jared, with Melanie and her mom to her left behind her. Her people. I'm glad she has more than me. She deserves every happiness in the world for who she is and what she has done for me, for us. My reality is that she is all I need. Jared nods over my shoulder, and I look back to where Jagger and Buck stand behind me. I nod in appreciation to them and feel a little bit of emotions boiling up inside from having these two men at my back. Two men who can't get along for nothing are standing behind me in a strange type of brotherhood, supporting me. I imagine Shaw would be proud. When I look back at Tatum, nothing fucking matters. Not the fact we don't have rings, not that we are getting married in a bar by a man who is drunk. The only thing that matters from this moment on is her and I. Friends, we're gathered here to celebrate a milestone. Our beast, Kid, has found his beauty, Tatum. Thank fuck, because the man is hard to handle without her. I look at Tatum and smile. It feels so good to smile. I know there is concern that there aren't any rings, but there is a reason for that. Kid, the beast, told me minutes ago that he didn't want rings because they bring back bad memories. Apparently, they remind him of handcuffs. Tatum squeezes my hand, and I shake my head at the man's joke because I didn't tell him that. Not that I would argue. We'll get rings, I say more to Tatum than anyone else. Or tattoos, I add, not having an issue inking my finger for her. And handcuffs? Jagger asks from behind me. If she wants those, she'll have them, I answer. Tatum's jaw drops, which makes me laugh. Just write it down, Tatum. Your wish is my command. She smiles now. That big, bright, beautiful smile, framed in pink lips, her eyes twinkling. You are so damn beautiful. I lean in to take her lips, but Jared puts his hand between us. This is my show, he says. I start to say something when Tatum laughs. Then do your thing. How many novelists does it take to write a romance novel? Jared asks. Tatum shakes her head and smiles. How many? 2. One to screw it almost all the way in, and one to give it a surprise twist at the end. Jared winks. Melanie laughs. Romance readers don't like surprise twists at the end. But they like nipple clamps and paddles, Jared smirks. Oh my gosh, Melanie covers her face and laughs. What's the difference between a publisher and ISIS? Jared asks Melanie. I have no idea, she laughs. You can negotiate with ISIS. Tatum laughs and looks back at Melanie. So true. Lucky for you it worked out very well, didn't it? Bestseller and a muse turned husband? Melanie says matter-of-factly. If you'd all quiet down and let me do my job, she may end up with a husband. At this rate, it's not looking good, Jared says, deadpan. Go ahead, Jared, I tell him. You sure you want to marry this guy? Jared asks Tatum. Never been more sure of anything, she says, smiling at me. Just me. You know you're one lucky motherfucker, don't you? He asks. I know. Good. You want to marry her? More than I want my next breath, I say, lifting her chin with my thumb and leaning in to kiss her whether he says to or not. Well, congrats. You may now kiss. Well, there you go. They're already kissing, Jared grumbles. Mr. and Mrs. What the fuck is his last name? Tatum laughs into my mouth, and nothing else matters. She's mine. I'm hers. And I will fight heaven and hell to make sure that doesn't end for 1,000,000 lifetimes. She pulls back, tears flowing down her face as she smiles. This is real, right? I ask, smiling just as broadly back at her.
Epilogue. Tatum. 8 months later.
With us today is USA Today, Wall Street Journal, and New York Times best-selling author Tatum Longley.
The reporter smiles at the camera and then back to me.
Thank you for coming in today to talk about your next release.
Thank you for having me.
This isn't your first time topping the charts in the publishing world, is it?
No, I've been very blessed to have a great team of publishers and an editor who I owe it all to. I just write the books.
You started in nonfiction and were very successful. What made you switch to fiction?
My editor, I say on a laugh.
What? She just said you need to write erotic romance? He asks, grinning.
That's a pretty accurate description.
And you just did as she asked?
I may have fought it a bit, but I trust her with my career.
But going from writing hard-hitting books on foster care to mommy porn? That's two totally different worlds.
I nod. You'd think, but really it's not. He sits back and spreads his arms wide on the couch behind him.
How so?
Writers should write what they are passionate about.
Your character, Jonathan, in Breathe Again, was a gym owner, he says, and I nod. Rumor has it you met your husband, who recently moved here to New York City, at a gym in Detroit.
I smile and look down. Angelo is in the green room with our baby, watching this. I wanted him to come out, but he said no way in hell. I did. I nod.
And was he your real-life inspiration for Breathe Again?
Knowing I'm going to be in so much trouble for this, I laugh. He was much more than that. Much of Jonathan's POV was actually written by my husband.
Wow, that's interesting. Why don't we bring him out here?
He prefers to stay out of the spotlight, and that's fine with me.
This next book releasing tomorrow, did he help write it as well?
I nod. Yes, Use Me is as much his work as it is mine.
But his name isn't on the cover. Does that bother him?
My name isn't on it either, I smile, using the same excuse Angelo used on me.
So will your future work be co-written with your husband?
My future? Every part of it is with my husband.
You're Jonathan, the interviewer asks.
My everything.
So, you got your happily ever after, he smiles.
I really do have my happily ever after. A simple proposition and a forced change in my life has given me a limitless future full of love, laughter, friends, and family. Most importantly, I have my forever muse, writing partner, and life partner. I laugh. My happily ever after.
Angelo. I look away from the screen where my wife has just exposed that I am very much a part of her books. That I write with her. As I told her, for me, it's not a job. It's a way to get to know her wants and needs better. It's a way to express how much I want her, the first woman who wasn't family, who I love. But with her, it's deeper. I love her with every part of me. Tatum, my first and last sexual partner. Tatum, the woman who turned not only my world, but my life inside out. Or should I say, she turned it right side in. I should be angry, but I'm not. The pride in which she talks about me, the faith, the trust, and the love she has for me is the greatest gift I've ever received. Your mother is someone to aspire to be, Adolin. I swear she smiles at me, although all the parenting books would tell me I am wrong. I still don't believe for a second that look is anything but a smile. I love you so much, Adolin Maria Mazzini. So much. I hear the door open and look up as Tatum walks into the room. You looked beautiful, I tell her honestly. She laughs as she walks over to me. I messed up, though. You're an author. You write, you don't speak. I remind her of what she once told me. She leans in and kisses me, and then she kisses our daughter's head. I think your daddy is wishing that were true while I was on camera. Your daddy loves everything about your mommy. Everything, I tell her. I'd look up at Tatum. Let's get us home. She smiles. Home. This concludes Use Me by M.J. Fields and Chelsea Cameron. Narrated by Aidan Snow and Alexandra Shawnee. Copyright 2017 by M.J. Fields and Chelsea Cameron. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with M.J. Fields and Chelsea Cameron and was produced in the year 2017 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.